back for the third installment of Remember the Flowers. I had to take yesterday and cut it a little short because I just couldn't control my emotions anymore. I was crying for quite a bit, so I decided that I think I'm ready now. At least I hope so. um, last so a lot happened actually yesterday. We went through quite a bit of story. It was the moment where Cooper sold us off. Well, Lance, because we learned his name wasn't Cooper. We got saved by Axel and his group, Ring and Rose, and he told us his name, Aaron. We had a wonderful day with him and a wonderful dinner with him. And then we got our memories back. Turns out, everyone we know and loved, they're gone. We're over 300 years old. We've been kept alive in Resume for decades, and so this whole time, Cyrus thought he'd be going back home. But it turns out he wasn't going to be able to go back home. And he asked Aaron. That's why Aaron told him as if Damien had passed on. And it just sucks because Cyrus really loved Damien. He loved his family. He loved Diana. Everyone close to him now. Never see him again. Sorry, this is a super emotional subject to say the least. But yeah, that's basically everything. So now we're just talking to Vita and we're talking to Aaron. And we're thanking Aaron for trying to keep us in the dark as long as he did. He didn't want us to get hurt. He genuinely cares about us. And that's a refreshing change. So here, without further ado, let's continue on. Aaron, thank you. Huh? You wanted to protect me from myself for as long as you could, even if it meant lying to me. Aaron bites his quivering lip. I hold his paw with both hands. I'm hoping I can comfort him, if just a little bit. I think I'm still remembering how to do that. You can't go home. I know. If we just got you out of there, you wouldn't have needed to remember. I know. Everything you've ever known. Gone. I know. I pull him closer so I can get a better look at his face. Thank you, Aaron. You let me live in a fantasy long enough to enjoy myself. Even though most of my memories are back, I can't think of the last time I felt so free. I was happy with you these past few days. I hope you know that. Aaron starts to shake as tears spill over. Aaron surprises me as he lifts his other paw to hold my cheek. It's hard to believe you when you have such a sad look on your face. Aaron's paws tremble against my skin. Try to give him a soft smile. Well, part of me did just die. It's hard not to feel a little sad, I guess. Cyrus. I pull him down close, hugging his face into my chest, trying to stroke his back to ease the pain. I can feel his tears soak through my sweater. We don't say anything for a while. I just keep him close. I try to stifle a laugh. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't he be comforting me? Man, already starting, huh? Eventually, I asked Vita for another pot of tea. I think we could all use something to help us relax. When Aaron does eventually pull away, he's still wiping tears off his cheeks. Sorry, I shouldn't have gotten so carried away. Vita places a tray full of cups on their desk before handing each of us one. This is precisely why I didn't want you in here. Aaron sheepishly takes a sip from his cup. Is he usually like this? Vita sits down before picking up their book. Not this bad. He's been emotional before, but not like this. Oh. I try to stroke Aaron's back. See? Everything's gonna be fine. Aaron looks at me with doubt. I guess I'm not doing a good job of fooling him. I sip my tea quietly. It doesn't seem as flavorful as it did before. I'll ask one more time. Are you sure you're alright? I scratch my head. As okay as I can be, I guess. I don't know what kind of answer you want, but all in all, I think I'm stable. If you say so. Vita takes that as their cue to get back to work. They take their pencil back out and open their book, ready to write. Let's start slow. From the beginning. What's your name, and how old are you? I take another sip of tea before placing it back on the desk. My name is Cyrus Galahad Cantwell. I'm not sure what's a good estimate, but it's about 27 or 28. After graduating with a doctorate, I was taken into what y'all call resume to do some work. Vita writes everything, almost as fast as I can speak. What do you mean by what we call resume? A long time ago, the company I worked for was called Current. They were one of the leading medical facilities in the country. They changed their name after the world ended. I think that was about 70 years ago. Why did you work for them? At first, I was volunteering for experiments in the medical field. My friend's dad made a breakthrough in organ transplantation. Vito writes furiously. Which was? My mouth is getting dry from talking so much. I grab the tea again to wet my lips. This is gonna be a mouthful. If you were blessed and had certain biological makeup, they could treat your organs so that they could be universally donated. They would take a good, healthy organ from you and put it in an artificial one. After being in your body long enough and some external treatment, it would adapt and replace the organ that was donated. I lift up my shirt to point to my kidney. If my math is right, I donated my left kidney 5 times and my right 6. I remember they screwed something up during the left one once. Blood was going everywhere. Pretty sure the guy got fired. By chance, I glanced towards Aaron. He looks horrified. I feel a little embarrassed showing my body off. Now, you might be asking, why would you remember an accident like that? I'm pretty sure you know the answer to that, don't you, Doctor? Oh, okay. Vita finishes writing and stares at me. They give me a look of discomfort. Based on our findings, eventually a carrier develops an immunity to most anesthetics. Right you are. They tried inducing me in comas, but they weren't easy to pull people out of. I think I was out for a month when they tried it on me. You were awake through all of it? More or less. It didn't really hurt. It was gross for the first several surgeries. I got over it eventually. Kinda had to, you know? On average, it takes about 100 years to develop an immunity. There aren't many that old as you are. Wanna know why? Vita's eyes widen, as if they really never questioned it. I'll take that as a yes. I move to take off my shirt and jacket, tossing them behind me. Aaron has apprehensive written all over his face. I guess this is kind of a bizarre way to look. Regardless, I raise my hand to my chest, where my scarred heart is. long time ago, right after the fall, I was outfitted with an artificial enhancement to my heart. Dr. Dr. Xiao was one was the one who designed it. Dr. Zhao was the one who designed and made it for me. Vito looks puzzled, indicating for me to explain myself. I guess it has been a long time. Dr. Chow is the one who recruited me. He was my friend's father. We knew each other for a long time before the fall. He was there when Resume was founded, a prominent member of the board, and a genius. I have never heard of this man. He isn't in any of the records that we've procured. I'm getting to that. Don't worry. As I was saying, he's the one who designed my heart, along with the ports on our backs. As far as I know, I was the only one to be outfitted with one at the time. It made me much more compatible in terms of organ donation. Vito goes back to writing their notes, underlining whole sections now and then. It's a big reason why I'm still up and at 'em at this point, along with the serum they gave us. Although, that alone won't stop the aging process, obviously. I pinch my long white hair between my fingers. Vito takes a moment to collect their thoughts. Indeed, even with the fluids they give us, a carrier doesn't have that much of a longer lifespan than regular people. In fact, depending on how many times they've operated on their lives, are cut significantly shorter. That's right, hence why I have so many more scars. They operated me a hell of a lot more times than the average resident. But why? Why weren't there more like me? Simply put, Dr. Chow committed suicide. Aaron and Vita both look shocked. Admittedly, saying that out loud does elicit a tinge of sadness. I take another sip of tea. It's gone cold. He didn't want Darius to make any more people like me. So, he destroyed his research notes and then killed himself. At least, that's what I was told. I'm not sure about the details. I look over at the wall. He was a good man. I'm surprised to hear that. Why is that? Isn't he the reason you're still here? I look back towards Vito with a neutral expression. I mean, not really. It's my choice at the end of the day. I shrug. I can only blame myself. You're wrong. Aaron breaks the silence. Don't you dare blame yourself for what they did to you. I blink at him, not sure what to say. But all I hear is that they took advantage of someone's goodwill, sent them to hell, and then laughed as they profited off them. I guess it's not entirely inaccurate. Aaron, seriously, I made my peace with my situation a long time ago. Aaron stands up, fist balled up. And that's the problem. You have every right to be angrier than anyone else. If it makes you feel any better, I haven't felt anger in a few centuries. He slams his fist into the wall, shaking everything into the room. I guess my attempt in comforting him didn't work. He lets out a deep exhale. I have some work to do. I'll see you around. Aaron doesn't look back at me when he exits the room. I can see how flared up his neck fur is as he leaves. I can't help but scratch my cheek. I'm really out of practice. I thought that was an okay response. Don't blame yourself. Your feelings towards the situation are valid. Aaron is just worried about Xavier. Vina nods solemnly. I lean back. I guess I should keep what I know about Xavier a secret, for the time being. Vito grabs my attention as I close their notebook. I think we've had a little too much excitement for one morning. Whether or not you say you're fine, I think it's best if we take a break. Whatever you say. You're a doctor after all. So are you, Dr. Cyrus. Oh yeah, I guess I am, huh? I'm not sure I qualify as one anymore. Doubt they'll accept my excuse to get recertified. Don't worry, I'm not technically one either. In fact, I'm called a local vet more often than not. Well, if you need a test dummy to try something out, you know who to come to. It's almost too morbid, even for me. Vito lets out a mechanical chuckle. Almost. We can go over some more tests another time. We'll need to do a physical soon. Pretty sure that's something you're supposed to do at the beginning. What can I say? I'm not really a doctor after all. Fair point. This is as good a time as any to show you to your room. Please, follow me. I pick up my clothes and hold them under my arm. Are you more comfortable being an excavationist? Oh, not really. I was naked a lot at the time, so I guess I'm just used to it. I see. Follow me, Cyrus Cantwell. You can just call me Cyrus. Vita takes me down the hall, through a break room of sorts. This is the communication. I'm mainly the only one who uses it to use it, but we'll be sharing it from now on. There's another one on the other side of the building as well. It's been a while since I've cooked. Wonder what's changed. We can order pre-cooked food for you. That's what most people around here do. I take it more than just Aaron's group work here. There are a few factions, yes. Peter takes me down another unfamiliar hall. I don't know how they keep track of where everything is. Alright, this is going to be your room, for the time being. Vita takes out a card from their pocket and hands it to me, along with a piece of paper. You can use these to unlock your room. There, your keycard and passcode. Huh? Thanks. Wait, your room didn't have a keycard. Why not? That was an old medical wing I outfitted. It's not that complicated. Apparently not. I've been told you'll get an axiom soon. I also wrote my ID down. When you add it, we'll be able to communicate without being face to face. Alright. Shouldn't be too difficult. I slide the card in and put the passcode. There's an audible ding as the door slides open. My new room is pretty barren. Just a bed and a dresser, along with the new lamp. This was a storage room, so they had to move everything out before fitting you in. Again, we can order whatever you want. Kinda just want to take a nap. By all means. Vita pauses. Don't hesitate if you need anything. Have a good day, Cyrus Cantwell. Sure. See you later, Vita. As they start walking away, I close the door and take a fresh breath of air. It's stagnant. Instead of making good on my nap, I rest my back against the door and slowly side down until I'm sitting. Man, what a weird day. I look up at the ceiling. More and more it starts to set in. Maybe I should have asked Vita for more advice. Despite having come to terms with everything years ago, I feel a pit in my stomach. Something I can't identify right away. Sadness? Remorse? Anxiety? I guess it was only a little while ago. I still believe I had a place to go back to. I really am stupid. I pull my knees to my chest, opting instead to stare at the floor. I said I felt nothing, but I guess that was a lie too. I wish I could go back to feeling nothing. Right now, I feel like shit. And nothing is better than shit by a country mile. It's hard to keep track of my thoughts as I try to filter through everything. A few centuries worth of memories are bouncing around. Although I wasn't conscious most of the time, it's still a surreal feeling. I feel extremely tired. For the first time in a while, my mind is spent, despite my body being somewhat awake. I eventually get up and turn off the lights, before taking my shoes and socks off and leaving them by the door. With a bit of exhaustion, I make my way to my new bed. Might as well test it out. I try to get comfortable, but don't crawl into the blankets just yet. It's alright, I guess. Doesn't compare to Aaron's bed. Or Damien's. time it is when I wake up. I could have slept for a few minutes or a few hours. All I know is that I'm thirsty. I dredge my way out of bed to go to what I assume is the bathroom. After flipping the lights on, I see it's pretty bare bones. Just a standing shower, a sink, and a toilet. Oh well, as long as it has running water. I turn on the sink faucet, which takes just a couple of seconds to spit out any water. Guess it's been a while since anyone was here. I cup my hands under the warming water before drinking it slowly. I smack my lips a few times. It tastes a bit funny, but it'll do. I'm not really in the mood to leave right now. After a few handfuls of water, I turn the lights off and head back to bed. I'm still very tired. Hi, my name is Cyrus Cantwell. How was school? Making any friends? You have to be careful, kiddo. Don't forget to feed the cats, sweetie. This problem is really hard. Hey, you're really good at guitar. You finally have a boyfriend. Tell me who. Oh, we'd love to meet Damien. We're so proud of you. Diana, do you think the song sounds okay? Wake up, babe. You slept in again. I'll be home soon, Mom. Miss you. Happy birthday, Cy. Hey, champ. Play any new games lately? I hope you're doing well, sweetie. You mean everything to me, okay? I love you, Cyrus. I have various dreams recounting the course of my life. Subconsciously, I try skipping through them like ads on a video. I don't want to remember. When I wake up again, I immediately realize that I've been out for a long time. It might even be the middle of the night at this point. Aaron never came back, I guess. With a sigh, I sit up and hold my head in one hand. I wish I could stop dreaming. I feel thirsty again, and a bit hungry. Maybe later. Really not in the mood to eat. I decide to go get some more water, and go back to sleep for the night. This goes on for the next day or so. I don't even know what at this point. All I know is every time I wake up, I feel progressively more tired. Fine by me. It helps me get back to sleep. Water doesn't taste bad anymore. In fact, it doesn't taste like anything. I don't even turn on the light anymore. The dark is nice. Being so far underground has its perks. No way for sunlight to get in. I'm not sure why I'm letting myself feel comfortable down here. I can't escape the thought in the back of my head. The more I fall asleep, the more I hope I don't wake up. I get back to bed, still not covering up. I rest my hands on my chest. My ribs feel even more pronounced. Oh well. I sit and fall back asleep. Maybe this will be the last time. We'll see, I guess. It hurts to open my eyes. I'm even starting to feel dizzy, like a bad hangover or something. All I've had is water, so it's not that. I shake my head and try to get rid of it, which only makes me feel even more woozy. I don't have time to figure it out, as I hear a knock coming from the door. Who could that be? Vita? Cyrus? Cyrus, are you there? Oh, it's just Aaron. With some effort, I get up. My bones start to pop as I shuffle to the door. I have to squint to adjust to the hallway lights. My ears ring. It takes a second before I can understand what Aaron's saying. There you are. Vita said they brought you here. Oh, yeah. Just a little while ago. What's up? A little while ago? Cyrus, what's going on? Nothing. I've just been sleeping. I was pretty tired. Cyrus, It's been over a day since we last saw each other. It's almost 5 o'clock. Really? It didn't feel that long. Do you mind if I come in? Not really. Help yourself. I move out of the way to let them through. Thanks. Uh, where's your shirt? I sluggishly shrug. My motor functions are definitely suffering. It's more comfortable like this. Why? What's up? Oh, nothing. Just thought you preferred to be covered up. Oh, yeah. I guess that was the point of the turtleneck, huh? Not really. If you want, I can put it back on. No, no. I just want to make sure you're comfortable. I casually stretch. Yeah, it's pretty comfortable. Beats being stuck in a container unit all day. Yeah. He looks worried for some reason. Did you need something? Not in particular. Well, actually, that's not true. He sighs with exasperation. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I was embarrassed over how I snapped at you the other day. Did he? I guess he did get a little upset, but I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Oh, there's nothing to apologize for. I didn't think much of it. Well, still, I want to be sensitive to what you're going through. I don't want you to get the impression that I'm only thinking about myself. I raise my hand in protest. I've never had that idea of you, Aaron. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. I close my eyes and think back to when he rescued me from Resume. I was barely lucid as he carried me on his back, but I'm pretty sure he protected me as best he could. That is until... Oh, wait. I suddenly reach to the back of my head and start to prod around. There are a few lumps there that shouldn't be. What's wrong? Oh, I think I just need to ask Vita for some help later. I see. Well, I brought you something that should make your life easier. Oh, what's that? Aaron finally gets his usual smile back and he takes out his axiom. He flips to the inventory sphere and produces something shiny and cylindrical. I present your very own axiom. It's called the Computer Alpha Integrated Version 0.1. We call it Kai for short. He presents it to me with a little bit of flair. I completely forgot about that. It almost makes me feel excited. It's a lot bigger than other models I've seen. Are you sure you want to give this to me? I'm not really sure I deserve it. Nonsense. Like I said before, I think it was meant for you. Really, and it's no big deal. If you say so. Well, thank you, Aaron. I'll try not to break it or anything. I'd like to see you try. It's really something else, like someone I know. I'm not sure really how to use it, but I'm sure you're smart enough to figure it out. Something's off with the speech. I think he's trying to come off as overtly jovial. I think he's trying to cheer me up. You really shouldn't be worried about me this much. I should try to play along at the very least. I didn't live long enough to let my brains turn to mush. How hard can it be? Aaron looks a bit confused. That's the spirit. He shakes it off, pointing at my arm. Here, hold out your arm. I'll attach it to you. I hold out my left arm. Oh, wait. Are you left-handed? Not really. I think I'm ambidextrous, but I've probably forgotten how to use my other hand like that. Why? Oh, duh. We want to attach this to your dominant hand. Really? That sounds counterintuitive. Want to be awkward to type with? A bit, but this model is specifically meant for your dominant hand. I'm sure you'll adapt to it in no time. Aaron holds out his wrist with his axiom. These models are useful, but they're not suited for everything. He shifts his attention back to the one he's holding. We got this because we had missions at the manufacturer's laboratory. They were grateful enough to they outfitted us with axioms along with a few extra goodies. Sounds like y'all do amazing work. Hope I won't be in the way. Aaron coughs. You won't be. We'll make sure you're safe and sound, no matter what. Just don't let me distract you, alright? Yeah. Anyway, he holds out the device for me to look at. Besides being silver, there's nothing else to comment on. I recommend you look away while we put it on. It's not very pleasant. I cock my head at him. Aaron, I'm sure I can handle it. I slowly turn to show him my ports, indicating that I've been through some shit already. Fair enough. Don't say I didn't warn you. I casually hold up my right arm. How much more trouble can my hubris get me into? Maybe it's just curiosity. But I want to see how this plays out. Aaron slides one finger down the bottom of the device, causing it to open. Aaron completely calms himself. Ready? Yeah, go for it. Aaron takes a breath before sliding the machine over my wrist. Almost instantly, it clamps down on me. It isn't long until I feel a sensation I haven't felt in a long time. Metal digging underneath my skin. I'm surprised there's no blood. This technology's pretty amazing, although I could do without the sounds of machinery tearing through my skin. Aaron doesn't seem to hold the process in esteem like I do. The metal feels warm as it starts to wrap around my muscles. The axiom starts to glow a verdant shade of green before altering its shape and size. It reaches from my wrist to the middle of my forearm. It reminds me of an arm brace, a really expensive one. Soon afterwards, two slits start to etch themselves on the top side in the form of a cross. The glowing recedes as the axiom settles down. It's not as warm as it was. It's rather cool to the touch. I can move my wrist without feeling restrictive. It fits perfectly. Huh? See? That wasn't so bad. Told you I'd be fine. Aaron just looks at me with a somber expression. What? Did I do something wrong? Cyrus, there's something I'd like to do. It might be weird, might be a little weird, so I'd understand if you said no. Oh, what is it? Aaron's tail flicks behind him. Do you mind if I give you a hug? Huh? Is that all? No, I don't mind at all. What brought this on? I'm cut off as I'm almost completely enveloped by him. He's holding me close and tight. My shortness of breath clues me in that he's not holding back. Cyrus, I know you've been through a lot. More than anyone ever, I'm pretty sure. The fact that you're still here is a testament to how strong you are, but... I can feel him shudder when he starts to stroke my back. I don't interrupt him. I know you can't feel pain. They made sure they could be as efficient as possible with you to produce the results they wanted. Even so, it's okay if you're hurting, Cyrus. You have people who want to help you now. I know we haven't known each other very long. I know we haven't known each other for long, but I can just see it in your eyes. Aaron starts to stroke my back, the back of my head, and chuckle a bit, albeit with some hiccups. You're not as good as an actor as you think you are. It's clear to anyone how hard this is for you. I don't want you thinking that you should just bottle all of this up. I want to help you through this, however I can. I can feel a bit of rumbling in his chest. It reminds me of someone I loved who's no longer here. It feels really warm. Instinctually, I raise my arms around him, embracing him in turn. Damn this tiger. It's been centuries since I've shed a tear, let alone this many. I don't know how long we stay like this. My sense of time's been screwed up for a while. Aaron eventually pats my back and slowly lets go. I try not to make it obvious that I was suffocating, but I didn't want to let go. Sorry. I know that was sudden. It's okay, Aaron. I think I needed that. I used my thumb to wipe my right eye clean. I really appreciate everything you've done for me. I probably seem distant and all, but Cyrus, you've been through something traumatic. A lot of things, in fact. I'm not gonna hold it against you if you're feeling mixed up about everything. However, He starts to rub the top of my head. I will get mad if you keep it to yourself. Let us help you, alright? Aaron looks at me with those gentle eyes. I think back to the nurses of Resume, and how many of them didn't even look at me. Not directly, anyway. Yeah, I might need help getting help. If that makes sense. Of course it does, Cyrus. We'll be with you every step of the way. I promise. I can't even remember the last time I felt this whole. Thank you, Aaron. I really, really mean it. I can't deny that I'm a broken mess of a person, but the fact that there's someone out there who wants to help me is all I need. I can tell that you mean it. Like I said, you're not the best actor. I'm just out of practice. Right. He gives my head 2 more pats before retracting his paw. Speaking of, what's going on? You've looked a bit out of it since I walked in. As if on cue, my exposed stomach starts to growl. I rub the back of my head with a bit of shame. Well, I guess I am a bit hungry. When was the last time you ate? He has a serious look on his face. It makes me feel even more ashamed. When was the last time we had dinner together? What? I nearly stumbled backwards at the sudden exclamation, but managed to catch myself. Cyrus, that was almost 3 days ago. Was it? Aaron huffs as he pulls up his axiom, about to type something. Okay, I'll yell at you later. We gotta get you something to eat. I'll run home and grab you something. He mumbles under his breath. Should have waited before giving you the axiom. He hesitates for a moment, and then he sighs. I should really give you a punishment for making me worry, but I think you really need something nice after everything. Have you remembered any of your favorite foods? It's been so long. What were they? Oh, I know. Have you heard of carbonara? My mom used to make it for special occasions, with lots of bacon in it. Mom used to make it the best. I've never heard of it. I'll do some research and see what I can do. Oh yeah, here's my ID. Aaron fishes out a slip of paper from his pocket and hastily gives it to me. Want some help with your axiom before I go? I hold up my right arm to get a good look at it. I can see my expression in its reflection. Maybe later. I think I need to take a minute for myself before worrying about it. By all means. I'll be back in an hour or so. Rest up, Cyrus. I will. Thank you, Aaron. Good. I'll see you soon. I plop my butt on the bed. Sounds like a plan. I'll let you know if anything comes up. You better. Aaron's tail swishes happily as he makes his way out of the room, but not before waving at me. I give a small smile and wave back. Once the door closes, I look down at my pillow Once the door is closed, I look at the pillow to my left and immediately flop onto it. I'm still tired, but I'm looking forward to waking up this time. Oh, I'm sorry. Basically, Aaron's just mad that we haven't eaten. Oh, shit. Come on, Cyrus. Don't leave me hanging. Play it for me. I'm trying to, differentiate him and Axel's voice. Damien and I are sitting on his bed back home. He bounces excitedly next to me, causing the bed to creak as it moves. Hey, calm down. You know I'm pretty shy about performing. It's been a while since I played guitar in front of anyone, let alone sing. You should have thought about that before hyping me up so much. All I did was say I wrote something for you. And no one has ever done that for me before. Of course I'm excited. He's radiating optimism. He's always been pretty supportive of my creative adventures. I figured since his birthday is around the corner, I'd try to write him something. Well, just know that it's not finished yet. I'll show you what I've got. It's just some lyrics and some chords. That's way more than I could ever hope to manage. Last time you tried to explain your process, my head started spinning. It took me a while to figure it out, mainly because I learned between schoolwork. I'm glad you did. We wouldn't have met otherwise. I pushed my glasses up to hide the fact that I'm blushing. He's right. I had a free afternoon near the end of my undergraduate career. I brought out the guitar to play in a secluded part of campus. There's a small garden by the track in the field that no one really knows about. Damien was out on the run for that afternoon, and he caught me playing. Then we started talking, and well, I can't help but smile. Alright, you ready? Damien stops his bouncing and gives me his full attention. Absolutely. I take a deep breath before tuning my guitar. I give a few strums, and then clear my throat. I've been wondering what happens at the end of time. Was it all for nothing? Was there any point? I haven't been able to resist the temptation, finding out. Yet there's you, even when it fades. You believe in us after eternity. I hope I'll see you until it all turns to nothing. Even if we're like shooting stars across the empty sky. God, I'm gonna fucking cry again. Jesus Christ. It's like 3 times already. An annoying beeping starts. Is that my alarm? Wait, no. I don't have an alarm clock yet. Groggily, I sit up. My axiom is making some kind of noise. How the hell do I turn it off? I start waving my hand over it a few times. Eventually, a screen pops up. It's a lot less staticky than the other ones I've seen. It's completely transparent. Greetings, operator. Synchronization is complete. Current synchronization rate, 67%. What are your orders? It's like I can hear it in my head. Nothing. Stand by, I guess. Affirmative. And just like that, the screen fades back inside. What a weird way to wake up. I lie back down and stare at the ceiling. It's been a while since I had such a clear dream of the past. I wonder if moving on for the second time will be harder than the first. Maybe I should start a dream journal. Could be a good way to process everything. I hold up my arm, looking at my axiom. I'm sure there's something on this thing that resembles a notepad. I zero in on my expression one more time. My bangs are getting long again. I'll need to find someone to help me cut them. Hard to believe my hair was ever brown. Now that I'm awake, I might as well figure out my axiom some more. I sit up and look it over. Despite being embedded in my skin, it's not uncomfortable. I have full mobility, for the most part. It feels like a little tight if I flex my wrist, but that's about it. I swipe my hand over and try to activate it, assuming it turns on like the others I've seen. Thankfully, the lines etched into the metal start to light up almost instantly. I'm greeted with a much different screen than any others I've seen on other axioms. It's much clearer, almost like glass. A clear-cut border surrounds the whole thing. Everything seems to be in color, despite being translucent. I'm gonna butcher this word, and I'm so sorry. Are the opacity settings to your liking? I hear that strange robotic voice in my head again. Sure. Sensing doubt. Recalibrating. The screen becomes much less translucent. It's almost like a floating tablet screen. Are the opacity settings now to your liking? I'm starting to get a headache from all this. Aaron didn't mention an AI. How are you talking inside my head? Apologies, operator. After running diagnostics, you are found not be my former user. Would you like a walkthrough of my capabilities? Who was your former user? I'm sorry, operator, but that's classified information. What the? Maybe later. I just want to look through it myself. Is there internet? Unfamiliar with the term. Please elaborate. Oh yeah, I guess the internet's no longer a thing. What do they use now? Sensing operator intent. Would you like to open the gate? The what? Oh, that's what they call it. Duh. About a decade ago, some scientists were talking about how nice it was to have something like the internet again. I guess this thing can read my thoughts. It's kind of weird. Would you like to turn off mental link? I answered without hesitating. Yes, please. Understood. Bzz. The voice is now coming from the device itself. If you'd like to turn mental link back on, simply head to the settings. Much better. My stomach starts to growl again. I should have checked the time before falling asleep. How long has it been? I try to find a clock on this thing. It's a few minutes till 5 p.m. Okay, good. I didn't sleep too long this time. I get a piece of paper with Aaron's ID. I'm not sure if it's because of the lack of food in my stomach, but it's really hard to read this. His handwriting is atrocious. Kai? Yes, operator. How do I input someone's ID? One moment. Without me lifting a finger, a keyboard screen pops up with the keypad. A screen pops up with the keypad. Okay, this thing is pretty neat. It takes me a few tries to input the code correctly. Eventually, a name pops up. Aaron Cosmos. It's a bit finicky to type with my left hand, but I eventually managed to send a message to him. I think I got this to work. Let me know, I guess. I slide the screen away, entering the main interface. It reminds me of a tablet from back in the day. Soon, a notification pops up. I click the button, revealing a message from Aaron. Looks like it. I was just about to head over. I think I figured out how to make the dish you asked about. I'll see you in the break room soon, okay? I wait a minute before responding. I hope this thing doesn't have read receipts, but I remember my IM etiquette. Sure, I'll be there in a sec. After I send the message, I try sliding the screen away. It takes me a few tries, but I can't deny how cool it is. I get up from the bed. I'm still a bit woozy, but I persevere. I make my way to the bathroom, flicking on the lights. My eyes strain to adjust. I smile sadly at myself in the mirror. Man, I look like crap. I wash my face before heading out, grabbing my turtleneck and sliding it on for the first time in days. Yeah, definitely feels a bit more loose. Oops. It fits a little oddly over the axiom. I'm not sure how I'll use it. I'll ask Aaron to bring me some of the clothes he ordered. Maybe I'll wear a t-shirt. I could try to rock a tank top like Damien used to wear. I turn off the lights before leaving my room. Thankfully, my room isn't too far from the break room. It takes me a little longer than I'd like just to walk over. I can smell something good around the corner, making my mouth water. I pick up my old man pace and make my way inside. Aaron is already planning what looks like a good recreation of carbonara. Hey there, dinner's almost ready. How are you feeling? Out of habit, I almost say I'm fine, but honestly, I could be better. Looking forward to eating something. I give him a sheepish smile, and he responds with a warm smile of his own. Good thing I bought plenty. You can have as much as you want. Thank you. I appreciate it. Aaron pulls up a chair for me. Of course. Here, I'll get you some water. I nod as I look over the plate in front of me. The spices smell a bit different, but it smells good. Guess I don't even know how Mom made it. I can't even tell if I'm shaking from excitement or from the lack of eating anything. Probably the latter. My hand is trembling as I try to scoop up some pasta with my fork. It's really, really good. How is it? It's my first time, so go easy on me. It's amazing, Aaron. That's all I can say before taking another forkful. Definitely getting some bacon in there. I guess that's still around. Thank God. I'm happy to hear it. So tell me, what's been going on? He casually pulls up a chair across from me and starts eating his own meal. Well, I've been having these dreams lately. I think we're done with Arc 2. Arc 2. End. Honestly, this was the hardest arc to make it through, if I'm being totally honest. Even after what happened with Lance, I thank you guys for the patience. I didn't think I'd be able to read it. A few days have gone by since I've settled in the underground base. For the most part, everything's rather quiet. I've seen the crew passing now and then. Since they don't live here, I shouldn't expect to see them all the time. I messaged Vita the other night about the device that was on the back of my head. Not entirely sure what it was, but I do know that it exploded. It's been years. Maybe it was a tracker of some kind, or an emergency kill switch. Whatever it was, the shock of the explosion is probably the cause of my amnesia. There's definitely still some bits in there. I want to get them out just in case there's anything that they could track me with. Despite the urgency, Vito wasn't able to operate until today. They said that there was some more supplies they needed to make sure it went smoothly. I hope it does. I want to put current as far as behind me as possible. Or rather, resume, I guess. I slide on my Axiom to read my previous messages with Vita. They said they can do it about 10 a.m. today, so in about 15 minutes, I continue to walk the many halls of the base. This has been the only exercise I've had as of late, but it's not bad. I've gotten lost once or twice, but I think I'm figuring it out. A couple of times I came across people I've never met. Most of them were nice, some skeptical. They were curious though. I always had to introduce myself. A lynx came up behind me yesterday and pulled my hair. They didn't think it was real. It was a bit off-putting, but I've been through worse. Oh, that's kind of rude. I turned the corner to the break room to grab some water. After so many surgeries, I learned to stay hydrated beforehand. My Axiom beeps. It's Vita. They say they're ready to go now. I chug my water and head down to the old medical ward. Vita has me in the same spot as the other day, but not before handing me a cup of tea. How long have you been out of Resume? About a week and a half, I think. That's a pretty long time. If the device in your head left some kind of tracker, I'm sure they would have discovered you by now. They put on a pair of rubber gloves. Even so, better safe than sorry. Agreed. How do you want to do this, though? I have some special equipment in the corner we'll use, tailor-made for residents such as ourselves. Vita slides on their Axiom. They type slowly. I'm having the dragon come over soon. He knows more about the tech than I do. Ring, right? Vita nods. When you finish your tea, we can get started. Vita, it's still boiling hot. Did I stutter? Can you even do that without that? Can you even do that with that throat replacement? I can give you one if you want to find out. I start sipping the tea a little faster. I know it doesn't hurt, but I'd rather not kill my taste buds, thank you. I like how everyone has like a different colored Axiom. That's freaking dope. Vita has me sit in a strange looking chair. It's almost like a throne, with the weird protrusion along the back. I know it's been a while, but we're going to use your ports during the surgery. I start to stretch my back, popping some of my spine. How do you want to handle the anesthetic? Or lack thereof? Vita sighs to their nose. I know you can't feel any pain, but I will strap your legs and arms down during the process. That makes sense. Don't want any random spasms. Indeed. I have to say, it's refreshing to work with someone so experienced. It's probably a good thing that you didn't come across people like me very often. Vita nods solemnly. Shall we get started then, Cyrus Cantwell? I make my way to the chair, chipping my shirt off. Sure, hopefully this is one of the last procedures I have this century. I'll make sure it's as comfortable as possible. I appreciate it, Doctor. I carefully look down in the strange-looking chair. Vita straps my legs and arms to a wooden frame. How's that? For being tied down, not too bad. Good. I'll insert the serum now. By all means. It's a new formula I came up with. This is a treatment we're going to have you start regardless. They put in the first tube. Now that's the feeling I'll never forget. Cool and thick liquid being pumped directly into my back. The goal is to jumpstart your bodily functions to operate naturally again. They stunted your growth in order to keep you at your prime as long as possible. Vita inserts the second and third tubes. It tingles, but that's about it. It feels kind of good. Familiar even. If you're lucky, you'll be able to go on living the rest of your natural life. That is, if you maintain treatment for the years to come. Whatever you say, Doc. You truly are strange, Cyrus Cantwell. Don't I know it? He starts to slowly lean me back. The tubes start to retract enough so that I'm sitting somewhat comfortably against this contraption of a chair. Vita looks at me before parting the hair on the back of my head. Near the skin, there's definitely a sign of infection and abscesses. Also, I apologize, not a medical professional. I am not going to be able to read half of these terms. I'm sure my hair got tangled up in there while it was healing, which doesn't help. I see. I'll need to shave some of this off in order to get started. Be careful. It took me years to grow it this long. I'll see what I can do. Vita uses scissors to cut away clumps of tangled hair surrounding the area. It's tricky. I don't want to disturb the infections, but I'll need to shave it down somehow. Just do what you gotta do, I guess. Vita doesn't reply, as they cut away more. After a few minutes, I hear an electronic razor start. It's honestly a bit bittersweet to lose some of my hair. It's grown on me. Literally. I breathe through my nose as Vita tilts my head down further. They carefully rub the exposed skin with what I assume is some kind of alcohol. Stay still. I'm going to cut open into the skin now. It's been a while since a surgery made me unsure. I don't remember the last time I've gotten an infection. I can tell when they pierce the skin by the feeling of something viscous and warm dripping down my neck, slowly trailing down my back. The stench of rotting skin and fermented pus soon hits my nose. My eyes water and my stomach churns. I'm glad you let me know about all of this. Who knows what could have happened if we left it like this? Is it really that bad? Shh, I need to focus. I spread my hands out in silent protest. Who was the one who started this conversation? Besides the sound of clumpy pus dripping down my back, it's pretty quiet. Eventually, I can feel them digging under my skin. Every so often, I hear the clink of metal behind me. Must be pulling out machine bits now. My head starts to get woozy as Vita continues digging. Pain or not, my brain is registering some sort of discomfort over being prodded at. Eventually, I hear the door open. Who is that? Vita doesn't respond, just keeps my head down. Hey, Vita, you in here? I can hear Vita exhale loudly. Yes, I'm behind the curtain. I'm kind of busy. Come back later. I'm almost done. I'm busy later. You told me to come here at this time anyway. What are you even doing in here? It reeks. I can hear him open up the curtain behind me. Vita stops working for a moment. It's uncomfortably quiet now. Hello. The sound of a half dragon expelling everything from their stomachs fills the room before he runs out and slams the door shut. At the very least, he covered up the stench of the pus. It does churn my stomach, making me spit up into my lap. For fuck's sake. I try to spit out everything. You're telling me. Vita cleans up everything before finishing up the surgery. They weren't kidding. It was pretty much done when Ring showed up. Afterwards, I sit on the bed by their desk again, sipping some more tea. They sewed all the wounds shut rather well. I move my hand and feel the shaved part of my head. The sutures are cleanly lined up. Damn, Doc. For someone without a degree, you did well with these. I've unfortunately had a lot of practice. I just wish the dragon waited a bit longer. Speaking of... Vita takes out the axiom once more and clumsily types on it. I'll never get used to this thing. It's probably blood and like the pus and the infection, because remember, he said it was like really, really smelly. So I think with me, I have a weak stomach. So like if I smell something bad and then I were to see someone getting operated on, I'd probably puke too. Soon after, Ring appears. I almost don't recognize him. It must be because his hair's down. Oh, he looks cute. Are you done yet? Yes, took a while to clean up everything though. You should have warned me. What do you think it means when a doctor is busy behind a curtain? Anyway, the dragon rolls his eyes before locking them on me. He looks a bit stunned and doesn't say anything for a moment. Uh, hey, you. What? He already looks annoyed. We're staring at me. Lucky you. What do you want me to look at, Vita? Vita takes off the surgical mask before grabbing the items in question. They were embedded in Cyrus's skull. We just want to make sure there's nothing to worry about. Ring looks at them before looking towards me, more specifically, the side of my head. His expression softens for a moment. And then he ties his hair back and sits down with the tray of bits and pieces. I try playing with the sutures, but Vita quietly smacks my hands away. Stop it! Sorry. Ring is focused on one piece in particular. It's bigger than the rest. What's wrong? Well, it definitely doesn't have any way to get a signal anymore, but it's possible there's some data on this chip. Data? What the hell did they put in his head? And all the way they used to track ID residents. And why did it explode? No idea. I assume because he got far enough away from any active facilities. Probably an obsolete security measure. Oh yeah, I remember that now. That was the surgery I had when I still got anesthesia. Never really knew much about it though. Well, it wasn't used much as far as I know. We might be able to get some information from this. Data could track it. I say we're in the clear. Ring pulls his hair down before taking his axiom out and digitizing the bits and pieces. I assume it's alright for me to take these? You already did. Thank you for your service as usual, Vita. Ring says sarcastically. Speaking of... His attention turned towards me again. How are you doing, Cyrus? He's not looking at me when he asks. Well, you know, still alive, I guess. That's something. He looks like he's struggling to ask something. We haven't seen each other much since you got here. Been kinda busy at home. Do you remember everything? I do, yeah. Ring looks at you for a moment before shutting his eyes. You got your axiom, right? Yeah, right here. I lift my arm to show him. He looks at it with some scrutiny. Never seen that model before. Axel gave it to you? Oh, right, he wanted this one. Yeah, Aaron gave it to me a few days ago. Ring's eyes go wide. He really told you his name, huh? He did. Let me register myself in your axiom. Ring sits next to me and pulls up his own axiom screen before gesturing me to do the same. I pull it up and show him. I can tell from his expression he knows exactly what my axiom is now. That's the model he gave you? He's trying, but failing to suppress his growl. I don't know how I'm supposed to calm him down. Yeah, he said it'd be kind of a good fit for me. To my surprise, Ring just rolls his eyes instead of pressing further. I knew he was corny, but this is ridiculous. What do you mean? Here, slide to the ID screen. Since we have our axioms on next to each other, we can add each other like this. Oh, okay. Not long after, I see Ring. No. Who is this? Is this your profile? Yes, it is. If you tell anyone my name, I will kill you. Vita interjects on the other side of the room. I'm sure Titania would take that well. Shut up, or you'll be joining him. Vita sips their tea quietly in response. I don't know much about this model, but I can try to help if you need anything. Sure, I appreciate it. Anyway, please just call me Ring outside of the base. I don't like telling people my name for a reason. I think he's being sincere. I'll do my best. Should I make a code name for myself? Wouldn't hurt, but I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a while before you're allowed to be up on your own. You need the rest. Don't worry, that's all I've been doing as of late. Ring gets up. Good. I need to get back home. I got a repair call earlier that I want to take care of. I'll see you around then. Okay, so he's warming up to us. Dragon nods before making his way out of the room, much more elegantly this time around. He seems nice. Right. Oh? What the hell? Oh, is this Axel's bar? How many days have I been stuck in this shithole? 3? 4? I don't even remember at this point. It's all blending together. It's just a lot of drinking and pissing. Not much else. Not like I could do anything else if I tried. Oh, this is not... Okay, hold on. Hold on. I need to figure out who this is real quick, and then once I figure this out... Oh! Okay! Hold on. Okay, I know who this is. How many days have I been in this shithole? 3? 4? I don't even remember at this point. It's all blending together. Just a lot of drinking and pissing. Not much else. Not like I could do anything if I tried. Finally found a bar who'd let a bum like me in. It's pretty grimy, but at this point, I'll take what I can get. I swirl my 5th bottle of beer in my hand. It's murky and brown. Not very appetizing. Doesn't taste good either. That's all I can afford. Wait, can I afford it? I pilfer through my pockets, my swollen eye making it hard to navigate. Fuck me. They even took what little cash I had on me. Hey, barkeep. Mind if I start a tab? I think I left my wallet at home. Are you serious? I don't want that expired shit on my sales record. Just take it and be quiet about it. I lazily gesture my bottle to him. Cheers then. He doesn't even look at me as I drink his rotten inventory. Guess I don't blame him. Doubt I'm fun to look at right now. Looking around this dingy establishment, my gaze eventually stops on a framed mirror on the wall. How tacky. I raise my paw to my ear. Looks like it's missing another chunk. Oh well. Doesn't hurt anymore, at least. I stupidly try to inspect my puffed eye. Even just grazing makes me breathe hard through my teeth. Fuck, that hurts. It crosses my mind that I could pour some of this piss in a bottle on it. It has to have some alcohol, right? Nah, probably just get even more infected. I was staying the night in Green before making my way back to Tensia to buy some stuff. Made it to Dornwich today, thinking it'd be a lot more bearable without Schmidt skulking around. Still can't believe those bastards set me up like this. Clement is probably living it up after getting away, taking everything from me in turn. Wasn't able to contact him before those goons jumped me and took all my shit. Them and their ugly ass uniforms. Didn't even say a word, just dropped me to the ground, hard. Oh shit, so he got jumped immediately after selling us. When I woke, I could barely see anything out of my left eye. All I had left on me were my clothes and a small pistol. They took my axiom and rifle too. Here I thought my life couldn't get any lower. At least I can try to drink it all away. Definitely a healthy way to cope with everything. I down my bottle, nearly slamming it against the bar once I finish. If you leave a dent, I will kick your ass. I'm sure you will. Can I get another? Whatever, man. He slides one across the bar. I'm so plastered I actually fall off my stool trying to grab it. For fuck's sake, that's it. I'm cutting you off. I'll just throw the rest of it away. I'm flat on the ground again. The ceiling looks hazy. I just breathe through my nose. Everything feels numb again. Is it even worth going on anymore? Not even sure I want to go through the trouble of drinking through my depression again. I slowly sit up, looking around as if I just woke up. Wonder how Cyrus is doing. Bet Resume is treating him like royalty. He just has to do a surgery now and then and he gets whatever he wants. Wish I was a born carrier. Sounds like a sweet deal to me. Although, if my parents didn't even want me, doubt someone else would either. It must be, I must be drunk if I'm thinking about them, whoever they are. Cyrus was able to remember some stuff about his parents. They must have meant a lot to him. Who am I kidding? They're probably torturing him as we speak. The ports on his back led me to believe he's been through extensive body modifications. He was a lot more important than they told me. And they still had the nerve to take everything from me. I should have just taken him and ran. I get myself back on my feet, but not before stumbling. Where the hell did that bottle go? I find it knocked over on the floor. It takes all my concentration not to fall over before picking it up again. To my surprise, someone else picks it up before I can grab it. Wow, people still drink this stuff? Back off, it's mine. Trust me, I'm not interested whatsoever. Here, I'll even open it for you. Without any effort, the stranger pops open the bottle on the side of the bar. Didn't even leave a scratch. It's a weasel! Takes me a moment before I can see the sky clearly. Looks like a weasel, or a ferret. I can never tell the difference. He's wearing an expensive looking outfit, complete with a jacket and nice pants. Wait, is that a pocket watch in his jacket? Who uses those anymore? My name is Artemis. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Krager. I start to sober up. Look, I'm not really in the mood for a fight. I don't have any money or valuables. Artemis chuckles. That makes me already want to clock in. I think you're misunderstanding me. I actually came to return something to you. Yeah, right. You really are as abrasive as they say. Glad our informants aren't completely useless. He's not good at hiding his disdain. But that might be what he's going for. The weasel has a pretentious aura around him. What is it you want from me? That all depends on what you're willing to do. From what I know of you, you're not afraid to get your hands dirty. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, you can have this back. He fishes something out of his coat pocket. I nearly jump when he pulls my axiom out. Where did you get that? From some subordinates I recently fired. I assume you want it back. And don't worry about your rifle. It's safe and tucked away in the trunk of my car, if you still want it. I don't need to be completely sober to figure out what he just said. This guy's from Mizoom, and I'm guessing a higher up. He certainly looks slimy enough to work for them. Alright, what's going on here? I've had it up to here with you people. And who could blame you? As I've said, I've already let go of the members who assaulted you. I offer my deepest apologies. Artemis lowers his head while offering my axiom. His heart rate's pretty calm. I don't think he's trying to set me up. I quickly snatch it from him and set it back on my arm. I'm thankful that it turns on without a problem. Disregarding the weasel for a moment, I flip through the screens. Yep, money is still there. He wasn't lying to me. Alright, now tell me, what do you really want? I'm not exactly the biggest fan of Resume right now. Again, who could blame you? I assure you that I come with answers to everything that happened as of late. Right. How'd you even know where to find me? Like I said, our informants aren't entirely useless. We figured you wouldn't have gotten far without your axiom. I huff in annoyance. You're gonna tell me what's been going on? Absolutely. I believe that there was a misunderstanding. Or rather, there better be a misunderstanding. His voice trails off into something I can only describe as cold. I should attempt to take him seriously. Meaning? Do you recognize any of these people? He pulls out his fancy schmancy axiom and projects very clearly. Clearly enough, I can easily make out Aaron and Kanto. Seeing them is enough to get my hackle up, and a growl escapes my throat. Where was this taken? I take it you're familiar then? Of course I am. That fat piece of shit threw me out with that smarmy dragon, only laughed. What Was the stupid bitch who blew her arm off not around? I can still remember their faces as they threw me off from the in-vehicle, leaving me practically naked and alone to fend for myself. Please, calm yourself, Mr. Krager. I just need to confirm some information. Is that right? What then? He raises a brow at me. I think he rolls his eyes before continuing. I take it you're not on good terms. Fuck no. That makes my job easier. I'm not sure if you picked up on it, but I'm a recruitment officer for Resume, specifically for the militia we're building. Great. Now if I don't follow along, you'll have me killed for knowing classified information. Hopefully, we won't need to resort to something so savage. I promise that if you hear me out, we won't hold it against you if you decline. Decline what exactly? I want you to come work for us. Now it's my turn to roll my eyes. And why would I do that? Why wouldn't you? All you have to do is give us your information on Aaron and Kanto, along with your experience in that shit stain of resistance, and you'll be rewarded handsomely. Oh no! My fur starts to settle back down. I know what these fuckers are capable of. I want Aaron and the rest of them to get payback for what they've done, and yet, I look away for a moment to think. Artemis keeps going. Cyrus Cantwell was taken by them. That gets me to whip my head back. Seriously? Indeed. Clement was killed in the process. In fact, that's why his group attacked you. They thought you were part of an elaborate setup to help Aaron's faction. As if I'd help. That gives me confidence that you're just what we're looking for. I heard you've got a quite keen nose. I've heard you have quite a keen nose. Probably would work a lot more if it wasn't smashed in. I am deeply sorry about that. As an act of goodwill, we can go to the hospital in Tensia. I will personally pay for your medical bills. No strings attached. I'm still hesitating to accept him on words alone. He gave me my axiom back, but that was mine to begin with. I shouldn't thank him for something like that. My eye throbbing almost begs me to accept the offer, though. We'll talk more at the hospital, then. Happy to be of service, Mr. Krager. Just call me Lance. Oh, shit. Okay. I stare at myself in the bathroom mirror over again. It's been a day since my surgery with Vita, and for whatever reason, I feel a little agitated still. The sutures aren't super noticeable. They blend in well enough with the shaved hairs. But I can't get over the blatant chunk missing from the back of my head. Vita went too far with the razor. They shaved far enough that you can see it on one side of my head. What part of my brain did they even attach it to? I'm not surprised they didn't use them much. Even with the mild discomfort, I still feel peace after the experience. Kanto confirmed that they won't be able to find me easily. That's good, at least. One thing that gnaws at the back of my mind, though. So we know Kanto, we know... Oh no! Shouldn't Lance have ratted everyone out? It would make sense for him to. I'm pretty sure he thinks they screwed him over. At the very least, he could have sold information to make a quick buck. I want to pick Aaron's brain. Although, maybe not. I'm pretty sure Lance is a sore spot for him. Kanto said he was going to be busy for a little while, despite supposedly having time off. That only leads to... I click the lights and head to my bedroom to message Aaron. Hey, Aaron. Mind giving me Rose's Axiom ID? I wanted to see if we could do some sort of physical therapy today. He doesn't respond right away. I pace around my room waiting for a while. Sorry for the holdup. I wanted to ask her if it's okay to send it. She said not right now, but she'd be happy to meet you at the base in order to take you to her gym. That okay? I try to look for the emoji section in the screen to give a thumbs up, but there doesn't seem to be one. Instead, I just reply normally. Sure, that sounds good. I want to find something to eat in the meantime. I wish I could bring something down for you, but I'm stuck at the bar and it's kind of busy here. I can try to swing by for dinner. Don't push yourself. I need to adapt to living down here anyway. Have a good day at work. Aaron sends me a picture of a heart. Wait, so there is an emoji menu? Kai, are there emojis on this thing? Kai beeps, unfamiliar with the term. They're little pictures you can send while texting. They lay one dirty little piece of... So, okay, Gallows. If Lance is gonna work for Resume, I have a question for you. Do you think he genuinely cares about Cyrus? They're little pictures you can send while texting. Kai takes a moment to respond. There is a button on the keyboard to access these emojis. Try the bottom left corner. I do as my experienced arm race commands, and sure enough, a whole slew of emojis pop up. Thank you, Kai. Kai beeps in response. I send Aaron a pink heart back. I gotta say, it's nice to be able to text after all this time. I get my socks and boots on before heading to the break room to make some breakfast. Damn, they are day drinkers. Chapter 10. Adjusting. I find some pre-made trays of food stacked in the refrigerator. Vita told me that they're rations for people wanting to save some cash. Despite being glorified TV dinners, they're actually not bad. In fact, the one I'm eating tastes pretty good. Even though it's vacuum sealed, the meat and vegetables were preserved well. The microwave-like device didn't overcook them at all either. Guess whoever runs this joint is capable of caring for their workers. I assume it's Titania. That's the name Vita name-dropped the other day. I wonder what they're like. I'd assume relatively decent if they went through all this trouble to fund a covert resistance. I look at the wall while I swirl my mashed potatoes, getting lost in thought. I really should try to find out if Kai has any sort of journal function. Boo! Rose jumps from... Oh. Shit. Okay. Hold on. Rose jumps out from below the other side of the table, causing me to sing some potatoes across. I can feel my artificially enhanced heart beating faster. Jesus, Rose. What the hell? Sorry. Just wanted to make sure you're still alive. You keep that up and I won't be. I'm not exactly young, you know. Yeah, you're like, what? A bajillion years old? Something close to like 328, I think? Glad to see your sense of humor survived this long. Not. Har har. Rose sloppily pulls up a chair and sits with me. Ooh, can I have some? No. Please. Rose, you're a big girl. You can make a tray yourself. I'm hungry. Fine. Rose starts to noisily set up her own food in the microwave. I go back to eating my own. Eventually, I sense that she's right behind me, mainly due to the fact that she starts poking my shaved head. Whoa, gnarly. You do this yourself? I can tell. She starts to feel my shaved hairs, but then I move my head away. You're not allowed to touch. Vita's orders. Oh, yikes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm still on their shit list. Is that because of the arm you broke? Fuck, is it that noticeable? Rose, you told us about it like a week ago. Oh, whoops. Yeah, my memory's not that great. I can relate. I'm kind of stunned. I barely know this woman, but it seems like we're meshing pretty well. She was kind of nice to me while transporting me. I think. I can't recall much except... Oh, right, the thing I wanted to ask. Hey, so I do have some serious things I want to talk to you about. Do you want to wait till we get to the gym? Mm-hmm. The hyena affirms with a mouthful of ham. I rest my cheek on my hand for a moment, sipping on some water. If you gave me your ID number, you could have texted me to make you one of those, you know? Rose takes a hearty sip of water before exhaling. Ha, sorry, Sai, but I still want to be at least a little bit cautious. A bit surprised Aaron gave you his one already. Kanto, too. I say it casually, but Rose still looks shocked. He did too? Yeah, he wanted to put his ID in my axiom so that we could talk if I needed him. Damn. Rose taps the table with one of her mechanical fingers. Well, maybe someday I'll give you mine. I don't really use my axiom anyway. Where is it? I don't see one. She presents her prosthetic arm. There's a port above the wrist. I get this thing repaired like once every few months. Makes using an axiom kind of annoying. I just keep everything personal to me at home. Have you thought about just taking better care of it? You'll find that I don't think about a lot of things. Fair enough. Rose finishes scarfing down her tray of food before she takes my half-eaten tray and throws them both away. I wasn't done with that. Sorry, Sai, but we got work to do. She starts gesturing for me to get up. What? Why? Your therapy, remember? Vita sent me over a good routine for you to do over the next few months. I did make some tweaks, though. She starts flexing her metal hand as if she's getting excited. I've been operated on numerous times, but this is the first time in a long while I think I felt an inkling of fear. I assume we'll head to your gym then. Yupper. Come on, let's go. Okay, give me a sec. I get up from my chair and stretch. Rose takes this opportunity to grab my hand and starts dragging me along. Hey, be careful. Unlike your arm, my arm doesn't come off easily. Oh, don't worry. We can fix that. What? I like her. She's got, like, positive energy. Rose keeps me close while we're walking through the town near the base. She made it a point that I should wear Lance's hoodie on the way. Everything okay? Just making sure only the right people see you. We're gonna head through the back. Every now and then, someone talks to her as we walk by. She keeps me on the opposite side of her, towards the walls. If this was a bad idea, we should have just done it at the base. Most of the equipment I have is here. It'd be a hassle to bring them back and forth every day. Surprised you don't have a capsule port thing here. You kidding? You know how expensive those are? Not a clue, if I'm honest. Speaking of honesty, you want some help with your hair later? It looks like shit, no offense. Her bluntness catches me off guard. I can't help but let out an exhale. That's rude, but not wrong. I used to shave my head back in the day, but that was years ago. Good thing you have me. I can handle the hair of a lot of people. I handle the hair of a lot of people at work, and some at the gym if I have time. How much do you charge? About 50 plumes, but I'll let it slide for you. You don't have to give me special treatment. I have some cash from Aaron. So, I usually do 75 plumes a session. Are you seriously trying to scam someone who barely has any money? It was worth a shot. Right. Rose starts cackling, but she takes me back to the entrance. Rose starts cackling as she takes me to the back entrance to her gym. Well, she's a hyena, so I assume they would like to make a lot of jokes. Welcome to the Inner Gym, Cyrus, run by yours truly. The hyena presents the space with a bit of pizzazz. There are a few people who look our way and wave, but most just sticking to the workout. For some reason, I start to feel anxious. Don't worry, they're harmless. Well, not entirely. They could probably rip you in half if they wanted. Okay, thanks. Rose snickers before pulling me towards another room. My office is over here. We can go over everything privately before putting you to work. Alright. Can you cool it with the yanking? I can still walk, you know. That's not what Axel told me. He said he had to carry you home the other day. Hey, come on. It was an emergency. Must have been. He's usually pretty wary about physical contact nowadays. I don't believe that in the slightest. That man has been, like, touchy-feely all over us since the day we met. Rose didn't give me a chance to ask why before she flings me into her office. Well, what do you think? She gives her office the same introduction as the gym. Jazz hands. I think I'm starting to get a headache. It looks like a normal office, albeit with some tools strewn about. Not nearly as messy as I would have thought. She has a desk with a bunch of papers on it, along with a couple of ratty couches nearby. It's an office. I don't know what you want me to say. Looks usable, I guess. Glad to hear it. It's also been vacuum sealed from the outside, so no one can hear us. Yeah? Why is that? When the gang comes in, we need a place to chat. Aaron's bar has a basement we sometimes use too. Rose leans in close to me. Sometimes we have meetings we don't want our boss to find out about. Oh. She stands straight back up and points to the axiom in her prosthetic arm. I want to give you some tips to being secret around here. Number 1. Keep in mind, the axiom has some of the best protection you'll find. Kanto tried his damnedest, but even he can't hack into it. Okay. Number 2. Keep an eye on body language. We each have a secret sign we use when we need to meet in private. Slow down. The hyena, in fact, does not slow down and continues to list off a myriad of maneuvers being outside of the base. This is not the kind of training I had in mind. I just try to nod along without interrupting. You get all that? I got like 25% of it. Better than my tests at school, at least. Don't worry, there's plenty of time. Not like you'll be out and about without us that often. How are you feeling about all this? You okay? The hyena is talking too fast. I'm starting to get a headache just from trying to understand her. Rose, are you like, okay? Me? Yeah, why? What's up? I can't tell if you're always this over-enthusiastic or if you're trying to cover up your anxiety by being so manic. That gets her to keep her mouth shut for a moment. Just a moment, though. What can I say? I just want to make sure you're okay. I thought I was, but I think I'm getting overwhelmed by everything now. Can you please go a little slower? I have some questions I want to ask you, too. Rose fidgets with her prosthetic arm. Sure. Maybe after we start working out. Why didn't you stop Lance from leaving? The hyena freezes. That's a bit complicated. Then tell me. I promise not to get mad. I'm just curious. You also didn't let Kanto or Aaron know about him. I had to tell them he was there. Rose doesn't respond right away. When she does, I'm surprised she still sounds sort of chipper. Well, I didn't want to make Aaron sad. He blames himself for what happened to both Xavier and Lance. Rose walks over to her desk, sliding her paw over it as she passes. You want to know what I think about Lance too, don't you? I do, if that's all right. I suppose you have the right to know. He did up and sell you. She starts tapping on her desk with a middle finger, which makes an unnatural unthumping sound. Ah! Compared to Kanto, or even Aaron, I don't think I necessarily hate him. Don't get me wrong, he's a piece of shit, but... She stops tapping. I think I just pity him too much to really hate that guy. He's just really pathetic. Rose turns to face me. She's smiling, but her eyes give a hint of sadness. The last time I saw him was years ago, after he sold Xavier. I was so mad that I smashed his face in. She pauses. Even then, I don't remember the last time I saw Aaron that mad. Honestly, I'm surprised Lance is still alive. I guess cockroaches really can live through anything. Did you like Xavier? Not as much as Aaron did. But yeah, I did. Xavier had really been through a lot, but he was always the first to try to smile no matter what. He really was thankful for Aaron saving him, and for us protecting him. Well, trying to protect him anyway. I give her a moment. Cyrus, I think there's something you should know about Aaron. He really loved Xavier, and Xavier loved him back. Oh! Wait, did I get it wrong? Did Aaron and Lance not date? Was it Xavier and Lance? They became inseparable. After Reggie died, I think Lance grew more and more envious of their relationship. They even moved in with each other. Rose hesitates to continue. I know you've been through a lot, maybe even more than Xavier. That's why I have a personal request. What is it? I want you to be patient with Aaron, if you can. I can already tell he's pretty protective of you. It's nearly got him in trouble with our boss. He just doesn't want another Xavier to happen. Rose scratches the back of her head. None of us do, if I'm honest. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll have you know I'm pretty good at bashing people's faces in. I don't doubt it. I do appreciate it. Although, I try to flex my twig arm. I wouldn't mind being able to protect myself if I needed to. Well, you came to the right place. But before all that, Rose pulls a chair out of her off. Rose pulls up her chair to sit at her desk. Is there anything else you want to ask? She gestured towards one of the couches. I make my way over and plop down on one. It's a bit tattered, but pretty comfortable. Oh, actually, there is. Since you mentioned Xavier. Oh yeah? What? Before I continue, I do want to make it clear that I'm not entirely sure what happened to him. However, I want your opinion on whether I should talk to Aaron about what I know. Why is that? Call it instinct, but I feel like he's the kind of guy to abandon all reason to someone in need of help. That certainly sounds like him. That's what worries me. I don't want to give him false hope only for it to be pointless. I guess that depends on what you know then, huh? Yeah. You want to tell me? It takes me a moment to answer. You trying to be like Rose? I don't think Rose is the kind of person to go around gossiping. Hell, she didn't even let the crew know about Lance. Under her rough and somewhat immature exterior, I think she's actually pretty pragmatic and cautious. She hasn't even told me her real name yet. She actively worked around having me add her to her axiom as well. Xavier might be alive, but it's a big might. I don't know where he is or what they've done to him. I close my eyes and try to focus. I remember hearing about him when Resume got him back. They mentioned taking him somewhere new, where he wouldn't be able to get out. I swallow. Somewhere that anyone who escapes can look forward to, should they be caught. That won't happen to you, Sai. We'll make sure of it. Rose tries to comfort me. I didn't realize. I'm starting to shake. I take a breath to calm myself. I hope not. Regardless, I don't want to let that fear control my life. I lean back against the couch and stare up at the ceiling. Even though my emotions are rather stunted, I want to at least try to live normally. Well, as normally as I can. Rose starts to clap, which makes me look at her. Quite the speech, Sai. It takes fortitude to still have the will to live after everything. I'm not sure if I'd go that far. Honestly, it might be more out of spite at this point. A big fuck you to Resume and whatnot. Spite is a hell of a motivator. I know I wouldn't have gotten this far without it. Oh yeah? Why is that? Well... Rose looks over the clock on the wall. That might be a story for another time. We really should get started soon. Vito will get pissed if we're just killing time like this. You're really scared of them, aren't you? Terrified, but that's what I like about them. Rose shivers playfully. You should see them when they get really mad. Actually, no, you shouldn't. I will do my best to stay on their good side then. It's harder than you think, but I wish you luck nonetheless. Rose gestures for me to go over to her. Come here. Let me put my ID in your axiom. We can chat through all hours of the night if you want. Really? Are you sure? I'm not very smart, but I like to think I have fairly good instincts. I can usually tell when people are lying or not, although Aaron's better at it than I am. You can tell people's heart rates too? Pretty much. When you were telling me about wanting to protect Aaron's feelings, I knew you were being genuine. Aaron means a lot to me, Cyrus. I don't want him to hurt anymore either. She starts gesturing me over faster. Now come on, let me show you my awesome name. I can't help but crack a smile. What a weird woman. I like her. It takes me some effort to get off the couch. I didn't realize how much I'd sunk in. Me right there. Cut this old man some slack, would you? Oh, please. We'll get some fire back in your step before you know it. She cackles to herself as I walk over. I present my axiom to her with the ID screen open. He really gave you this axiom? Oh, he really gave you his axiom? Huh. Wait, do we have Xavier's? Whose? The screen's a lot weirder than the rest I've seen. How do you add it? She ignores me as she fumbles with her own axiom. Here, I think I can do it like this. She slides her screen towards my direction, causing her profile to pop up. Now don't laugh. I know it's not the most unique name, but that's the beauty of code names, Rose says with a hint of bashfulness. Let's see. Karen Streiser. She's a Karen. No! Karen Streiser. That's me. Cool, right? You're flippy floppy, you know that? I can't really get a read on you. Sure, it's cool, I guess. Pretty, too. Ah, stop it. You're gonna make me blush. She pulls me in close so she can give me a noogie. Gotta keep you on your toes, Cyrus Cantwell. Hey, stop it. My hair's already a mess as it is. So true. After we have a good workout, let me tidy it up. The first session is on me. How kind of you. Can you let me go now? Nope. Let's go. She keeps me close as she stands up. Her abs are really, really hard. The pit of anxiety in my stomach starts to grow again. What's this crazy woman gonna have me do? So we have Karen, Kanto, and Aaron. To my surprise, Karen is actually pretty gentle with her training. She gives me some weights to try to curl and lets me rest frequently. She cheers a little too much though. The rest of the gym goers keep glancing over at me. I guess I can't blame them. Karen gave me some spare workout clothes, which makes me stand out. Just a tank top and some gym shorts. Not a very concealing outfit, which lends to the gawking. Karen snarls at them to focus on their own regimens, which gets them to stop looking. I appreciate that. By the way, why is it called the Energym? Oh, there are machines in the basement that store energy. The kinetic movement of the exercise equipment helps to charge the batteries down below. Karen points to the line working out. He's using one of those machines where you pull the line as far as you can away from the wall. A lot of the tech we have nowadays is powered by stuff like this. It's a lot cleaner, and it's not nearly as expensive as Lodestar tech. Huh? The lion working out lets go of the rope, causing it to violently fly back into the machine. He's sweating quite a lot and panting. It's pretty intense to charge certain batteries. We figured we could kill two birds with one stone by letting people work out along with making extra energy. Are there other buildings like this too? Loads. Some people even make a living just by working out like this. I see. I didn't think it was a chain. Kind of. This one is my specific property though, along with the garage next door. I was wondering what all those tools were for. I take it you're a mechanic. Sometimes, yeah. That's enough yapping though. We got work to do. Yes, ma'am. She continues to be gentle with me as she gives me gear. Not overprotective like Erin, but she's definitely aware of how much I'm able to handle. She spots me when I try to bench press around 10 pounds. It's a bit embarrassing that I can barely do that. Baby steps, I guess. Work out for a few more hours. It's honestly kind of fun and helps the time fly by. Okay, this music is also a vibe. I'm exhausted by the end of it. A good kind of exhausted. Beats being operated on, that's for sure. Karen hands me a wet towel and some water. Drink slowly. It's kind of strong. I guess it's weirdly thick water. Thanks. What is this stuff anyway? I smack my lips after taking a sip. Just a vitamin-infused blend I came up with a few years ago. It'll give you some more energy as you rest. Oh, you made this concoction? Sure did. Wow, that's impressive. What did I say about making me blush? She moves in for another noogie, but instead just goes to ruffle my sweaty hair. Vita says we should do this a few times a week. Is that alright with you? I don't see why not. It's not like I have anything planned for the immediate future. Cool. If we have time later, I can show you what I'm working on next door. Sounds like someone just wants free labor. Aw, I knew you were a smart guy. Glad you catch on fast. Right. The hyena cackles again. I can't help but chuckle under my breath. We rest for a little bit before she starts beckoning me back into her office. Oh no, What? Time for your haircut. Oh, fuck. Well, how bad could it be? With a bit of reluctance, I hobble my way over to her. We'll do it in the garage next door. That's where I keep all my equipment. I put the jacket back on with a bit of worry. Can't wait. Hey, it looks like my car. Just an older model. She's actually quite professional. Well, as professional as a barbershop can be in an auto shop, I guess. She wastes no time washing my hair before starting to trim it. Gonna get rid of all these split ends first. Did you want to try shaving the rest of it down? Honestly, I'm not sure. I haven't thought about doing my hair in quite a while. My old haircut was touching up my shaved sides. The hyena starts to dry my hair before brushing it back down. Want me to try to do that on this side at least? Just having this part shaved down is not a good look. I'm not exactly sure what the styles are in right now, as you can imagine. If you want, I could let you decide. Well, if you want to keep some length, I could just shave this side, some of the back, and trim up the bangs. Sounds like a good plan as any. Go nuts. She starts to snip her scissors with a bit of chaotic energy. Thought you'd never say so. There's some parts of me that still think this could be my most gruesome operation to date. She wastes no time getting out the razor and starts on the side of my head. Again, she's rather gentle once she actually gets to work. She makes sure to be wary of the stitches and carefully shaves around them. A familiar feeling of a shaved head starts to hit me. It's nostalgic. Karen takes a deep breath once she finishes. Whew! Remind me not to work on someone fresh out of surgery again. Don't worry, I won't tell Vito about it. You kidding? I'm sure they'll be able to tell as soon as you see them. Oh well, I can tell you really wanted this. Maybe. She starts to hum and she methodically snips away some more and more in hair. My worries start to fade. The exhaustion of the earlier workout makes me want to fall asleep. I try to keep myself up a little longer. My sleep schedule's messed up as it is. And done! Here, let's get you to a mirror. She heaves out a prideful huff as she hastily brushes the excess hair off. I don't have a moment to protest before she zips me across the room. My bangs are a lot shorter now, but they frame my face much better. The shaved side looks a lot better than whatever Vita improvised. I run my fingers through it, feeling a familiar sensation after centuries. It looks really good. I guess I shouldn't be surprised anymore. You're pretty capable. Oh shucks, I'm glad you like it. Just remember, next time I'll charge you. Oh, I'm aware. Hopefully by then I'll have picked up a part-time job or something. You sure that's a good idea? No clue. We'll have to see, I guess. For the first time in a long while, my future is a mystery to me. Who knows what might happen? Well, you should try to take it easy for a little while, at least until you get some strength back. She unwraps the towel she had around my shoulders and helps me up. I was going to see if you wanted to help me with some cars now that we have some free time, but you look pretty worn out. Yeah, can't deny that. When do you want me to come over again? Vita says every 3 days for the next month. After that, if all goes well, just 2 times a week. Then yeah, we can work on cars one of those days. Woo! Thanks, Sai. Appreciate the help. No worries. But, yeah, I would like to get home and take a shower. No time like the present. Let's go. The hyena starts to drag me around again. I feel like I'm basically a rag doll, so I just go with the flow. Yes, ma'am. She freezes after opening the door back to the gym, letting go of my hand. Ring? To our surprise, the orange half-dragon greets us on the other side. Ah, you are here. Good. I came to pick up Cyrus. Oh, I was just about to head over with him. Well, you still have work, right? A few more hours. Why? Aaron wanted me to bring the old man over to the bar for a bit. He said he had something for us to do. Can it wait? Cyrus is pretty tuckered out. Work hard, huh? You could say that. Kinda pathetic that I could barely bench 10 pounds, though. Just take it slow. No need to rush. You've got all the time in the world. Between you and me, I think I've had a little too much time. Kanto chuckles at that. What a problem to have. If it's too much, I'm sure Aaron would understand. He's a big softy after all. That he is. I'll see you soon, Cyrus. Remember to get lots of rest and take your vitamins. Sure. I'll need to find some first. Keep your hood up while we're out. It takes a few minutes to the capsule station. You remember where it is, right? Vaguely. I assume Axiom has a map. If I ever get lost, it should. You'll get used to the route soon enough. I think you're relying a bit on my memory a bit too much there. Trust me, I'd avoid it if I could. Come on, let's get going. I nod and put my hood up, waving bye to Karen before making my way through the city with Kanto. I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to these capsule machines. The heat from the desert is quickly replaced with the cold of the mountain. I don't know how he can stand living up here. Kanto is shaking a lot more than I am. That gets me curious as we're walking through fresh snow. Say, are you cold-blooded or warm-blooded? Kanto takes a moment before letting out an annoyed grunt. Mainly warm-blooded. Some parts of me have cold, like my tail and a few organs. Oh, I never knew hybrids work like that. There aren't many of us around. I'm not surprised. I was gonna say, I don't think I ever met one before. Back when I was learning medicines, I came across a few articles about them. That was centuries ago, though. All I can recall is how difficult it can be to treat them. Why? What's it to you? Just kind of curious, I guess. Well, I may be a freak, but you definitely got me beat by a long shot. I cocked my head to the side. I wasn't aware this was a competition. I use whatever remains of my social skills to deduce that I should stop talking. Oh well, gives us a moment to take in the scenery. It's cold and cloudy, but there's still a lot of people walking around. Wonder where we are. I bring my Axiom out and try to find a map. Since we're in public, I decide I need to turn my mental link back on. Beep. Yes, operator. How may I help you? Is there a map function that I could use? I want to see where we are. One moment, please. Kai switches on a map of the nearby area. I try pinching the screen to zoom out. Yeah, this is definitely the United States, or rather, what's left of it. It's familiar, but also different. There aren't any state divisions, at least not on this one. Even so, I'd say we're somewhere in what's left of Alaska. There are several holes in the map. I assume those were left by the 7 stars. Just the thought of it makes me queasy. I slide my Axiom screen off again. Kai, disable mental link, please. Understood, operator. Beep. I shake my head and try to get rid of those nasty thoughts. Instead, I try to think of something more comforting. Aaron is the first thing that comes to mind. I wonder why Aaron would want to live so far away. Must be a safety thing. Wouldn't be surprised if his condo is safer than the underground base. Surely some of the people from Resume must know about it. I'm already stressing. Karen is right. I should take it easy. Against my better judgment, I tried talking to Kanto again. We've walked a few blocks. Are we almost there? Almost. Have y'all thought of setting up sort of capsule ports to where you work? Not a good idea. This way, if anyone from Resume ports into town, we can try to make a getaway. Oh, that makes sense. We learned that lesson the hard way. What about the ones to your houses? Those aren't connected to the public grids. I see. Kanto stops to look at me before pointing to the building with a bright neon sign. There's the bar. It's the building at the end of the street. Starlight Road. I'm just gonna say, if that's not a Honkai thing. So Boot Hill and Starlight Road. Kind of a weird name. He didn't want to change it after buying it. He really turned it around. It's one of the busiest places in town on the weekend. Hell, I'll sometimes port over just to have a good time. Dang, you drink at all? Sometimes. Being part cat makes it difficult. I'm kind of a lightweight. Oh, he's a cat? That's so cool! So he's a cat and a dragon. Oh my god, he's the opposite of Lagosha. Oh. I could see that. Damien wasn't able to keep down a lot either. Who's Damien? Oh. I guess my ex, although we never technically broke up. Before the fall. I nod. Kanto looks at the ground for a moment. While we're here, I'll get you a drink to celebrate being a bachelor again. I furrow my brows. I can't tell if he's trying to lighten the mood, or if he's being a dick. Kanto rolls his eyes. It was a joke. Okay. The dragon grumbles. Come on, hurry up. It's cold out here. Lead the way. Before we set foot into the bar, Kanto kicks his boot clean of snow. I do the same. I'm glad mine are closed-toed. I bet those open-toed boots get mad cold. Not having claws has its perks. I am still mad I didn't get her. When Kanto opens the door to the bar, I'm surprised by how loud it is inside. It reminds me more of a dance club than a pub. Kanto holds my arms as we make our way through. He starts yelling in one direction. I can barely hear him. It's usually like this on Saturdays. Stay close. Okay. I cough, not used to raising my voice. Kanto is an expert at navigating through the crowd. This place is a lot bigger than I thought. Eventually, we make our way to an empty section of the bar. A familiar tiger has his back turned to us. He's busy organizing his inventory. Hey, Axel! Aaron's ear flicks as he looks behind us.
Oh, there you two are. Here, come down to the end.
Kanto leads me down a bit further. I'm glad. I'm getting distracted by all the flashing lights and the people dancing. It's a little bit more quiet down here, thankfully. As fun as this place looks, it's a bit too noisy for me.
Sorry to bring you both down here. I appreciate you coming.
Kanto pulls up a stool Kanto pulls up a stool for me before sitting on his own. How gentlemanly. Why is it so empty over here?
This is the VIP section. If you're ever in town, feel free to show up. I'll always have a spot for you.
Oh, thank you, Aaron. I'll keep that in mind. So, what is it you wanted to talk about? He cuts straight to the point.
Well, you see, I have a request for both of you.
Kanto grunts in response. You know I'm supposed to be on leave.
I know, but this is a personal request. You don't have to do it, but I'd appreciate the help.
Aaron slides a drink to Kanto.
Please.
Kanto groans before taking the drink. Aaron smiles.
What about you, Cyrus? Do you want anything?
Just some water. I guess I'm not familiar with modern cocktails. Not really in the mood to drink either.
Coming right up.
Tiger spins around to grab a glass. He's being a little over the top. It's just water. He balances the cup on a claw as he grabs the soda gun, filling it while keeping it steady. Soon after, he slides it my way, but not before putting a little paper umbrella in it for good measure. It's so silly. I can't help let out a chuckle. Wow. Thanks, Aaron. You didn't have to do all that, though. It's just water.
When I'm on the clock, I do.
He says as he shoots me a finger gun.
Oh, hold on. Every time I see finger gun, I gotta go back. When I'm on the clock, I do.
I see. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Kanto groans loudly. You're both so corny.
Thank you.
Get to the point.
Okay.
Aaron pulls out a piece of paper and slides it towards us. I think it's a list, but I can barely read it.
Fact of the matter is, we have someone renting out the place tomorrow night. I know it's sudden, but I need help getting supplies. They want to throw a party.
Why can't you just order them yourself?
I would, but my night manager called out earlier today. I wouldn't be able to run home to get them. Can't you just have them delivered here or at the base? Aaron looks worried. Ideally, I'd like to keep the supplies in the basement, but I don't know when I get a chance to go down there. Huh? Kanto leans in and whispers something. We call the base the basement while we're out. Oh, if you could get those supplies and bring them down, I'd appreciate it. I also need help setting everything up tomorrow. After that, it's your call. I think you'd have a good time, specifically Ring. Kanto raises an eyebrow and takes another sip before taking another sip. I'll reimburse you for everything, obviously. What do you say? Dragon taps his the dragon taps the bar with his clawed finger. Fine. But can you send me a list on my axiom? You know I can't read your chicken scratch. What? Really? I've been practicing more. He looks a bit disappointed. It might be time to let it go, boss. Aaron grumbles sheepishly. I decide to chime in. I could teach you if you wanted, although I feel like the axiom is more convenient. Really? Cyrus, you do that for me? It's not a big deal. Plus, it's the least I can do. Aaron starts to get excited. Nonsense! You wouldn't believe how hard it is to find a writing tutor around here. I'd be happy to pay for your services. Let's take this one step at a time. The pounding music and the workout from earlier are starting to take a toll on me. I don't even know if I can go out shopping. Thankfully, Kanto steps in. Axel, Cyrus has had a pretty extensive session with Rose earlier. I can buy everything myself. I'll drop them off in the basement later. Oh, that's right. You started therapy today. Sorry, Cyrus. It slipped my mind. It's okay. I am feeling pretty tired, though. It's been a hot minute since I've exercised. A hot minute? Another way to say it's been a while. Ah. In that case, Ring, you sure you'll be okay? It is a decent amount of stuff. Sure, I'm already here. Might as well kill some time before I head home. Kanto finishes his drink before standing up. I'd appreciate it if another drink was waiting for me when I get back, however. Consider it done. Mind taking Cyrus home? Was already planning to. You alright to go, Cyrus? Sure, just let me finish this water. Kanto grumbles before sitting back down. Soon after, he and Aaron start talking about this or that. I use this opportunity to look around. Damn, it's really packed in here. The dance floor is on the other side of the building. There's a stage where pole dancers are performing as well. Hello? A snow leopard catches my eye. He's really good. What, Sai? You want to go dancing? Kanto turns around and catches my attention. Oh, not today. Some other time, maybe. I can't remember the last time I stepped foot in a bar like this. It's nostalgic. A smile creeps up on my lips. I'd like to, though, for old time's sake. Kanto drops his smarmy attitude and turns to look at the dance floor. No, so I don't know if you've ever been to like a gay bar galas, but like even the ones that we have here, even the clubs, like they have poles and stuff for people to dance on. Either it's for the go-go boys or it's for like the people who just want to like give a show per se. It's actually pretty common. Doesn't necessarily have to be a strip club though. Kanto drops his smarmy attitude and looks at the dance floor. I haven't danced in a while either. Maybe tomorrow. You'll have to show me what dances are in right now. Like I'm any good at dancing. Hurry up and finish your drink. Yes, sir. So we have two cats. A cat dragon and a tiger. Kanto gets me back to the capsule station and helps me get home. He's staying in town for a bit to get the shopping done, so it's just me for the rest of the afternoon. Oh well, nothing to complain about. My social battery is pretty empty after all of that. It takes a little longer than usual for me to get back to the break room. I'm more worn out than I originally thought. Along the way, a few people ask if I need any help. Using the wall for support doesn't make me look any better. I just say no thank you, and assure them I'm just tired. Aaron would probably be mad at that, but I don't think it's worth bothering people over. To be fair, I have the right to say I've been through worse. When I finally make it back to the break room, I immediately make a beeline to the faucet. The tap water here tastes richer than I remember. Maybe I'm just that dehydrated. Once my thirst is properly quenched, I decide to look for a meal. My axiom says it's a little after 5 p.m. It's earlier than I usually eat, but I basically skipped lunch. I'll need to remind Rose to have us break for a meal next time. I rummage around for a little bit, trying to find something that looks good. Boxes don't have descriptions on them, just little vague labels like hearty meat or sweet treat, along with any along with lists of anything allergy related. Are these homemade? They really should label them or something. There's a theory going the theory the going theory is that there's a specific employee that makes all the food down here, but they just buy the stuff from above and repackage it. So there's not much of a trail. That's the most logical thing I can come up with. It even sounds pretty stupid. Apparently, they have a service where you can order meals for a week, but they only take orders on Sundays. I'll have to make do with some generic stuff until tomorrow. Oh well. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I could stand to broaden my horizons. Surely everything here is edible, right? I end up picking a box labeled light fish and opening it. Looks like fish with rice with what I assume is a little bit of green beans. Takes about 5 minutes to cook. That worries me a bit, but I've seen these new microwaves work pretty well before. Grabbing another glass of water, I sit down and wait for my meal. I can't help but sprawl out on the table. It's rather cool. I'm feeling hot after today's session. Man, if only Damien could see me now. I'm the weakest I've ever been. Baby steps, I guess. I almost fall asleep, but then some people walk into the break room, and I jolt up. Whoa! See? It's the ghost of the halls. I told you he was real. Oh. Hello. Okay. The dog points at me, causing what I assume are his teammates to shake their heads. Seriously? Do you have any tact? What? You don't believe me when I told you about him Y'all didn't believe me when I told you about him yesterday. It's not that we didn't want to believe you. It's just that we already knew about Cyrus. He's not a ghost. Could have fooled me with that hair. Since when did you know about him? Since we attended the meeting after he got rescued. Well, we isn't the right word. You were asleep the whole time. Oh. They continue to talk about me as if I'm not here. Something I've gotten quite used to. Sorry about that, sir. I'll make sure he doesn't bother you. It takes me a second to figure out who sir is. Oh, it's fine. I'm used to being gawked at all day. See, he's fine with it. I cannot do so many voices, holy shit. The iguana smacks the husky's ear, causing him to growl. The hell was that for? Your annoying attitude. They start getting into a verbal argument, reminding me of a pair I know. Oh, they're just other members, but I'm kinda simping for the husky. The bunny walks up to me. Sorry, we didn't mean to bother you. We just need to grab some food before we head out. It's no big deal. Really. Well, I appreciate it. She extends her paw to me. I'm going by Marissa right now. Those two stooges over there are Oscar and Stan. Out of habit, I reach out and shake her paw. I'm Cyrus, Cantwell. Pleasure. Rabbit's ears perk up and she smiles. It's great to finally meet you. We've heard so many stories over the past few days. How's Tusk doing? Who? I don't know anyone by that name. Oh, damn. That's right. Hey, Oscar! She yells as if they're not right there. The husky pauses their rant with the iguana. What? What's Tusk going by now? Oscar is about to respond, but it's clear he's stumped too. He goes by Axel now. I knew that. Sure you did. Oh, Tusk must be an old code name. He's doing well. He's taking good care. He's been taking good care of me the past several days. Well, that certainly sounds like him. We've been meaning to pop into the bar sometime, but we've been running all over the place. Speaking of... She zips past me and grabs a bunch of supplies in a flurry. We really gotta get going. Hopefully when we get some time off, we can talk some more, yeah? Sure. I give her a thumbs up. She cocks her head to the right. When am I gonna learn? Yeah. Next time. Well, alright. Come on, guys. We gotta get going. I am lost in that husky. I'm sorry. Hello. She walks between them and gets them to stop their arguing, but not before cursing one last time. You can take the lizard, I get the husky. Thankfully, the quiet returns almost as quickly as it left. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I would appreciate some alone time. Being called sir is weird too. I wonder what they've been told about me. I guess I'm considered valuable, but I wouldn't think that'd imply any sort of rank. Hey Cyrus, you there? Oh, who the hell? Okay, so now I gotta do another voice. Hey Cyrus, you there? Is this a man or a woman? I can't tell. I was so distracted I didn't know another person standing right next to me. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you come in. They have their hood up. I can't get a good look at their face. I just got here. Is Aaron around? I can't tell if this is a man or a woman. I feel so bad. No, sorry. I think he's still at work. Alright, thanks. See you later. If it's a woman, I'll go back and... I don't get the chance to reply as they head out. The way they walk catches my attention. I can't hear their footsteps or anything. You think that's Titania? Man, there sure are a lot of weirdos around here. It really feels like home in a weird way. Oh, wait. Did he say Aaron? Oh, was a guy. Okay, cool. Wait, could that be Silver? Even though this bathroom is pretty bare bones, the shower is still quite nice. It's awkward trying to avoid getting my stitches wet. I try to tilt the side of my head away from the water. Despite how cumbersome it is, this shower was much needed. I haven't sweat that much in a long time. Oh, that reminds me. I don't have a washer or dryer. I'll need to find a laundromat down here or something. Kai, are you sure you're waterproof? Yes, operator. I can be submerged for up to 48 hours before system malfunctions occur. I see. It's a bit weird to bring something like this in the shower, but I didn't feel like trying to take it off. Maybe this is why Lance didn't shower that much. I turned the water off and dried the wet side of my hair before I brushed my teeth. Wonder if Kanto got everything for tomorrow. I feel bad not being able to help him. I gargle some water before spitting it down the drain. I'm content to relax on my bed for the rest of the evening. Hope I'm not too tired for the party tomorrow. It sounds like it'd be fun. Don't know how Aaron manages a big bar like that, but he seems to be in his element. Kai dings. New message from Aaron Cosmos. Would you like me to read it to you? Thank you, Kai. I can check them myself. Of course. I sit up and read the message. Hey, Cyrus. We're going to try to get the party set up around 10 tomorrow morning. If you're feeling up to it, could you meet us around a quarter till? I'd appreciate it. He ends the message with the small white tiger emoji. That's adorable. I message back. I'd be happy to help. I don't have anything planned for the next couple of days. Let me know if you need anything. Aaron replies back with an okay hand emoji. That survived, but not thumbs up? People had weird priorities during the apocalypse. Kai, can you turn off the lights? Certainly, operator. Oh my gosh, I love Aaron. Instantly, the lights turn off, leaving me in a pitch black darkness. Very handy. I don't bother getting out of my towel, instead opting to fall asleep like this. I managed to make it to the bar by myself the next day. I made sure to keep my wits about me as I walked around, but it was uneventful. I barely walked through the door before I hear Kanto curse. Why the fuck am I doing this on my Sunday? I shut the doors. It catches the dragon's attention, but he doesn't say anything. He just continues to grumble away as he mops the floor. Aaron looks sheepish behind the bar. It's weird to see the place so empty after yesterday. Busy night last night? You could say that. I'm a bit out of practice. I usually only work during the day. I'm sure you did great. From what I've seen, you're a capable leader. Well, I certainly try. Thanks for coming out. We've got some setting up to do later. Do you need any help? Oh, wait. Do you need any help? I nearly jumped as the hooded stranger from yesterday seemingly appears out of nowhere. Wait, what are you doing here? Is it weird for me to show up for my own party? Well, yes. You shouldn't have to work. You shouldn't have to do any of the work for it at least. Didn't you want it to be a surprise? I think he'll be very surprised. The stranger rests at the bar, watching the angry dragon sweep up last night's spilt drink. I genuinely think this is Silver. He has a soft smile on his face. Oh, I think I get it. I turn to Aaron. He signals for me to keep quiet. Hey, Ring. God, I can't get a voice for this guy. Hey, Ring. What? The dragon looks like he's about to break the mop in half. He heaves for a moment before putting two to two together. He doesn't break the mop, but he does throw it to the side and he starts running to us. Why is he hot? The man next to me takes his hood off and walks to meet him, getting scooped up into a big hug almost immediately. Talon, you're home. That I am. Sorry it took so long. But you're kind of crushing me. Kanto doesn't loosen up, even with Silver patting his back. I can tell they're enjoying it. Kanto lets him down for a moment, but not before peppering Silver with face kisses. Aww. Wow, I haven't known Ring long, but I didn't think he could be so loving. Aaron leans in closer to me. He's been gone for almost 4 months. It's been a while since he was away for so long. I see. Well, I'm happy they're together again. It's nice to see. That it is. It might be my imagination, but I think there's a twinge of sadness in his response. When did you get back? 2 days ago, but I needed some time to unpack everything and meet with the boss. He gestures over to Aaron. Plus, I wanted to make sure to keep his surprise party a surprise. This was your idea? Well, sort of. Thought it'd be a good way to decompress after the past few months. I could definitely use some of that. Mission go okay? You didn't get hurt, did you? He circles around the fox with a bit of worry. Cut me some slack. No, I didn't get hurt. Everything went off without a hitch. It just took a really long time to set it all up. He cracks his neck and tries to loosen up. Definitely the most annoying hit I've ever done. According to the boss, it should stunt their plans for the rest of the year. I blink. That's impressive. A hit, huh? Who did he kill? The fox notices me staring at him. What about you, Cyrus? Are you holding up well? More or less. Happy to be out of that hellhole. I can relate. Just stick with them. They'll keep you safe. Absolutely. Yeah. Enough about work. We should get this party started. It's later this afternoon. Then consider it a pregame. My treat. Just make sure to enjoy yourself later. Oh, you don't need to worry about that, hun. I know I will. Kanto picks up Silver from behind, which causes the fox to flail a little. Hey, you know I don't like being picked up. Just this once. It's been far too long. Babe. The two lovebirds move down the bar and get chatting, catching up on everything from the past few months. Aaron chuckles, and I can't help but smile. They're good for each other. Well, Cyrus, you want to get anything to drink before we finish setting up? I could try to make you that Long Island drink you mentioned. I did a little research last night to try to recreate it. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Aaron. You know what? Sure, that'd be great, Aaron. Thanks. No problem at all, Cyrus. If I know those two lovebirds at all, they'll want to share a cocktail together. This will just take a second. The tiger starts whipping up everyone's orders with a great deal of flair. He's really good on his feet. Despite what they do for work, they find time to have moments of levity. I could learn a thing or two from them. Aaron interrupts my inner monologue by sliding a drink into my peripheral. Here you are, oh valued customer. I hope you like it, but let me know if it tastes off or anything. I chuckle before grabbing the drink. This time it has a green umbrella. Thanks, Aaron. Cheers. Cheers. We all bring our drinks together with a clink before I take a solid swig. I smack my lips a few times. Yep, that's alcohol, alright. Well, how is it? It's alcohol, but it tastes good, so you definitely made it right. Whew, glad to hear it. I made a few last night, but they all smelled strange. You didn't taste them? No, I can only handle virgin drinks, being a cat and all. Ah, right. I definitely know a thing or two about that. I start to imagine Aaron drunk after a few sips of a cocktail. As much as I like him, I wouldn't want to be the one to help him home, that's for sure. So, what else did you need for us to do today? Let me think. Aaron says it should only take a couple of hours to set up for everything for the party. He tells me that Rose is going to show up in about an hour to do most of the heavy lifting. I think I'll leave the cleaning to Ring and Talon. Talon's pretty good at it. Probably comes with his line of work. Why don't I show you around, get you familiar with the place? It'll be hard to do once everyone shows up. Sure, lead the way. Gladly. Follow me. I nod and get off my stool. There's a hint of pride in his voice. After seeing the crowd yesterday, he has the right to be proud of himself. Chapter 11. Kinship. Obviously, you've seen the bar and the dance floor. If you look up, you can see the DJ set up. Sure enough, there's a small balcony about a story above the ground. Man, the ceiling is high. He's kind of discreet when it comes to performing. He likes acting like a security camera, letting us know if there's anything suspicious going on. I see. Does he work in the basement? We really need to find a different way to describe the base. Indeed he does. He typically only works here on Fridays and Saturday nights. In the meantime, he does odd jobs to make ends meet. That gets me to look over to Kanto. Despite his foul mood and cleaning up earlier, he looks quite happy now that he has company to share it with. I take it y'all do mercenary work when not doing other jobs? I'm bad at trying to be discreet. Aaron chuckles. He probably thinks so too. Pretty much. Kinda hard to have a stable job with the way we work. What about you and Rose? You both run businesses. Isn't that hard? It can be, but we make it work. Thankfully, both of us make enough to hire capable managers and employees when we're gone for a long time. He flashes his axiom at me. We manage stuff pretty well with these, should the need arise. I guess it's not much different than how we handled things back in the day. Just a lot more dangerous and illegal. Speaking of working, I messaged our boss about having you work here. She said as long as I'm here, it shouldn't be a problem. She wants you to make progress on therapy before starting. That's reasonable. I could barely bench 10 pounds yesterday. Aw, I can stop by sometime to help if you want. You don't have to. You're already busy enough as it is. Nonsense. I'm a regular at the Inner Gym too. Well, kind of. I try to go when I can. Aaron waves me across the dance floor. We still gotta get that thing up and running for later. We can talk while we work. Sir, yes sir. Aaron takes me down a flight of stairs. It's a small space with a door on each wall. Dancers have their private sessions here. That's where they make most of their cash. Oh, it's that kind of bar. It really is a strip club then. They don't usually work on Sundays, let alone during the day. But a couple should come for the party. He opens one of the doors. It's a decent-sized room with a small stage featuring a pole in the center. There are a few chairs with surrounding stages on the wall. I mean, I didn't think it was like a full-on strip club. I thought it was just like maybe a dance party. But okay, like, yeah, might have a little bit of a stripping element and some other shady shit going on. Do y'all do sex work too? Aaron blinks. I guess that was blunt. We do, yeah. I mean, I don't usually. Sounds like there's a story there. One I'd rather not tell right now. Gallows, come on, come get your man. You gotta like get him out of this sex work. He starts to sheepishly tug on his collar. That's alright. I won't judge. Didn't think you would. Just something I'm shy about. It's alright, Aaron. Want to move on? Yes, please. Aaron hurries me back to head back upstairs. The judo position between his big frame and soft heart will never not be endearing. Anyway, the bathrooms are going to be down the hall. I'm glad Talon's here. I don't have enough savings to pay Ring to clean that mess. Gross. Definitely one of the only downsides of running a place like this. That and, you know, managing it. It's hard work, but I enjoy it. Definitely a lot stressful than my usual line of work. Have you thought about doing this full time? Aaron doesn't respond right away. When he does, he isn't nervous, just conflicted. I don't think there's much reason to think about it. It'd be nice, but it wouldn't feel right leaving when there's so much work to do. Maybe once this is all over, I'll think about it. That's optimistic. You think there's an end in sight? No idea. Hence why I'd rather not think about what ifs. I gotta stay focused for everyone. Well, remember not to let me get in your way. You won't, Cyrus. I'll make sure to protect you. He pats my head before he rubs it affectionately. As long as we're careful, we'll be fine, alright? It sounds like he's reassuring himself more than me. Still, I appreciate the gesture. Of course. No way in hell I want to go back there. Likewise. He lets out a big exhale before walking to the other side of the building. Can I get some plumes here? Because I kind of want to buy a dance myself. Oh shit. Did I make things awkward again? How do I brighten things up? I like your uniform, by the way. It's a good color on you. Aaron's ears perk up before he turns around. His big smile has returned. Hey, Gallows, this is for business reasons, okay? This is for recon. I have to get to know more about my teammate. Why, thank you, Cyrus. It's definitely one of my favorites to wear. He stretches his bow tie playfully. You'd be surprised how many tips it brings me. Yeah, I'm not sure that's why you're getting tips. Oh. Anyway, that's everything available to the public. Have any questions? Not really. It seems pretty straightforward. Good. When we eventually get you started here, I'll show you the basement. Aaron perks up his ear and looks behind me. Sounds like Karen is here, and she brought some people with her. She spots us and quickly runs up to us. Why the hell is it so quiet in here? I thought we're here to party. Well, we still have to set up for said party. Yeah. Speaking of, where's the man of honor? You knew he was coming? Psh, yeah? Whose idea do you think this was to begin with? Mine. Anyway, where is he? He's with Ring, cleaning the bathrooms. Seriously? Talk about a shitty first date. She starts cackling over her crappy pun. I chuckle at my own. So, what? Was Ring the only one not on? Was Ring the only one not in on this? Pretty much. Mainly because Talon wanted to surprise him, but Karen starts to laugh at herself again, confusing me. Aaron continues for her. He's normally really good at keeping secrets, but when it comes to Talon, he can be a bit open. That makes sense. My first time alone with him, Talon leaked his real name. Karen starts laughing even harder. Seriously, and he's worried about me leaking information. Hey, come on. Don't we all make mistakes? Apparently. Boo. The stealthy fox pops out of nowhere. The following scream from Karen nearly pops my eardrums. Jesus fuck! Karen looks like she's on the verge of a panic attack. What was that for? You look like you were having too much fun without me. I wanted to change that. You dick! Come here! As usual, Karen starts being aggressive with people much smaller than her. She manages to lock the fox under her arm. For Silver's sake, I hope she's holding back. Okay, Rose. I get it. Let me go. Yeah, right. I know you could get out of this if you want to. I know you're enjoying this. As if on cue, the fox nimbly slips out of the hyena's grasp. In an instant, he puts her in an arm lock, getting her to kneel. Karen's eyes widen as the tables turn. How about now? You enjoying this? The fox is showing just a bit of the tiniest pleasure on his face as he holds down the hyena. You kidding? I'm having a blast. Despite being brought to her knees, Karen seems to think that they're just roughhousing. Silver's face softens, and then he lets him go. Well, he's a fox, so foxes are supposed to be like one of the more stealthy creatures. Yep, you're just as weird as always. And you love it. Love is a strong word, but I don't hate it. He helps the hyena get back on her feet. I can't help but stare at Silver. What's wrong? Aaron catches my attention. Oh, nothing. Maybe I'm imagining it, but I don't like how aggressive Silver was just then. Just kind of feel uneasy. Silver looks in my direction. Trust me, Cyrus. Don't be afraid to put her in her place if she gets too grabby. Being grabby is how I show affection, though. The hyena laughs, eager to pounce on Silver again, as if she didn't just get her ass handed to her. Rose, seriously, that's enough. Even Aaron is exasperated. Let's use that energy to help finish setting up, okay? Fine, but I'll get him one of these days, I promise. Maybe I'll just let you win, so you stop trying. There's no fun in that. Karen blurts out. Silver cracks a small smile too. You're so annoying. It only takes a little bit more than an hour to get everything ready for the party. At first, people start to slowly trickle in. Then before I know it, most of the dance floor was packed. I mingled around a little while, but my anxiety started to spike around all these people. I decided to go sit in the quiet part of the bar, talking with Aaron here and there when he was free. Sadly, with how many people are wanting to order, I barely get to see him. Jeez, how did I used to handle situations like this? I really am out of my element here. I can't deny that it's fun, but I'm not sure. I think I'm starting to realize just how out of place I am. Every so often, I turn Kai on to check the time. The pounding music makes me hard to use my mental on my axiom, but thankfully no one bothers me when I take it out. Aaron manages to sneak away for a moment, just a moment to see me. Jeez, I wasn't expecting this many people to show up. I guess that's what you get for hosting an open invite party. It was open invitation? Is that safe? Well, open for the people we work with. Honestly, most of them don't know Talon. They just came for the free drinks. Nothing wrong with that. I stare at the crowd again. You sure you're okay? Yeah, I mean, kind of. This might be a bit much for me. I should have figured. Sorry about that. Want me to take you home? Don't worry. I'll be fine. I think I might head out for a short walk, though. Okay. Be careful. Call me if you need anything, alright? I nod before I get to my feet, and then fighting my way through the crowd outside. blast of cool air is welcome. It's very nostalgic to me now. Thankfully, the streets are a lot more quiet. I pull my hood up as I start to take a stroll. I make it a point not to stray too far from the bar. Most of the shops around here look pretty normal to me. At this point, I can only assume that Tensia is the outlier of a city. I pursue the many windows on my walk. It's been a while since I've gone window shopping. One store specifically catches my eye. In the window, there are several guns that I assume are assault rifles. Underneath them are a few rows of knives. Though they have a similar shape to what I know, the guns look a little bit more futuristic. What? You want to buy one? I can feel my artificial heart skip a beat, and I'm once again taken by surprise. Silver is standing beside me, his hood up as well. Seriously, can you, warn me when you're gonna do that? I literally don't know how much my heart can take. From what I've heard, it can take quite a beating. Don't worry. Buddha is capable of doing maintenance work should the need arise. That's not... Never mind. Wait, why are you here? It's getting a little too crowded in there for my liking. I don't do well in large crowds. Makes it hard to keep track of everything. Silver's left paw is resting on the knife holstered to his leg. Plus, I noticed you left. Don't want our hardest job to have been for nothing, he says with a smile, although it's not entirely convincing. That does get me to start to wonder, though. Were you there when your crew broke me out? Nope. I was busy by the time they wanted to get you out, but I did help set the whole thing up. Oh yeah? How? I made sure we had the right credentials and materials and stuff to pull it off. It took me a long time to find the right people from Resume who wouldn't have been missed. Mainly the ones with little to no family or social standing. He gestures down with his knife. Ah, you killed them and took their stuff. More or less. I see. I look at the knives in the window again. Are you looking to get more? Silver doesn't respond right away. When he does, it almost sounds confused. They weren't lying when they said you were pretty hardened. People usually get scared when I let them in on what I do. Kind of have to be. It's cliche to say, but I'm not really most people. Kinda hate to admit it. Is that right? It's a long story. Plus, not sure how much I should talk about while we're out here. Aren't you nervous? Not really. Thankfully, I'm good at sensing whether or not someone is spying on me. We're safe up here. Trust me. If you say so. If you're worried, how about I get you your own knife? I don't know. I haven't had the best track record with knives lately. It just takes practice. Soon you won't feel a thing. He pauses. Wait, that came out wrong. I chuckle. You're fine, Talon. I wasn't looking to buy anything. Just kinda surprised to see a weapon store out in public like this. Gotta keep in mind that for a lot of people, survival isn't always guaranteed. Stores like this are pretty common, although it is a little out of place here. If you can afford to live up here, you're probably safe. I look toward the mountain where Aaron's condo resides. I hope it's safe enough. Silver follows my gaze. You've been up there? Axel took me there the first night I got here. It's nice, huh? He lets me crash there sometimes. It is. I was a bit nervous, but I felt pretty safe with him nearby. I can relate. Not sure if you met him yet, but my brother lives up there. Brother? Yep. His name's Ash. He's a few years younger than me. Just turned 20 recently. Huh? Does he work with you at all? No. And I'll make sure he never has to. All the levity in this bizarre conversation is immediately sucked out. I'm not sure how to react to such a tone shift. At the very least, I can try to comfort him. You're a good older brother. I don't know what your story is, but at the very least, I can tell you that much. Silver smirks at that. You trust people too easily, you know that? So I've been told, but hey, even if you're all lying to me, it's not like I have much to lose. It's my turn to bring the mood down, but it's not wrong. Silver takes a moment before sighing. You know, it's been a while since I've met someone whose past is more fucked up than mine. Are you segue into telling me about it? Only if you want me to. Maybe not here. It's kinda chilly. Maybe we can port up to Axel's place so you can see your brother. Probably not. I think Ash is at work today. Retail. My condolences. He likes it well enough. He's more of a hard worker than most people I know. Let me think. As far as I'm aware, I'm free from any obligation for at least a month. We've got plenty of time to chat. Sounds like we'll both need it. From what little I know about you, I'd say so. Silver's ear twitches under his hood. He turns it around. Let's head back to the bar. I don't think anyone's nearby, but I bet Axel will be worried if we're out too long. You have an axiom on, right? I do. But are you sure if you want to add me? We just met. I pull my sleeve down and reveal my axiom. Silver doesn't seem too fazed by it. I don't see why not. Another talent of mine is figuring out who I can and can't trust fairly easy. Silver takes out the axiom on his right wrist. Plus, no offense, I can slice you without any effort. For just a moment, his eyes flash with the hint of aggression I saw earlier. He's warning me to stay in line, now that I'm here. Do what you gotta do. I'm pretty good at being picked apart, as you can imagine. Silver's face relaxes once more. I'd rather not, thanks. With a smirk, the wolf slides over his contact information. I guess I don't have to worry too much about exposing Kanto for letting his real name slip. If it comes up, I'll just say he let me know on his own. Got it. Shall we head back? Let's. Wow, he is so different than his boyfriend. Silver and I end up sitting at the VIP section of the bar for the rest of the party. Every now and then, Kanto comes around to talk shit with Silver. The two of them are cute together. Oh yeah, you cook, right? Every now and then. Why? On our drive back, we stayed the night in an abandoned warehouse. Wing was real protective over the dumplings you made, to the point that he was basically hoarding them. This caused Silver's ears to lay with a little flatter. I told him they weren't that big of a deal. To his credit, they were pretty good. He let me have one. Sure. You have to thank Vita for that. They're the one who taught me the recipe. Is that right? Yep. Besides Axel, I'd like to think I'm the best cook in our immediate crew. There's a hint of pride in his voice. Kinda had to be. It's just me and my brother for a while. Wanted to make sure he at least had something nice to eat. Another orphan, huh? I see. Looks like y'all are doing well for yourselves now. Every day's a battle. I'm trying though. I could teach you a few recipes from before the fall. I'm sure there's some that never made it through the years, although my memory of them is probably not the most reliable. It'd be an interesting way to try new things at least. We chat about this and that for a while. Eventually Aaron comes back. You have a real talent, you know that, Cyrus? I've never seen... Oh, thank you for the follow. You have a real talent, you know that, Cyrus? I've never seen talent so talkative before, especially with a stranger. Give me a break. I've had a long few months. It's not that weird. If you say so. Aaron says with an innocent smile on his face. By the way, where are you going to stay while you're home? Ash was looking to see you. I might spend the night with Ring and catch up. After that, I'll come up and visit Ash. You sure do move around, don't you? Kinda have to. I try to be prepared for anything. Fair enough. Cyrus, if you want, you could spend the night with me tomorrow. Yes, 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 100 times fucking yes. It's probably boring staying by yourself for so long. Oh, sure. I'd like that, as long as it doesn't get you into trouble or anything. Nonsense. At this point, you can go wherever you want, with adequate supervision, that is. Speaking of, are we gonna be his bodyguards or something? More or less. The boss wants to make sure he's safe, while also letting him to his own autonomy. I hope it doesn't inconvenience y'all. Nonsense, Cyrus. It's our pleasure. It's a lot easier than stalking someone for months on end, that's for sure. I'll put a note in with the boss letting her know I'm fine with staying around longer this time. Aaron smiles, but raises a brow at the fox. When the fox notices, he lays his ear back again. You know it's personal for me, Axel. That I do. You're very nice, Talon. The fox grumbles, embarrassed. I look towards both of them, wanting them to elaborate. Aaron catches on, and he responds sheepishly. Don't look at me. That's up to Talon. We've already decided to pick each other's brains later. Just not here. Heard. Loud and clear. Okay, fine. You can... I will... as hard as this is, Gallows, I will respect dibs. I call dibs on Silver. And the Husky. You can have the Iguana. I can see Silver's tail flick. He takes the axiom out of his left... I can see Silver's tail flick. He takes the axiom on his left wrist out. I think it's about time I head out. I gotta do some shopping. I got some shopping to do later. Oh, damn. Didn't realize it was already past 3 o'clock. I said the party would only be until 2. Want me to clear the room? Silver raises the brow, which makes Aaron sigh. Do you know how long it'd take to clean this place up? Some other time, Talon. Good. I'm supposed to be on vacation after all. After laughing at their morbid jokes, Aaron takes his axiom out and starts to type away. I think Rose can handle it. Oh, God. I try looking for Karen in the crowd. Eventually, I see her near the dancers. She turns on her axiom to read the message. Soon afterwards, she runs to one of the side doors. She looks really excited. You might want to cover your ears, Cyrus. Both Aaron and Silver try clamping down their ears. Despite being confused, I do the same. Hyena enters the balcony where the DJ is playing. There's a loud feedback as she aggressively takes out the mic. Listen up, assholes! It's time to get the fuck out! Go on, scram! The hyena yells into the mic, loud enough that I can still hear her clearly. Not as loud as the roaring criticism coming from the crowd, however. I see a couple readying their glasses as they're about to throw them. This gets Aaron to pull out his own microphone from behind the bar. His expression is stern, ready to scold some of the miscreants. I'd suggest you put everything you brought down at the bar quietly. That is, unless you want to get personally acquainted with the ground. The crowd turns to look at Aaron. Unlike Aaron, there's barely any pushback. One by one, they all start putting their glasses on the bar, neatly. Thank you. He finishes with a gruff tone before turning the mic off. The tiger turns back to smile at us. See, that wasn't so bad. She still has a way with words, I see. Glad she can control a crowd at least. Just have to show people who's boss every once in a while. Literally. I'll certainly make sure not to get on your bad side. Aw, come on, Cyrus. Hope that didn't scare you too much. Even though his words sound condescending, the look on his face makes me think he's genuinely worried about spooking me. Of course not. You're still the gentle giant I'd known, after all. Cyrus. He rubs the back of his head, smiling bashfully. Silver interrupts me, wearing his own smile. Ring was right. You're both really corny. Like you're one to talk. Thankfully, everyone left without much of a commotion after the announcement. I offered to stay and help clean up, but Aaron told me the crew could handle it. He reminded me that I needed to see Vita later. We're starting special treatment today. I'll visit you later. I can imagine you'll be a little worn out afterwards. I'll bring dinner. Oh, can I come? The hyena asked with enthusiasm. Karen, who's a little across the room, somehow could hear us. Sure, anyone who wants to should show up later. Let's say around 6 in the break room. Woo! Free dinner! With that, the hyena scurries back to cleaning up the aftermath of the party. Unlike Kanto, she doesn't seem to mind. Aaron chuckles. That alright with you, Cyrus? Sure. I could use a change of pace with my meals. Not a ton of variety down there. Absolutely not. Ah, damn. It's probably too late to put in a custom order for you. I got some stuff I want to cook. I'll just bring some over to Cyrus throughout the week. See, I feel like you gotta fight with me and Karen for him. Silver pops up behind Aaron, causing the tiger's tail to go stiff. Hey, what did I say about my cat-like reflexes? Yeah, don't worry, I can handle them. That's not what I meant. Aaron sighs at Silver's antics. If Cyrus wants, I could stay with him for the time being. Both Aaron and I blink. Cyrus's room isn't that big, you know. Oh, he's jealous! Not to mention how sudden this is. I mean, I don't really mind. I'm just kind of curious, is all. Well, honestly, I kind of need a new room down there anyway. I guess now's as good a time to tell you, Axel. Silver groans a bit and waves his hand. Apparently, the boss didn't want my room to sit empty for so long while I was away. Not to mention, I barely use it when I'm at home. So, she had some people pack my room. She paid me extra, of course, but yeah, I kinda need a place to stay. Why not come live with me? I have plenty of space. That's alright. Some people were bothering Cyrus when he was alone. I figured he could use someone around. Wait, what? Aaron starts to get concerned. Hey, it wasn't bad. Some people were just curious. I look back at Aaron with a bit of worry. I don't really mind having a roomie. I'm just confused. Well, I guess it's up to Cyrus in the end. Cyrus? I mean, it might be a little bit cramped. Are you sure? What about Ring? I don't think we're moving in together material yet. And we are? Is that a no? He asks with a coy smile. What the hell? I mean, I guess I don't mind as long as you're sure about it. Perfect. It's settled then. I'll take you like your own I take it you like your own space usually. Don't worry. I only plan to come have a place to sleep for the most part, that is. Silver pats me on the shoulder. I don't own many things. I doubt it'll take up that much space. Seriously, it's fine, Talon. I'm just kind of confused. Don't be. I'll make sure you're alright. He pats my shoulder one more time before turning around. After dinner tonight, I'll try to settle in. See you tomorrow, roomie. Oh yeah. Not only is Ring gonna be on my ass, but like Aaron's over here all freaking jealous. Sure. See you. And with that, the Arctic fox strucks away, leaving me alone with the tiger. What the hell was that about? Aaron has his paw under his chin. I'm not sure. I think I have an idea, but I should keep it to myself. Wow. Thanks. All I have to say is you don't have anything to worry about. He's probably the most qualified among us that can keep you safe. Better than you? Honestly, yeah, better than me. Well, let's hope I don't need that much protection. Let's. Aaron laughs nervously. By the way, Cyrus, I forgot to mention, but I like your new hair. It suits you. My cheeks feel a little bit warmer after hearing that. Oh, thanks, Aaron. Of course. Take care on your way back, alright? Will do. I'll see you later on tonight then. It's a date. I'm gonna get killed. Gallus is gonna kill me. I wonder if the reason that he wants to room with us is because they kind of sense that we're in danger, or they kind of like got told by Titania that, hey, make sure that he's safe because we have a feeling something's gonna happen. I'm getting better at navigating my new surroundings. I was able to make it back to the capsule station and find my way to Vita's office without getting lost. Despite being a few minutes early, I knock on the door. Moments later, Vita answers it. Good evening, Cyrus Cantwell. Good afternoon, Vita. Hope you're well. Can't complain. Want to get things started? By all means. I'll have to use some of my dog-like reflexes to get away, I guess. They escort me inside, taking me back to that weird-looking chair I sat in when they operated on me. I can't imagine this will take more than an hour. If all goes well, we should be able to get along with our Sunday night without incident. Mind if I ask what this is? Vita puts on a surgical mask. I believe I mentioned this during a previous meeting, but we're gonna try to jumpstart your jumpstart your natural bodily functions. I see. Have you, like, tested this before? I'm alive and well thanks to this treatment. You're different composition-wise, but I'm sure you'll be fine. We'll take things slow. If you say so. What should I expect? Nothing too noticeable. You might feel more energetic afterwards, and then crash, similar to caffeine. I've been told it has an antidepressant effect as well. Can you vouch for that part? I'll get back to you on that. Alright, you'll need to take off your shirt and jacket off. Without hesitating, I pull them both over my head. I try to fix my hair once they're off. Vito raises a brow at me. Did the hyena do that? Uh-oh. Yeah, she wanted to fix it up. Vita sighs through their nose. Thankfully, it doesn't look like she disturbed the stitches too much. Anyway, are you ready? I believe so. Fire away, Doc. Vita starts to insert the tubes into my back, one by one. The familiar sensation of a cooling liquid seeping into my spine hits me. I'm surprised you like this, Cyrus Cantwell. I thought it'd make you at least a little uncomfortable. The tanks would really get warm sometimes, especially during the summer. This is all I had to cool me down. That is truly and utterly depressing. I am stunned you still have the will to live. It wasn't that bad. And other people call me a lunatic. Well, in any case, I'm just going to leave the rest of the machine. I'll leave the curtains open and be at my desk. Do you need anything else? Some tea would be lovely if that's alright. I'll brew us a pot then. I try to get it comfortable against the strange chair. It's in only a matter of a few minutes, my muscles completely relax. It's a different sensation, but I'm used to. I can feel a bit of tingling throughout my body. Back in current, I felt like my body was being put to sleep. Vita eventually hands me a cup of tea. As usual, it's exceptional. Drinking their tea always leads to the relaxing experience. Instead of passing out, I decide to pass the time surfing the gate on my Axiom. I have a lot to catch up on after all. As convenient as it is, this thing's a bit awkward to use while sitting. Needing to keep my arm up is a bit of a flawed design. My life must be turning for the better if this is considered a problem. I flip through several pages on the gate. Despite how similar it is to the internet, I find it kind of hard to navigate. It probably doesn't help that I don't actually know any websites, if they're still called that. I found one working news site at least. I don't understand any of the articles. One of the pages has a live feed broadcast starring a rather busty fox. She keeps my attention with just her charisma, but in the end, I don't know what she's reporting on. I try to ask Kai for assistance, but I guess my obsolete terminology makes it difficult for him to find what I'm looking for. He doesn't respond well to vague commands. Kai, are you able to play music? Certainly, operator. What genre are you looking for? Rock? Kai takes a moment to respond. I wouldn't be surprised if he was looking for literal music made by rocks. Playing Blinded by Fortune, featuring Dahlia Flanders. It isn't something I've heard of. It looks like the mental link makes it so I don't need to wear headphones. This will take some getting used to, but it's convenient. The music I found is honestly not as strange as I thought it would be. It cycles through various artists over the next hour. I rest against a chair, silently judging each one that plays in my head. Before I know it, Vita nudges my shoulder. They're trying to talk to me, but I can't hear them. Oh, right. I internally ask Kai to shut down for the time being. The music fades out. Sorry, what was that? I said, you're all done for the day. Was it so relaxing that you fell asleep? Almost. I was actually listening to music through my Axiom. Vita raises a brow. I'll never get used to these contraptions. Anyway, if you could lean forward, I'll remove the tubes. I do as I'm told and lean forward. Vita takes them out, one by one. Your ports are extremely inefficient. If it's alright with you, I'd like to make some modifications at a later time, so long as you're careful. I'm always careful. I feel my newly shaven head. I'll take your word for it. Is that it then? Yes, we'll do this at least twice a week for the foreseeable future. Once you start showing signs of improvement, we'll leave it up to Titania to decide. Speaking of, when am I ever going to meet this Titania? That is up for her to decide, Cyrus Cantwell. Who knows? Maybe. Wait. I can't wonder about it for too long before Kai starts beeping. New message from Silver. I take out my Axiom and start reading the message. Sorry to cut this short, but I made a promise to be somewhere for dinner. By all means, go right ahead. Would you like to join us? We'll be in the break room. Rita's eyes go wide for a moment. I have some work to do. However, once I finish, I could join for a little while. Thank you for the invitation. Of course. Let me know if you need anything. Indeed. I'll see you soon, Cyrus Cantwell. With a bow, I make my way out of Vita's office. It's quiet in the halls tonight. No one bothers me on my way to the break room. Even though Silver messaged me about dinner, he's not here yet. The place is empty. I guess it's not 6 quite yet, unless... I start to look around the room. I get the feeling Silver is in here somehow. Must be some kind of trick to him popping... there must be some kind of trick to him constantly popping in and out of existence. To his credit, there aren't a lot of places to hide here. I try looking under the table, maybe under one of the chairs. Did you lose something, Cyrus? Right on cue. The fox successfully spooks me, and I hit my head on the table when I try to get out. Jeez, seriously, how'd you do that? Trade secret. Your head okay? What? Oh, yeah, didn't feel a thing. Anyway, Aaron will be here soon. Kanto and Karen asked to come along. The more the merrier. I invited Vita too. I hope that's alright. Fine by me. I wanted to ask them how to improve the recipe for tonight anyway. What's on the menu? Secret. You'll see soon enough. My pouting is short-lived, as Aaron comes to greet us. Evening, fellas. Hope you're doing well. Could be better. Could be eating right now. Sorry about that. I just wanted to change into something a little more comfortable. Work finish up alright? After the party, I stayed for about an hour to make sure everything was good for tomorrow. Shouldn't be anything to worry about. After all the work we did, there better not be. Kanto calls out as Karen walks in with him. If there wasn't a free meal tonight, I'd be inclined to say it wasn't worth it. Kanto comes up behind Silver and hugs him. You're always worth the wait, though. Love you too, babe. They don't waste any time, do they? What are we having? I'm starved. Pace yourself. I don't know what Silver brought, but I tried my hand at making my own carbonara recipe for Cyrus. Score. Carbonara? What's that? Usually pasta with eggs and meat. My mom usually made it with bacon. So, like a breakfast pasta? Huh. I guess so. Never thought of it like that. Sounds yummy. Bring on the carbs! Couldn't say it better myself. What did you bring, Silver? Silver looks a bit stumped. Well, if I knew you were bringing pasta, I'd have brought something different. I'm trying a lo mein recipe that Vita told me about. Oh, sorry. Next time we do something like this, we should discuss it beforehand. The way I see it, we got an interesting time on our hands. Now we can see who can make the better pasta. There's no need to make it a competition. I think you're overestimating me, Kanto. All I've had these past few months were military rations. Were they good? I mean, but Gallows, Silver was gonna be here too. Come on. Were they good? Occasionally. Most tasted like chocolate sand, though. Ugh. Aaron claps his paws and bring us back on topic. Let's put a hold on any sort of competition for the night. Let's just enjoy a nice home-cooked meal together as a team. It's been a long time after all. You're telling me. I just hope someone doesn't get all grabby this time around. Huh? Sorry? What was that? I don't speak pipsqueak. Kanto's momentarily stunned by the loud voice before quickly getting more aggressive. You want to say that again, you big bitch? Bring it on, you little bitch. Karen seems to be enjoying riling up people as usual. This gives Silver a chance to slip away from the two of them. They sure haven't changed, have they? You can say that again. Want to get things started in the meantime? Let's do it. Cyrus, do you mind setting the table? You're the only useful person here with hands free at the moment. Sure, I'll get right on that. I start rummaging through some of the nearby shelves. Even the dishes are high quality. There's a whole shelf filled with nice porcelain plates free to use. I grab 6 plates and start to line them around the table. Kanto doesn't waste a second to make fun of me. 6 plates? Did you hit your head again, Cyrus? Actually, yeah, a few minutes ago. Silver pulls on his left ear. Don't be rude, Kanto. We have someone else coming. Ow! Stop! Silver chuckles. Let's go of the half-dragon ear. Since you asked nicely, Vita's joining us. I invited them. Ugh, why? I call dibs on sitting next to them! Be my guest. Keep that freak on the end of the table. We'd all be stuck on the same side then. Oh, Silver, you're not a freak. Yeah. You can handle dinner with them. They're not bad. If you say so. I can hear Aaron chuckling as he's preparing the pasta. I take the opportunity to grab the silverware near him. Lively as ever, huh? Indeed. We used to do dinners like this when we lived here, but we kinda stopped after we moved out. We should do it again. It's nice having everyone together. You know, by their own volition. If you ever do, I'd love to come. This certainly beats sitting and eating by myself, that's for sure. Silver pops up behind me, grabbing a knife. Don't worry, Cyrus. While you're with us, I'll let you have too many Don't worry, Cyrus. While you're with us, I doubt you'll have too many dull moments. He begins to chop up some vegetables. His knife work is quite impressive. It's going really fast. I don't mind things being dull from time to time. I will admit, this underground base is nice and all. However, it's tad suffocating, right? Something along those lines, yeah. Now that Silver's around, you can go to the surface when you want to get some fresh air. Gotta find the perfect time though. Too early and it's freezing. And I'll make it too late, and too late makes it sweltering. Do you like to run, Cyrus? I look back at him for a moment. I used to all the time, mainly because someone close to me liked having a running partner. It's a lot more enjoyable with someone else, that's for sure. Want to try sometime? Sure, that sounds nice. Just know it'll be more of a walk for me. That's fine. It'll be good exercise for you. I nod quickly. I got so wrapped about talking, I forgot to finish getting the silverware ready. Here, the good knives are in the drawer. Although, I doubt we'll really need any. We can use them to cut up the pasta. It'll make it easier to eat. Oh, true. Good call. How about Silver and I get close and examine the various knives. Aaron starts to chuckle at us. Glad to see you two are getting along so well. Why wouldn't we? Cyrus seems nice. It's not that you wouldn't get along, but rather, how should I put it? Aaron takes a moment to think about it. I guess I'm just happy that you're both pretty comfortable with each other. You've all been really considerate of me since I got here. Well, mostly. I glance towards Kanto. Although, he's not that bad either. The past few days, I've been thinking a lot about how unnatural I really am. I don't know. Being around you all has been very pleasant. Probably helps that we're all misfits too. You can say that again. I don't think I can name a single normal person who works here. Probably for the best. Any normal person would have gone crazy at this point. Glad you're not normal then. You have some real innate tenacity. Yeah. Even though I'm not even sure how I've lasted this long. As long as you stick to your recovery regimen, you'll hopefully live a decent life. Oh, that's a dope-ass outfit. That familiar mechanical voice comes behind us. Hey there, Vita. Long time no see. Same to you. I hope you've been well. I am now that I'm home. Good. Sorry it took so long. I was in the middle of wrapping up a project. Don't worry. We haven't even started. In fact, I think it's just about done. How about you, Silver? Silver places the last of the minced veggies into his lo mein. I'd say so. Ready to get things started? Absolutely. Karen raises her voice across the table. Vita, I saved you a seat. I need you to look at something too. My arm's acting up. Vita pinches their nose. I'm off the clock, Karen Streiser. They sigh as they make their way over to her. But I guess I can take a quick look. Aww. Come on, Cyrus. Ready to eat? Like you wouldn't believe. I finally get the chance to properly set the table. Thus the night goes on without incident. It almost reminds me of a Thanksgiving dinner. Just, in an underground covert military base, after the apocalypse. Another typical Sunday for the crew here, I bet. I hope it becomes typical for me, too. Oh, I like these wholesome moments. I know I've already asked this several times, but are you sure you want to move in with me? Silver's in the process of bringing his belongings into my room. The more boxes he brings in, the more wary I become. If you keep asking me that, I'll start to think you don't want me. It's not that, it's just so sudden. Maybe we can try to apply for a bigger room together or something. You can try, but as soon as they see your name on the application, but as soon as they see my name on the application, they probably won't allow it. Are you really away that often? Yep. I try not to stay in one place for very long after all. Silver pushes a big box against the wall before clapping his paws together. That should do it. You weren't kidding about how small your room was, though. I tried to tell you. They said it was an old storage room. Silver raises an eyebrow at me. What? Cyrus, how sensitive are you? Genuinely asking. I don't know. Try me, I guess. Alright then. Why do you think there's a bathroom here? If it's just a storage room, right? Huh? That is strange. I look around my small room again. There's a closet and a full bathroom. I take it this is someone else's room. Silver impatiently gives me a hand motion that I should keep going. Yeah? I guess the fact that Aaron didn't mention that is a clue I'm supposed to understand. He could have just said that it belonged to an old teammate. Oh. This was Lance's old room. Oh! There you go. I knew you could do it. Silver condescendingly claps a few times. And how does that make you feel? Is it supposed to make me feel something? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You probably think I'm making you on, but I am curious. Do you care that Aaron lied to you about it? Not at all. I answered so quickly that Silver stumbles. I think he meant to keep going. I don't think lying to someone to protect their feelings is a bad thing. I am 50-50 on that. Well, usually. It depends, obviously. Oh, and here I thought I was fast. Sorry, I'm not trying to interrogate you or anything. I just wanted to know if I should hold my words, for your sake. That's nice of you, but I'd rather you not. It would make me feel bad if you felt the need to filter yourself around me. Alright then. Do you want to know the real reason I asked to move in with you? Sure, why not? The boss wants me. The boss wants to put you on suicide watch. Oh, I mean, I guess that's reasonable. Silver furrows his brow. Doesn't that bother you? After going through all that trouble, I don't think it's weird to add some extra precaution. I'm saying that people you've never met are dictating things about you in your life. Again. That's been my life for the past few centuries, Silver. I'm pretty good at adapting. You're a strange guy, Cyrus. If I had $1, or I guess a plume. What? Nothing. So, what? You're really only here to make sure I don't do anything reckless? Not exactly. While Tatani did give me orders to keep an eye on you, I could have turned it down. She does have reason to worry. We've lost a few people shortly after rescuing them from Resume. Silver doesn't look at me in the eye anymore. I grew up in this shithole, Cyrus. Did you know that? I did not. I know very few things about you. Kanto made talking about you off limits while you were gone. That sounds like him. Silver moves to sit on one of the boxes he brought in. Just know, I intend to keep you safe, even if no one else is around. That's very kind of you, really, but I don't want... I know. I just got done telling you about how people are calling your shots, but I need you to understand that I'm not asking for your opinion on the matter. All of a sudden, Silver gets a piercing look in his eye once more. Look, I'm not trying to cause a fuss, but why are you so agitated? Silver starts to stare at the floor for a moment before realizing how riled up he's getting. He calms himself down soon after. Sorry. You're fine. Do you mind cluing me in as to why you feel this way, though? Not a lot scares me, but your demeanor is kind of creeping me out. That's definitely something I'm known for. When I'm back at the base, I sort of forget how to regulate my emotions. Out on the road, I usually have to suppress them. As an assassin, right? Yes, as an assassin. He says it pretty casually, as if to unnerve me. Instead, I walk up next to him and sit on the box next to his. So, what's your story then, if you don't mind me asking? Jeez, I just told you I'm an assassin, and you walk right up to me? Maybe you are as fearless as they say. Maybe, or maybe I'm just stupid. Don't say that. You didn't last this long by being stupid, Cyrus. Silver starts to relax his posture. I'm trying to think. How long has it been? I mentioned I grew up in Resume. Me and my brother did. Well, that's not entirely accurate. You might find some old news clippings or sites about 10 years ago. Resume got a lot of good press for taking in orphans. Hell, I think I was interviewed at one point. I was about 11 at the time. Ash was 7. We were desperate. Our folks left us a long time before that. I wanted to make sure Ash and I could have a decent life, at the very least. I'm sure you're well aware, but Resume doesn't present itself to the public in an honest fashion. I nod, solemnly, not wanting to interrupt. It wasn't even after a week that we moved down there that they started to treat us like fodder. I learned very quickly the only reason they were saving so many orphans was because they were cheap and free. Silver interlocks his paws so tight that they start to shake. As much as I wanted to forget what they did to us down there, I can't. It's my motivation to keep going, to keep fighting. With a deep exhale, Silver eases up and before he turns towards me. They forced me to become a child soldier. They trained me to be one at least. Ash didn't have a knack for it. If you weren't useful to them, you barely got any food. Thankfully, I was able to pull enough weight to keep him fed. It wasn't uncommon for me to steal food, though. I learned a lot just trying to survive. Silver pauses, looking up at the wall. They said I would graduate once I became 18. By that, I mean we were given the okay to go out on the field and wreak havoc as they saw fit. That is, if you were worth the effort. Silver crossed his arms in thought. If you didn't show the results, awful, awful things to you. I start to think about the ports on my back and the day I got them. Still, I don't interrupt. It became routine for me to crawl through the vents in order to make clean getaways. More than once, I saw what they were doing in these so-called research facilities. They were pumping people full of strange liquids that would make even the smallest rat turn into a monster. The only good thing that came out of it was seeing the scientists be ripped to shreds. It was even that was hard to watch. Silver shakes his head. I caught wind of what that they were gonna do the same to Ash once he turned 18. I wasn't able to do anything right away. I needed time to get us enough supplies for us to live on our own. Did I mention they didn't pay us? That was sweet of them. Silver laughs at his morbid upbringing. I did their dirty work, making them think I was a perfect model for a child soldier. And one day, Ash turned 17. And on the day Ash turned 17, I made the move and got us as far away from that hellhole as possible. It was touch and go for a while. I wanted to make sure he was safe, but without any skills that society deemed useful, I just used what they taught me. He became a mercenary. That I did. After a long-winded explanation, Silver gives another long sigh. Sorry, I rambled a bit there. It's okay. I'm just surprised is all. By my situation. More that you told me about it. Want to know why I told you, Cyrus? Silver leans his arms back to support him comfortably on the box. I want you to know that you're not alone. We all have baggage down here. Are we a little fucked up? Sure. But I want you to know that the reason I want to keep you safe is that you never have to experience what Resume did to you ever again. I blink a few times, taken aback by the honesty. I'm not sure how to feel about this right away. Now, if you still want to live by yourself, I don't think Titania would fight it. But you really do have a strong constitution. You weren't exactly fazed by what I was telling you. Oh, please, don't take me as being uninterested. I'm sorry if it came across that way. Don't worry, you didn't. I can tell you process things internally. Silver stretches their arms out before he gets to his feet. So, what do you think? Do you want to keep living alone? As a part of me wants to say yeah, I do. A part of me wants to say yeah, I do, but the rest of me thinks that isn't the best idea. Hell, I even forgot to eat my first few days here because I was so depressed. Let me ask you then. Now that I know why you pushed this on me, and knowing you don't want to live here, do you want to live with me? Silver cracks a smile. I think it would be nice. I think it would be nice to have a place to stay, if that helps. A place underground, that is. Rita kinda scares me sometimes, although. Now it's my turn to give Silver a keep-going expression. It would be nice to have a quiet place to come back to. I'd like to stay here, if that's alright. Sure, I don't mind. It'd be nice to have someone around. As much as I like how dark it is down here, it's a bit unnerving to stay underground by myself for so long. Don't worry. If the boogeyman tries to get you, I'll dice him up. I'll be counting on it. How about it? Want to start unpacking? Yeah. Glad you're letting me stay. I really didn't have to lug all this to another corner of the base. Don't worry. I have someone on speed dial who can carry it all in one hand. Aaron? Yeah, he probably could. Kanto would be faster if I called, though. Oh yeah, didn't notice this was a competition. Life down here is a competition, Sai. Don't rest on your laurels. If you say so. Let's just get everything unpacked. I'm starting to get tired. Wait, do you have a bed? Don't worry. We don't have to share yours. I have an old cot that I got before I started working here. Is it comfortable? No, not really. But I like it well enough. I see. Well, if I'm out and about, feel free to nap on my bed if you ever get tired. I'll consider it. Thanks. Don't mention it. That's what roomies are for, yeah? Silver perks up his ears and gives you a much softer smile. Gives me a much softer smile than I'm used to. Yeah, I guess you're right. All right then, roomie. Let's get this over with so we can get to bed. Here, here. We start to open the boxes. He said he'll keep some to hold his clothes until he gets proper furniture. Other than that, it's just miscellaneous stuff, mainly knives and other weapons. Thankfully, it doesn't take more than an hour to put everything neatly away, or at least up against the wall until he can store them. I can't help but yawn loudly. Alrighty, I'm tapping out. I'm exhausted. Silver's already laying down in his cot. He's at the opposite side of the room, near the door. This enough space for you, Cyrus? I'm sure with the way you get around, I won't even notice you're there. That's the perk of being an assassin. I'll try not to wake you if I need to head out myself. I appreciate it. I'll try to do the same for you. No offense, but it'll be a long time before you're able to sneak by me. Might be safer for you to wake me up from over there. He pauses. Seriously, trust me. Got it. I'll try to be careful then. Good. Have a good night, Cyrus. I'll see you tomorrow. I think about getting up to wash my face and brush my teeth, but decide not to. Just this once. Instead, I crash into my pillow, feeling a little bit more at ease about my new life. Thanks, Silver. Don't mention it. Go to bed, Cyrus. He reaches for the light switch by the door, making the room completely dark. I finally drift off into a deep, comfortable sleep. That art is very ominous. Chapter 12. New Norm. The next 3 weeks go by in an instant. I've more or less got settled into my new routine down here. On training days with Karen, I don't do much else. When I have sessions with Vita, I tend to wander around the base after a few hours at a time. Afterwards, for hours at a time. Serum just gives me enough energy, so I don't want to sit around. That is, unless Cant or Aaron need something from me, which hasn't happened too often. Aaron sometimes invites me down to the bar when it's slow, and we get chatting about this and that. He always tries to be sensitive when asking me about my past. It's sweet of him, but I've come to accept things as the way they are. Damien's gone. I'll never see him, or my friends and family again. Talking about them has been very helpful. If nothing else, I can keep their memories alive. Aaron quickly becomes a source of comfort for me, but I try not to bother him too much. I know he's got it tough being leader and all. On days where I have nothing planned, Karen will text me to help out on her current project. Granted, all I can do is hand her the correct tools when asked, but it's relaxing at the very least. Kanto has been picking my brain in a weird way. He had me go to the break room and look at some old technology he found. He wanted to figure out how my world's tech worked, I guess just as a hobby. Straying away from routine, one of the bigger variables is whether or not I wake up alone in the room. True to his word, Silver hasn't been obtrusive in any way. Some mornings we'll talk a bit before he goes off to do something illegal. Other days I won't see him until night, before I fall asleep. Since most of my obligations are later in the day, I don't mind staying up longer to chat with him. A lot of the stories he's told me recently have been pretty tame. No murders, as far as I'm aware of. Just some petty pickpocketing or detective work for pay. It's been pretty peaceful, all things considered. When the worst thing I have to worry about is figuring out which meal I'm in the mood for. I'd say I'm doing pretty okay nowadays. Although, I'm enjoying myself lately. Thoughts bubble in the back of my mind of my former life. It usually happens when I'm asleep. Most of them are fragments, but I can't help but feel slightly melancholic when I wake up. Silver's been a big help with that too. He can usually tell when I've had one of those dreams, and he asked me what it was about. However, the one I had last night seemed to pique his interest more than usual. What is melancholy? I don't understand that term. Well, hello, Silver. So, when you were younger, your parents helped you bury something called a time capsule. What's that? And why'd you do it? Silver's been very curious about my life before the fall, so much that he'll pretty much ask me anything. I sit up on the bed and so we can have a proper talk. It was for a school project, I think in the 5th grade. We were told to come up with a letter for our future selves and bury it along with various items. That seems weird. What's the point? All I can do is shrug. Beats me. Probably a cute excuse to see how much you've grown. I don't remember what I buried. Silver looks over a pile of his belongings. I kinda want to try it. How come? Ash didn't get to do a lot of normal things like that growing up. It could be fun. He's 20, right? Not trying to dampen the mood, but he might be a little too old to get excited over something like that. Maybe you're right. Still, hearing everything you did growing up has been interesting. I can't imagine going to school every day was like. Trust me, those are some of the easier times of my life. I suddenly think about my bad test scores in grade school. On second thought, maybe not. Elementary school was tough. Still mind-boggling how commonplace school was back then. Have you thought about trying it nowadays? Not really. I think I'm far gone for something like that. Don't say that. I think you're pretty capable. That's sweet of you, Cyrus. But I doubt they want to see applicants tracking blood everywhere they go. Although, yeah, maybe I can help Ash get into college or something. Silver looks deep in thought. I've only known him for about a month at this point. Oh, yeah, no. Like, absolutely. Kanto was gonna hunt me down. I've only known him for about a month, but it's clear how devoted he is to his brother. Almost to a self-sacrificing degree. Do you need prior education to apply for college here? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you just take an entrance exam and hope for the best. You know, after paying a small fortune. Yes, some things never change. Maybe one day I'll go back to school. Need to update my credentials to fit the modern day. Lofty goals. I'm sure you can do it, considering your background. You say that, but I'm sure science and medicine has evolved to lengths I couldn't even dream of. Guess you better study it then. Maybe I will. I rest my chin on my hand and face the wall for a moment. Uh-oh. Someone's thinking about something. Yeah, being easy to read is one of my many weaknesses. It's not always a bad thing. What are you thinking about? Well, it's hazy. I'm still thinking about the time capsule I buried. I wonder if it's still there. Oh, you want to try to dig it up? Maybe. I'm not sure. It's weird to say, but I've been oddly homesick lately. It's probably not still there. Maybe it's just from a lack of closure, but I would like to see my own house one more time. What about you? Do you want to take a trip up there? What? To your old house? Yeah. I'll have to get back to you on that. While I'm technically on vacation, there's still some work I gotta do. Part-time assassination, among other things, yes. Silver effortlessly balances the knife on the tip of one of his claws. I bet Aaron would love to go, though. You know he's obsessed with learning how the world used to be. Sounds like someone else I know. Hey, come on. I'm interested, but not obsessed like he is. Silver gets up on the bed and grabs a jacket. I think Silver and Aaron are my two favorite characters. Silver gets up from the bed and grabs a jacket. Whoa. I think it's something worth asking about if you want to try. Besides the energy gym, you haven't been going out too much. Speaking of, do you need to go today? Nope. Karen says I'm making good progress. I try to flex my arms. Despite how lanky they still are, they're still leagues better than when I first started. The treatments with Vita have been going well too. For the first time in a long while, I feel like I've got some of my energy back. I can tell. You seem a bit happier as of late. Does that mean I'm off suicide watch? That's up to Titania. Unless you want me to leave, that is. Nope, I haven't had a roommate. I haven't had a roommate I actually liked in, well, centuries. Oh, shut up. Come on, let's go see Aaron. Right now? Yes, right now. If you want to take an extended leave with him, he'll need to request it ASAP. And we can't just text him about it? Should I take that as you don't want to see him then? Hmm? What? No, that's not. Ugh. Hang on. Let me get dressed real quick. Attaboy. Oh, he knows we like Aaron. He absolutely knows. Only if you respectfully see that I stare at Aaron. Okay, how about this? I, we can stare at each other's dibs. Sound good? Because I know Lance is hot too. The current time at Lambent Peak is a little after 7 o'clock. Although we're so high up, you'd think it's noon. I've since learned Aaron lives in what I knew was Alaska. Living in the southern part of an old state means there's some semblance of night, but it doesn't last very long. Is Aaron expecting us? It's okay. I have a key to his place. That's not what I asked. My axiom beeps. I expect it to be a message from Aaron, but it's from Kanto. Hey, are you hogging Silver to yourself already? Ugh. Oh, there it is. Silver, your boyfriend's getting jealous again. Jeez, sorry about that. Have y'all been getting along alright? He didn't take you moving in with me too well. He'll get over it. Come on, let's go. I'm no relationship experts by any means, but Silver's been avoiding Kanto as of late, even if he doesn't want to admit it. Do you want to talk about it? Not really. I just need some space to think. After we talk to Aaron, we can have lunch at Ash's Cafe. How does that sound? Good. I like the food there. Me too. He's so quick to shut things down. There's definitely some friction between them. Even I can tell that much. I try to be supportive when I can. It's all I can do. Let me go ahead and make a save real quick. Alright, this will just take a minute. What are you? Silver leans down next to Aaron's door and starts trying to pick the lock. I thought you said you had a key. I do. I'm using it now. Now pipe down. I need to concentrate. Doesn't he have a security system that Ring made? What if you trip it? Oh, please. Ring hasn't made a single lock I haven't been able to pick. There's an audible click. See? And you doubted me. That wasn't so hard. Christ. The lights are off in the living room, but flick on as we walk inside. Are you sure he's awake? What if he's asleep? Then we just wait for him to wake up. Do you want a drink? Okay. I think I saw that there was an ad going, so I'm just going to catch you up real quick. Silver just broke into Aaron's apartment. That's all. Enough said. I mean, kind of, but I don't want to steal one from Aaron. Why not? I thought you said you were pretty comfortable around him. Oh, so now you want to talk about relationship statuses? That's not... Hello? I nearly bite my tongue as I hear a familiar voice coming down the stairs. Whoa! Oh! Oh, okay. Hold up. Sorry. I need a second. Aaron spots us almost immediately, and he's wearing almost nothing but a couple of towels. I feel my face get warm, so I try to naturally look away. I can see a shit-eating grin on Silver's face as I do. Oh, hey guys. What are you doing in my house? Condo. Aaron sighs. You know I'm not exactly a morning person. What's going on? Well, Cyrus here was telling me how much he misses you. I use my menial training with Karen to sock Silver in the arm. Ow! What was that for? Anyway, Silver wanted to come talk to you about something. I wanted to text you, but he was insisted that we come see you in person. I see. This early? Well, wait, hang on. Let me get dressed. I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh no, you hear that, Cyrus? Aaron's leaving. Shut up! Don't make me punch you again. Telling the fox I might have feelings for Aaron was one of the worst things I've ever done. Okay, for the sake of the story, I know you have dibs, Gallo. For the sake of the story, I'm gonna read this as flustered as I can, okay? Whenever it happens. After getting ready, Aaron offered to pay for a meal down at the cafe Ash works at. I didn't realize it was only a couple blocks away from Starlight Road. Once we get settled into the booth, Silver lets the cat out of the bag without hesitation. You want to take a trip? Aaron asked with a bit of surprise in his voice. I pinched the bridge of my nose out of embarrassment. I mean, yeah, but I didn't just want to jump straight into it. You gotta know when to go for the kill if you want to make it around here. That's not advice you want to give someone who's currently mad at you. Aaron chuckles. Aaron chuckles at our petty dispute. Well, I don't think it's a bad idea. Where did you want to go? I instinctively look at Silver, making sure he doesn't try to ruin this for me. I can see a giant smirk he's wearing behind the cup of black coffee he's drinking. I wanted to see if you could take me to where I used to live. It's on the other side of the country, though. Aaron sips his mug of hot chocolate, with wide eyes. Like, where you grew up? Yeah, I wanted to see if anything was still there. These past few weeks, I've been trying to find closure. I think actually being there might help. I don't see why not. Whereabouts did you grow up anyway? Was it Vermont? Vermont. Somewhere in the northeast. Ah, right. That's pretty far. But the distance isn't the biggest issue. I'm just worried if anything is still there. Was there a big impact around the northeast? Kind of. Silver pulls his axiom on his left wrist, showing a map with lots of circles of various sizes. The east got hit pretty hard. The western part, what was it? The US? The United States, yeah. Right. The west was relatively unscathed, particularly the southern parts. Hey yo, Texas for the win! We survived! That's convenient for Current. They probably capitalized on the fallout relatively easily. So the story goes. In any case, it wouldn't hurt to go have a look. What part of the map was Vermont? Right here. I point to where it approximately is. There's no state lines on the map. It's okay. I'll save you. I can't be alone in the apocalypse, Gallows. The nearest impact was about 100 miles away. It's possible there's still something there, although there hasn't been anything built around there yet. I'd say it's worth a shot. You know, I'm sure we can make a profit out here too. What? How? Since it's not habitable, there aren't a lot of people who have been out there in the years. I'll bet there's a ton of lodestars there. That's wishful thinking, but maybe. It wouldn't hurt to look. I can submit a job application for us to go look around there. Sightseeing can be written off as just a side perk. I'm not sure they'd fall for that. Besides, I have loads of vacation time. Lame. That would have been fun to try to pull off. Do you think I need any sort of permission? Probably. I'll try to get in contact with the boss personally about it. You're just asking to get shut down. She wants Cyrus to have freedom, Talon. I'm sure she'd understand. Yeah. Order number 42. Oh, hey guys. I can hear the sound of a cart of food being pushed from behind me. I don't know how to voice this guy. Okay. Bonk. Just bonk. Bonk. Again. Another hot one. I'm done. This game has too many hot ones. Turning my head, I see Ash in his work uniform. Barring the gray fur, he really does look like he's related to Silver. You can have this one, Gallows, since I took Silver. We only met a few times, but he's always been polite. if a little meek. Hey there, champ. How's it going today? Pretty steady. Can't complain too much. Yeah, that's Ash. That's Silver's brother. Last night was rough. Had to close at midnight because some drunks trying to haggle with me about their tab. Oh, yeah? Give me some descriptions for research purposes. It's not that big of a deal, so Talon. They left after I showed them the gun you gave me. I can handle some things on my own too, you know. Aaron chuckles. That's good to hear. Still, you let me know if someone causes you trouble. I'm happy to port down here. I'll keep that in mind for next time. I let people drink after last call. Anyway, here's your food. I'm thinking of giving him a more silent tone, like more of a timid tone. Ash sets the plates in front of us one by one. I couldn't decide what to get, so I let Aaron choose for me. Looks like a club sandwich and a small cup of soup on the side. I'm glad the soup and sandwich combo survived the apocalypse. Silver got a salad with chopped meat on top, while Aaron got himself what looks like fish and chips. It looks amazing, as always. Do you want to come sit down with us? I wish, but I have other customers to take care of. If you need anything, just yell for me. Will do. I'll swing by later. We might be going on a trip. A work trip? Yeah, a work trip. I see. Be careful. I will. Don't worry. With a bow, the small gray fox walks to the other end of the cafe. He's a good kid. I take it he knows what you do. Not all the fine details, but yes, he's somewhat aware. I think he's proud of you, Talon. That's what I should be saying. I don't know how he handles working here. I can't put up with idiots. Don't worry, it just takes practice. I sip my cup of tea before I start digging into the food. Aaron taps away on his axiom for a little while before doing the same. I sent the request for the time off. Should get a response in a day or so. Gives us time to set up a route. It's been a while since I've had a nice haul. I'll see if Rose would let us borrow one of her bikes. You still have yours, right? Sure do, although it could use a little tune-up. After we finish up, I'll head over and ask her about it. No, so from what I understand is, because remember, Damien was his boyfriend before the apocalypse. So I think there's always been hybrids, and then a lot of humans are now locked up in places like Resume because of the research that goes on there. So I believe that they really did prioritize humans being held captive as organ donors. But I don't know, because we haven't seen too many other humans other than Vita, right? But what's weird is, same. What I don't understand is how the president let his own daughter die and didn't try to keep her alive to help Cyrus through his issues. That doesn't make sense to me, because remember, Cyrus's best friend was Diana, who was the president's daughter. So that's kind of fucked to think that he let his own daughter die, right? Then again, it's the man who let a lot of people die. We're not taking the in-vehicle? There shouldn't be a need. It's so remote, I doubt even Resume has set up any posts out there. Fair enough. I've never ridden on a motorcycle before. We'll get a sidecar for you, if need be. I don't know. Maybe you should learn how to ride one. He could use a means of transportation for himself. That's not a bad idea. I'm sure we could easily forge a license for him. Am I even considered a citizen around here? Who's gonna ask? No one will care. You do make a good point, though. I'll ask if we can whip up an ID for you, too. Bet you could still get drinks without issue. Not like anyone would card you. Being over 300 years old has its perks, after all. The rest of our mealtime shifts to talking about the benefits and advantages I have of being so old. Before I knew it, a good hour passes by. I'm going to pay. I have to go to I have to go work later this afternoon. I'll let you know if they approve the time off. Yeah, I should probably get started on for the trip as well. What about you, Cyrus? I was thinking of paying a visit. I want to see if I should get anything done in particular since we'll be away for a long time. Sounds like a good plan. Alright, let's get out of here. Good idea. Starting to get busy. Hope Ash will be fine. I'm sure he will be. He's more capable than you know. I know. Cute. He's a good older brother. I love him. Meanwhile, in the upper floor hospital's Intensia, a hippo wearing a doctor's coat is examining the newest patient. You seem to be healing well. Your eye should be good as new soon. I guess, as a wolf, you have some pride to protect. Isn't that right, Mr. Krager? Say what you want. I don't have a lot to be prideful of. You were in a sorry state when you got here. I'm not surprised. The hippo starts to laugh as if he wasn't insulting me. I want to punch him in the face. Please don't antagonize him too much, Doctor. He's already taking a beating, as you're aware. I glare at the weasel on the other side of the room, but hold my tongue. I'm in too deep to try to start shit with him. Yes, I do apologize. Let's just get those bandages off. I bat the hippo's hand away. I can do it myself. My word. Ahem. I'll take over from here, Doctor. I'll have the payment sent over this afternoon. Well, if you insist, please give the lovely folks over at Resume my regards. We'll always be at the service of our most generous patrons. Considering you mended a smashed snout and a broken eye socket in a matter of weeks, you better believe I'll put in a good word. Anything for your cause, sir. Well then, I'll be off. Let one of the nurses know if you need anything. Will do, sir. Thank you. The weasel already loses interest with the doctor, staring in my direction again. The hippo doesn't seem to notice as he starts humming to himself on his way out. Once it's just the two of us, it's silent. I try not to talk to him if I don't have to. How are you feeling? I get off the hospital bed I was sitting on to make way to a nearby sink and mirror. Using my claws, I snip away the bandages. It takes a moment for me to be able to focus my bad eye, but once I do, I can't help but notice how clean it looks, as if it were never hurt to begin with. I guess that's what a rich hospital gets you. I can see Artemis move behind me in my reflection, with a serious look on his face. Honestly, I thought after everything you'd be willing to open up at least a little bit. Guess your info isn't as good as you thought. Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up. I wanted to ask you a few questions. As far as I'm aware, we're done here. Is that right? After thinking about it, I decide I don't want to work for you anymore. Artemis starts staring at me in the reflection. Don't you think after selling us multiple people you found on the street, you're a little too far gone? Want me to open up your file? Oh, believe me, it's quite interesting. But it wasn't until we met last month I realized something about you that is positively damning. Now, more than ever, I wish I had my rifle with me. And what might that be? Artemis walks closer behind me, enough to get near my ear. Why didn't you tell me you worked for them? He's still staring at my reflection. I'm trying my best not to look scared shitless. What do you mean? My life has nothing to do with you. You've been withholding crucial information from us, Lance Krager. You didn't really think we would find out about who you used to work for, did you? Not only that, but after doing digging, I can see you lied to us when you sought us out years ago. Fuck my life. Artemis lets out an unsettling chuckle. Now, I'm not one to get my hands dirty if I don't have to. As you're probably aware, it takes ages to wash blood out of fur. I squeeze my fist so hard My claws can easily puncture my skin. I can feel warm blood drip to the floor below. Artemis looks down with a coy look on his face. Now, Mr. Krager, I'm a fair man. We've got the best of the best in terms of public medical treatment. However, now that it's come to my attention that you weren't being fair with us. Can you stop beating around the bush? Just what the hell do you want? Oh, I'm glad you asked. I'll make things simple for you. I've since learned you never got a proper education as well. I want to kill. If you want to leave this room alive, you're going to come work for us. And tell us everything you know. Simple terms, right? Oh, how I love it when tough guys try to act all defiant. If it's any consolation, I'm sure you do well as a soldier for us. Weasel pokes my forearm before he squeezes it. Despite how small in structure he is, I can't help but win. Then again, that's entirely up to you, of course. Now, what will it be, Lance Krager? I close my eyes. I close my eyes just so I don't have to think about this smug piece of shit for a second. It's crossed my mind to sell the information about Aaron and the others many times, but despite everything that happened, I couldn't. Maybe it's naivete, but every day I'm waiting for an apology letter to come through my axiom. Dude, why do you think that they should be saying sorry to you? If anything, you need to man the fuck up and go say sorry to them and tell them how much you fucking miss them. You fucked up. Don't even feel sorry for yourself, you fucking piece of shit. It's been years. How weak am I? How stupid am I? I take a deep breath before answering a simple yes or no question. Fine. Oh, wonderful. I knew we'd see eye to eye. However, just in case. A swift movement. The weasel fastens something around my neck. I don't have time to register what it is before it starts to tighten. Kinky? I can then hear a beep come from within it. What the fuck? Oh, you've never seen one before. It's called an Arcadia collar. It makes sure you know your place in the world. You'll always be under our caring eye, as long as you're employed with us. Shake on it. Artemis grabs my bleeding palm and starts to shake, giving it a healthy squeeze. That causes me to cringe in pain. Dear me, when did that happen? We might have to extend your stay after all. Let me go fetch the doctor. I'll be back in a jiffy. With one final squeeze, the weasel makes his way out of the hospital room. It's quiet. The only sound I hear is dripping blood from the floor, making a mess. I tug on the black metal collar around my neck. I can feel it sinking into my skin. How fitting. Now he's really on a leash. I feel sorry for him. The next day. Aaron got back to me last night, saying the request for leave was approved. And it looks like it will be just myself, Aaron, and Silver. We'll leave in the next few days. Silver is actually still going to be working. Apparently, there are rumors about a facility being built in that region. Dude, honestly, that's how I fucking feel. It's like all he has to do, and I know it would be hard for them to forgive him because of what he did. He's a piece of shit for doing what he did. But if he just swallowed his fucking pride, truly meant to apologize, I am sure that they could find it in their hearts somewhere to forgive him. It might take time, because trust is like a mirror. You can break it, but it can be fixed. But fuck, this damn wolf pisses me off. Silver actually is still going to be working. Apparently there's rumors of the facility being built around the region. He's going to do some reconnaissance on it. He's still complaining about it on our way to visit Karen. Man, I should have known they were going to find a way to make me work. Didn't you want to go scavenging for Lone Stars on company time? Yeah, but they wouldn't have known that. I'm sure it's fine. For all we know, there won't be anything current related out there. You keep saying current. What is that? Oh, resume. Force of habit. Sorry. Ah, don't worry about it. On your knees for mommy? What kind of a song title is that? Silver makes his way. Silver makes his way to the inner gym and takes off his hood. I do the same as I wave to Karen. Karen spots us from the other side of the room, waving excitedly. Hey guys, what's the occasion? You're not due to train until tomorrow, Sai. About that. Give Karen a quick rundown of the situation at hand. What? Why wasn't I invited? Because knowing you, you've already blown all your vacation time. That's not true. I have at least 5 hours left, she exclaims with genuine enthusiasm. I rest my case. To be fair, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I think we'll only be gone for a week at most. Not much vacation. You're gonna need a ride, right? That's actually why we're here. We wanted to see if we could borrow a bike for Axel and Cyrus. Plus, I need a tune-up on my own. I think I have something in storage that work for that. Sidecar and everything. Honestly, Gallows, you gotta understand though, people are prideful for a reason. It takes a lot to ask someone for help, and not everyone has the strength for that. And honestly, some people are just raised to be that way. I know a couple people myself. Along with some helmets, the kind Ring's been working on. Just 3, yeah? He's given most of them out, but I should have enough. I start to wonder around the gym as they have their conversation. I wonder what kind of rehab I can do while I'm gone. Hey, Rose. I know, Gallows. Just try to have a little bit of optimism with people like that. It's not always a red flag, but, you know, pride is one of the easiest things that we humans can be. It is prideful. Trust me. Hey, Rose. Will this impact my therapy at all? Not particularly. You've been making great strides since we started. Just make sure to take breaks while you're on the road to stretch, and you'll be fine. Got it. Sounds good. Speaking of, did you teach him how to punch? Hell yeah, I did. Cyrus wanted to learn some basic self-defense. Why? What happened? Oh, I was teasing Cyrus about it. Just like yesterday, I drive my fist squarely into Silver's arm. Ow! Karen whistles, satisfied. Dang, Sai! Your form could use some work, but you definitely nailed the basics. I stretch my fingers out. Thankfully, I've had plenty of opportunities to practice. I have been called a great teacher. By who? Anyway. Regardless, thanks for the help, Rose. I appreciate it. Don't mention it. Just make sure to enjoy yourself, okay? I'll certainly do my best. I'd love to stick around, but I gotta go talk to Vita too. Oh, yeah. I think it's their day off. What do you need? Same thing I asked you. What I'll need to do while gone and all that jazz. We'll find them. They never leave base. They're probably in their garden. I tried texting them on my Axiom, but they haven't responded, which doesn't help. Yeah, good luck getting a reply out of them. I've been trying for weeks, and I'll be lucky to get a simple okay. They never got accustomed to using their Axiom. They're pretty old-fashioned. What does that make me? Older-fashioned? The hyena starts to laugh at her poor excuse of a joke. I don't have the heart to tell her how dumb it is, though instead I just try to force a laugh. Anyway, that's most of our prep work done for the trip. I still have some supplies to go shopping for. I'll probably be back late at night. Want me to save you some dinner? Sure, if you want to. Don't wait up for me. You need your rest. Honestly, this is gonna sound fucked up, but with Silver and Kanto's issues going on, I'm starting to think he's starting to like Cyrus. Yeah. If you do find Vita, let him know that I want to see them. I've got some I've got some mechanancy questions I want to ask them. Maybe. I'll do my best to remember that. Let me know if you need anything else. You got it. I'll probably see you again before you leave. Take care. You as well. And I'll see you later, Talon. That you will. I'll try to pick up some stuff for you while I'm out. My treat. Oh, yay. Don't worry, nothing you can't handle. Right. I want to know what's going on between like Silver and fucking Kanto, man. I've been walking through the halls of the base for almost 30 minutes. It's not like I've gotten lost or anything. I can retrace my steps. I knocked on Vita's office door a few times, but there wasn't a response. I assume they're in the garden, like Silver said. The only problem is, I have no clue where it is. It never gave me a tour of the whole facility. While I can find out what I know easily, finding somewhere I've never been is tough. Is it like a literal garden all the way down here? How the hell does that work? I start to get winded from walking around for so long, then lean against a nearby wall. I know this place was huge. This is ridiculous. Oh hey, look. It's the ghost of Resume. I look behind me to two somewhat familiar faces around the corner. Oscar, stop. Don't be rude. How come? He's like super cool. Like a real life storybook character. That's a bit of an oxymoron you got there. The rabbit and a husky I met last month walk up to me. I try my best to straighten my posture to look presentable. Hello again. I hope you're doing well. Besides all the assignments we've been getting, can't really complain too much. You just got back from a hefty one. Thankfully, we have a couple days to relax before setting out again. I see. Must be rough out there. Hope they're not working you too hard. Yeah, it's whatever. It pays well, and seems to be for a good cause. We're trying to stop a nationwide conglomerate from taking advantage of people's goodwill and ignorance. Not to mention the whole raising an army of pumped up super soldiers thing. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that part. Honestly. Well, I'm sure you're both doing a good job. Really? You mean that? Oscar gets a little excited and gets a little too close to my face for my liking. Still, I try to be polite. Yeah, absolutely. You're a leader after all. The hair starts tugging on the hair starts tugging on the husky's ear. And because of that, he should show a little bit more respect. Ow, ow. Hey, if anyone's got respect here, it's me. Cyrus is literally a huge inspiration. I wouldn't go that far. Besides being a damsel in distress, I haven't really done anything. Don't say that. Saving lives and screwing over Resume is what we're meant to do. You're living proof that what we're doing is worth it. Oscar's tail is waggling frantically. Despite how overzealous, I personally think he's being, I can tell he's sincere. It's kind of you to say. I'm sorry. I'm not really used to being gushed over. You'll have to forgive him. He gets excited easily. I agree with what he's saying. You've become somewhat of a beacon of hope around here. Well, I'll try to at least do what I can. Don't force yourself. As long as you're alive and well, I'd say we did a pretty good job. Even Stan was singing our praises. After we first met him, he went on and on about how impressive you are. Oscar crosses his arms and closes his eyes in thought. We've seen our fair share of casualties, both in and out of Resume. Despite being one of the very first they took, you're doing the best out of any of them. Instinctively, I hold my hand over my chest, above my heart. I'd say that's more luck than skill on my part. Give yourself some credit. Luck or not, you're still here. That's all that matters, in the end. I agree. Still, you gotta tell me all about your experiences. I'd love to hear it. Oh, I mean, if you're comfortable with it, that is. You're fine, Oscar. I've gotten pretty good at telling people, as of late. Maybe I should hold a seminar. Oh. Oh? We have a conference hall you could use. Maybe some other time. I'll be the first one in line. Oscar, not to rain on your parade, but we're supposed to be meeting up with Stan right now. Oh crap, you're right. Hey, start with you. Can I add you on my Axiom? I promise not to spam you or anything. Sure. I don't see why not. Hey, get the Hot Husky's number. Let's go. Awesome. The Husky excitedly starts to send me his contact information. I'll make sure he doesn't go overboard. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Heck yeah. If there's anything you need, Cyrus, please just let us know. Always happy to help. I appreciate it. Now that you mention it, I do need some directions. What's his real name? Come on. After getting an apt description, I think I finally made my way to Vita's garden. I tug on my collar. It's definitely much more warm and humid over here. There's one door that's already wide open. I poke my head to see what kind of garden could survive underground. It's because dogs are straightforward and trusting. That's why. The room has an above-average ceiling with several light fixtures. There are rows of plants that of all there are rows of plants of all kinds neatly organized throughout the space. It doesn't take me long to spot Vita. They're caring for a pair of orchids. When they see me, they look surprised and set down the watering can. Oh, good evening, Cyrus Cantwell. Afternoon, Vita. Is this where you've been all day? Yes. Is that an issue? No. But I was trying to get a hold of you. Vita holds out their axiomless arm up. I left that gadget in my office. It's my day off, so I wasn't expecting to need it. I exhale with mild frustration. I guess that's fair. I used to turn off my cell phone for similar reasons. Yo, what? Never mind. I actually came because I have a question to ask you regarding my treatment. You're making good progress. There's nothing you should need to question. That's great to hear, but I'm going on a trip soon. It'll be a little while before our next session. Vita looks confused. What do you mean, a trip? I mean, a trip. Aaron, Silver, and I are going across the country for a little while. I wanted to know if there's anything I should do while I'm gone. I see. Let me think about it. When are you leaving? In the next few days. I might have something that could help. I've been tinkering with a device that should help your ports, along with carrying mobile supply of fluids. Really? That'd be perfect. But why would you want to go so far away? Vita sounds just a tiny bit anxious. It's a little silly. Something sentimental, I guess you could say. That sounds even more ridiculous. Maybe so. But I think it'd be worth it. I'm talking about you leaving. I know it's for your rehabilitation, but even just going to the Hyena's gym is highly illogical. We've always done physical therapy down below. I know you're a bit of a special case, but this just adds to the nonsense. Vita's almost rambling. It's so out of left field, I really don't know how to respond right away. Maybe I should mention where else I've gone, even to make a point. Do you, need to get something off your chest? I thought you were smarter than this, Cyrus Cantwell. Again, that sounds like a personal problem. Is it even worth it? Aren't you scared? No, not really. Why? What's got you so spooked? Why should I be scared? What if they find you while you're out there? What will you do? Who? Current? Yes, or whatever else you want to call it. If they find you, you're as good as dead. You know, I think I've cheated death long enough. This is not a joking matter, Cyrus Cantwell. For the first time since I've known them, the doctor starts getting huffy. I had no idea this was such a sore spot for them. I give them a moment to compose themselves before opening my mouth again. Vita, when was the last time you left the base? I haven't. What? I haven't left the base since I was brought here, and I'm going to keep it that way. I see. That's your prerogative, and I'm not going to judge you on it. I don't want your pity, Cyrus Cantwell. I want you to realize the situation you wound up in. You're being careless. I'm well aware how often you move around by yourself. It would be child's play for them to abduct you. Okay. And have they? Look, I'm not shy to belittle you or your history with Current. I'm sure there are things you'll never want to tell anyone else. But after being in there for 3 centuries myself, mo- most of which seems in some sort of confinement, I think I'm willing. I think I'll take the risk of walking by myself every once in a while. You're right. I apologize. It wasn't right of me to try to dictate your actions. You can say that again. I'm pretty sure we both had enough of people doing that to us. Indeed. Again, I am sorry. There's nothing to worry about. Apology accepted. We stay silent for a little longer before picking. Vita stays silent for a little while longer before picking up their watering can. If you have some time, I'd appreciate some help taking care of the plants. Once they've been sufficiently cared for, we can work on that upgrade. I don't mind. It's been a while, but I used to help take care of plants all the time. Really? Then things should go even faster. Vita directs me to a nearby table with several pieces of gardening equipment strewn about. Yeah, no. But see, so I think Vita is looking out for him, but he's also super scared of like because of what happened to him. The fear is just too much for him. You know, he would never leave the base, or they would never leave the base because I forget they go by they them. I'm surprised something like this is even possible. Never thought a plant could survive all the way down here. It's a relatively new advancement. With how desolate much of the land is, they had to improvise. Huh? As I make my rounds with the watering can of my own, something catches my attention. All the plants are labeled. While I can recognize most of them, the labels are names I've never heard of. A pot of daffodils labeled sunbells. Despite that, some of the names stayed the same. There's a small bush of roses, correctly named. I'm gonna need to find a modern book on flowers. A lot of the names are tripping me up. I'm sure you'll get used to it. Just use your instincts. Right. Carry on in silence for most of the time we work. Every now and then, I ask Vita some questions about themselves, and just to break up the monotony. Apparently, Titania funds the garden herself as a thank you for Vita's service. Not a bad deal. They really haven't left this place in years, huh? I can't imagine living like that. Something did resonate with me after dwelling on that. I do need to be a little cautious while we're traveling. Normally, I don't work unless scheduled. However, I'm willing to call it even as thanks for helping me in the garden. Thank you. I appreciate it. What did you come up with anyway? Vita heads to their desk and opens a drawer, then takes something out in a wrapped cloth. I haven't had it fitted yet, but from the measurements I took when we first met, it should suffice, at least until you return. They unwrap the cloth, revealing some kind of metal thing. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. It looks like a thin oval with a metal strip. There are 3 indents spaced evenly through it. It looks like it's segmented in order to be flexible too. This is what I've been working on. Not only will it provide your back with protection, but it should make it much more efficient to administer serum. You made this yourself? Amongst other things, yes. They point to their jaw replacement. Wait, they made that themselves? Wow, that's really impressive. You flatter me, I assure you. It's engineering at its most fundamental level. You say that, but I'm not so sure. In any case, take your clothes off, please. I'll show you how to do maintenance on it. Without delay, I start to pull my shirt and my jacket over my head. Hold still while I apply it. Once again, I do as I'm told. I almost feel like an octopus is being suctioned onto my back. It makes me squirm just ever so slightly. They make sure it's properly fastened to my ports, pushing into each of the indents as if they were buttons. This might take the cake for the least comfortable thing I've ever done. Thank you for your insight, Cyrus Cantwell. I'll make sure to consider that. I'll make sure to take that into consideration for the next model. You're oh so very welcome, Doctor. Be sure to cite me properly. Fida continues to make sure everything is in place for the next few minutes. All right, that should do it. Vita walks to their death before they hand me some vials. This is still an enormous work in progress, but every few days you should try to have Aaron insert these into your back. All you need to do is open them and put them in the proper ports. So basically the same skill as just so ah so basically the same schedule as before, just smaller doses. Yes, the Zim is much more compact and it should boost your recovery by a significant amount. It wasn't meant to be used as a portable option, but I suppose you can do it on the go. Is there any way I can do it myself at some point? You could try taking it orally, but it's not as effective, but I've seen some decent results. I see. That's good to know. Thanks. It's no trouble. I appreciate the help earlier. Could I come back to your garden and help again? Vita's face softens as much as their face can. I wouldn't be opposed. It's always nice having another capable set of hands. I'll certainly do my best anyway. I take out my axiom to look at the time. It's a little after 5. I should probably head back. I've got some prep work for the trip. Let me know when you're about to leave. I'll make some more supplies for you. Good thing I've already offered to help out, yeah? No, this one's on me, Cyrus Cantwell. On one condition. You come back safe and alive. I'll make sure of it. Don't you worry. No. I have sets of clothes along with various supplies laid out on my bed. Trying to figure out what I should bring has been a small challenge. Even back in the day, I didn't go many trips, let alone cross country. Oh shit, I don't even have a suitcase or anything. As I try to text Aaron for help, I hear the door open behind me. Silver walks in, carrying a few bags of his own, and then he places them in the corner. Welcome back. Thanks. What are you doing? Attempting to prepare. I'm not sure what to bring. Do you know where I can get a suitcase? Probably in town. Why? We're going to be away for at least a week. I'll need one to carry everything. Just use your axiom. That's how we do it. Did you forget? So, what did you end up buying? Smooth as ever, huh? Nothing special. Just some rounds of ammunition and more camping equipment. Silver pulls out the axiom on his right wrist. We're going to port to the nearest station nearest to your house. It's a lot farther than we thought, so we'll still drive for at least a day before getting there. He grabs one of the bags, turning it over, and pours the contents out on the floor. I recognize it as most standard camping equipment. Lighters, a sleeping bag, canteens. There's some tools there I can't entirely make out. Aaron should have everything else covered. All we gotta do now is wait. Woo! Curb your enthusiasm. You'll wake the whole base. Sorry, I'm excited. But, well, I had a talk with Vita earlier. At the time, I was pretty confident, but now I'm starting to get a little worried. What if Current finds us? They won't. Your old house is far away from any semblance of civilization. They aren't annoying enough to make an outpost there. What about on the way there? To town? Then we'll make a getaway and or kill him. You don't think this is our first time dealing with them, do you? Of course not, but... Do you want to stay here? I don't know. Silver steps away from his pile of supplies and moves over to my bed, looking over everything. If you don't want to go, I doubt you'd go through all this trouble. Cyrus, we're all scared. Or at the very least, cautious. Every time we step foot out of this base, we're aware of the danger that could be waiting for us. Silver lets out an exhale. Honestly, I kind of want to have a chat with Vita for putting those thoughts in your head. But at the end of the day, it's a reality you need to be aware of. Silver puts his arm around my tense shoulders. We're not going to let them take you away. Hell, the higher-ups wouldn't approve this if they didn't think we were capable of protecting you. I know, I trust you. I just hate feeling so weak and powerless. I thought I'd gotten used to it for For a while, I had. But now, I have something to lose again. I'm scared of it being taken away. Silver pauses before leaning into my field of vision, making sure I'm looking him in the eye. Look at me, Cyrus. I will die before I let them take you again. I'm damn well sure Aaron will put himself in the way before I even have a chance. He squeezes my shoulders, trying to reassure me. You're in good hands, Cyrus. I promise. I take a shaky breath before shaking my head. You're right. Sorry. I shouldn't let myself get so spooked like that. On the contrary, I'm glad you're thinking pragmatically. But it's up to you to decide what you can and can't handle. I'm pretty sure you can handle a cross-country drive, right? Yeah, I'm sure. But, uh-oh. Another butt already? Can you, teach me how to defend myself? Silver blinks and looks up in thought. I'm sure I could teach you a thing or two. Is that why you've been doing self-defense training with Karen? Among other things, yeah. Sure, I can try to teach you the basics while we're out and about. Thanks. I'd appreciate it. I've even got some wooden knives we can use. Aaron would blow a gasket if he saw us training for real. I'll give you a beginner's course in the meantime. I'd expect nothing less. I've heard you're a decent teacher, after all. Shut up. Honestly, I'm surprised we're not hearing Ring bitching and moaning more. As I start to load up some spare equipment by the bikes, I let out a nasty yawn. We parked underneath the rock formation, shielding the elevator to the underground. Aaron showed up and Aaron showed me how to use the smaller elevator embedded in the walls for casual trips to the surface. It's right before sunrise, so the desert's still pretty cool. Karen and Silver are talking about when and where to pick up gas if he needs to. Aaron and Kanto are drawing a makeshift map to guide us to our destination. I still wish you would have told me about this. I would have come along. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, babe. Besides, I'm going to split off before we get there for my own assignment. We haven't gotten a chance to really talk yet. I know. I'm sorry. I've been a little overwhelmed with everything lately. Are you two fighting? No. No. Ah. It's been a little while, but we can try to plan a group vacation later this year if you want. Oh! Oh! I want to go to the beach! Ew. Pass. What's wrong with the beach? Sand, water, crabs? Count me out. Wuss. I could go for a swim. Oh, perfect. I have a bathing suit I've been meaning to try out. That didn't take long. It never does. Okay, he loves him. I wonder if it was the whole moving in conversation. We all chuckle. Alrighty. I think we have pretty much everything we need. We know where to go in an emergency, and we have enough food for at least 2 weeks. Silver puts up his hood. Let's head out while it's still cool. Sounds good to me. I'm riding in your sidecar, Aaron. Yep. Hopefully it's comfortable enough. Just let me know if you need anything. I'd much rather be riding on your back, but you know. Wait. We all turn at the sudden call. It's Vita. They're panting by the elevator door. It looks like they ran here. Vita! I'm sorry, but I forgot to give you something, Cyrus Cantwell. Vita slowly jogs to catch up with us. It is unbearably cold out here. You left. Vita holds out a parcel to me before I can continue. Here, some extra serum, and a small maintenance kit for you while you're gone. Uh, oh, um, thank you, Vita. It's nothing. I also left you some dried tea leaves, something to mix up while you're on the road. They look around frantically. With a gasp, they stop and look to the right, eyes wide open. We all turn to look and see what's caught their attention. Sunrise. Guarantee it. Yep. The rising sun. Vita's face is the softest I've ever seen it, as they silently admire the sky at its most beautiful. It's been years since I've seen the rising sun. I had almost forgotten just how inspiring it was. Yeah, it is. Karen places a paw on Vita's shoulder. Do you want to stay up for a little while longer? We can go back down when you're ready. Vita tries to put a serious face back on. Yes, just for a short time. You got it. We'll see you when we get back, alright? I'm sure you will. Have a good trip, Cyrus Cantwell. I give him a nod before turning to Aaron and Sylvan. Ready to get the show on the road? I thought you'd never ask. Aaron chuckles as he leads us over to the bikes. He easily lifts me up and into the sidecar. These are the helmets Kanto made for us. They have a headset inside, so we can talk to each other while driving. You're welcome, Kanto shouts from behind us. Aaron yells a thank you over to him, and he has a smug smile on his face. I'll drive in the front, and I'll let you know if anything suspicious happens. Sounds like a plan. Aaron gets on his bike and straps his helmet on, prompting me to do the same. Alright, let's move out. Both he and Silver start to rev up their engines. I am now aware of the fact I've never ridden on a motorcycle before, but at the same time, I'm excited. I turn to look back at the crew and wave at them. Before I know it, we start slowly moving forward. We're speeding down the highway, leaving them to shrink over the horizon. Aaron starts speaking to me, loud and clear. You doing alright? Oh yeah. I turn my attention to the rising sun, a smile on my face. Never better. Chapter 13. Lucky. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, if we were to have them, I don't think they would be in the relationship still. I'll give up Kanto, though, if you want him. Every now and then, I check on my Axiom to see how long we've been driving. The shift in time zones makes it kinda awkward to figure out, though. The town we ported from was only a few miles from the underground base. Unlike capsule motels, ports made for vehicles are much more complicated in scale. There's a giant arch that lights up sky blue, and at the end of the short runway, acting as a gateway. It's almost like driving into a force field, and it feels just as disorienting as you think it would be. Before I knew it, we were speeding halfway across the country. If we were in Arizona before, we're somewhere around Tennessee now. I feel like a little kid watching the world go around by me as we drive on this decrepit road. We've passed through a few cities as well. Needless to say, it's painfully clear how unlucky this part of the country was during the fall. Despite the fact that we ported away from the desert hours ago, the countryside is still a total wasteland. The only difference is that there's slightly more trees than before. So, Cyrus, you ever been around here? I don't think so. Most of my time, my family stayed around the northern parts of the U.S. I see. And you moved across country for school, yeah? Sure did. Both myself and Diana got into a med program in Arizona, and we traveled back and forth throughout the year. Did you drive? That sounds like it'd take a long time. We did the first time we moved, to bring everything with us. After that, we flew between breaks if we needed to. Flew? Like in a hovercraft? No, we had machines called airplanes that we used to fly all over. Commercially? Really? Yeah, so long as you could afford it, you could go anywhere in the world. Wow, beside the occasional boat, we don't have anything that could easily do that. You can't use the capsules to port? Aaron chimes in. Porting between countries isn't really a thing yet. For for one, our country is still in the process of rebuilding everything. Not to mention how the previous nation royally screwed up our foreign relations. It's been a struggle to make a name for ourselves, and until then, we don't really port in and out of the country. Have there been talks of attaining sovereignty? Yeah, mainly by resume. Why doesn't that surprise me? Because they're a fascist organization, hell-bent on taking over and exploiting massive amounts of people. Couldn't have put it better than myself. We can only hope that the boss's plan actually pans out. Aaron pauses a moment before continuing. I really shouldn't tell you any of this, though. Don't worry, I will. Titania wants to try to unify the country again, and then elect a democratic regime. Regime? I don't know that word. Silver! What? He's gonna find out anyway. Besides, give Contour some credit. They couldn't tap into our comms even if they tried. Even so, I don't want to overwhelm Cyrus. I'm feeling pretty good, actually. It makes me happy to be filled in like this. Yes, you're right. Sorry, Cyrus. You don't have to apologize, Aaron. You know I'm very appreciative of how much you look after me. It helps that you're nice to be around. Anyway, while I don't know the exact details, Titania's pretty dedicated to this cause. She funded the resistance nearly on her own this whole time. Is she a well-known figure? I also don't know about that. I only met her once, and that was through a video call. She has a serious aura about her that makes her hard not to do what she says. What about you, Aaron? You've met her in person before, right? Just once as well, when she promoted me to leader of a squad. I can hardly breathe this. I can hear a breathy sigh coming from Aaron. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. Gotta love the ads. And you call me considerate. I'm fine, don't worry. It was a complicated time. It was shortly after we kicked Lance out of the group. God, every time they talk about Lance, my heart kind of like feels bad. The giant doctor looms over me as I try to sign my release papers. Are you having trouble, sir? Is your arm acting up at all? No, I'm just thinking. Feels awkward holding a pen in my paw. What the hell did Cyrus teach me again? Fuck me. Oh, Mr. Craig, allow me. The weasel easily slips the clipboard and pen out of my tense grasp. You'll have to forgive him. He didn't have a proper education. Oh, I see. My condolences. You're all so wonderful. Taking in those with an unfortunate upbringing. It's what we do. Think nothing of it. And there. I believe that's all you needed. Yes, thank you, sir. Please give my regard to the board of directors. But of course. Keep up the good work, Doctor. Can we go now? Impatient, aren't we? I suppose being cooped up in here for long will do that to a man. I start tugging at the damn collar he put on me, just feeling a little claustrophobic. As you should. You'll have to excuse us, Doctor. We really must be going. Understood. Again, thank you for all the hard work and generous support. We look forward to serving you again. I'm sure we'll be back before you know it. Don't worry. Weasel starts walking and wordlessly gestures for me to follow. With a scoff, I stuff my paw in my pants pocket and do as I'm told. Again. You know, you really do have to work on your public appearance. No one's going to want to work with you with that attitude of yours. That's fine by me. I work better solo anyway. I'm sure you're quite experienced in that regard. I start to imagine what the inside of the weasel's neck might taste like. Artemis directs me into what I assume is his own car. It's sleek and a simple design, much like everything else in this boring city. After getting in the vehicle, I struggle to put on the seatbelt. To the point that the weasel has to strap me in himself. Honestly, what can you do? I can think of a few things off the top of my head, including biting yours off. My, Mr. Krager. Keep this up and I might have to show you how many volts the Arcadia collar can send through the average male body. I start gripping the side of the seat. I'm sitting with pure frustration. I suggest you ruin your hide. I suggest you ruin your thigh before my pure leather seats, Mr. Krager. And if you do, please be mindful of the blood. I'm going fucking insane. Speaking of another major fuck up, why don't you give me more to work with in regards to your previous employment? Where are you taking me? Artemis sighs with a hint of pleasure. Someone's excited to start working again, aren't we? You're no fun at all. And believe me, boring me will only lead to me trying to be more... And believe me, boring me will only lead to me trying more entertaining methods to get a conversation going. Oh, you think so? Who knows? Maybe I could be the voice actor for him. Seriously, fuck me. Alright. What the fuck do you want, my old crew? Honestly, those details can wait. What I want to know is, where you used to work? The Resistance. The location, Mr. Krager. Where is it? He's demanding more than asking. And you know what? Aaron isn't worth this. I'll tell you on the road. Not sure you want to make your way there, though. No. Don't do it, Lance. Please. Artemis chuckles as he starts up the car. See? I knew you could be fun to chat with. I think we'll have a pleasant time together. Lucky me. Aaron, no. I'm confused. Titania promoted you for kicking Lance out? Basically, she said it was because I was able to make on-the-fly decisions, but I don't really buy it. Our squad didn't have a leader for a long while, and because of that, we were dysfunctional and unreliable. Oh, you weren't always the leader? I wasn't. Reggie was. I see. You're sure you want to talk about this? I can hear Aaron chuckle over the headset. It's not easy for me to remember, but I assure you, I'll be fine. You already know most of what happened anyway. True. What was she like, in person? I only met her for about 30 minutes. We had paperwork to do and deals to discuss. I'm pretty wary of those in authority. Had to be when I was growing up. But I don't know. At the very least, I think she's fighting for a cause that's worth it. It's worth it to me anyway, so whatever happens, happens. Aaron. Now, don't worry about me. That's my job. I made my choice along with everyone else. Running away isn't an option. That's very admirable. I appreciate your conviction. I'm thankful to you as well, Cyrus. You're the perfect example of that. You're the perfect example that I'm fighting for something that's worth it. You're both so soft. I do have good shampoo and conditioner. I can attest to that. Something worth fighting for. It appeared right before you said, I hate the voice that you gave Artemis fits so well. Oh, this looks like Riodoso. Wild. Besides the occasional conversation after that, the next few hours on the road were pretty quiet. Eventually, we start driving off the beaten path for a little while. Silver spotted a small forest where we could sleep in tonight. Forest may be exaggeration, but there's enough trees to give us some cover. Silver says he's going to be gone before I wake up. Want to get a head start on digging for lodestars. We start setting up camp together around a fallen big tree. I can't help but gaze through the trees. Despite the way the world is now, it's refreshing to see all these plants in the wild. I must be staring at it for a long time, because Aaron tries to snap me out of it. Cyrus, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Sorry. My mind has been preoccupied for a while now. I've been mulling over what Aaron said earlier. Do I have something to fight for? Do I want to fight? I have people I don't want to lose again. But what could I do to stop someone from hurting them? I try to flex my arms. Well, they do feel a little bit more firm. I definitely would lose any altercation I came across. I started to get frustrated myself over imaginary scenarios. I can't deny that danger is always lurking around the corner. I want and need to get stronger. For the first time in years, I feel like I have a purpose again. I intend to see it through, though. Aaron, how long would it take to make dinner tonight? Maybe an hour? I had a stew recipe I wanted to try. Why? Is it okay if I go do something after we're set up for the night? I don't see why not, so long as you're careful. Don't worry, I don't intend to go alone. I turn towards Silver. Hey, Silver. Silver's in the middle of pitching our tents. He doesn't look at me when he responds. Yeah, what's up? Can we do some training before dinner? Silver stops what he's doing to face me. A smile creeps up on his face. Why not? It'll be a good way to build up an appetite. Don't go overboard with him, please. Aaron says this with a little bit of worry in his voice. Don't worry, I'm an excellent teacher. Silver holds his paw under each wrist, grabbing something from both of the axioms at the same time. He tosses something over for me to catch. With a short stumble, I manage to grab it before it falls to the ground. It looks like a wooden knife. The blade looks like it's dripping in a blue liquid. And since I'm a great teacher, we'll start with the basics. I grab the wooden handle in my palm a little awkwardly. I've cooked with knives before, but never attempted to use one as a weapon. Now, boys. No training until you finish pitching the tents. That's my only stipulation. Yes, sir. Hey, come on. You can teach me how to do it. You're so good at it after all. God, you're so lame. Come over here. It's not too complicated. Even though I'm building my stamina up the past month, it's still quite low. Silver has been teaching me for barely 15 minutes, and I'm already starting to feel it. After starting with a few pointers, he's having me try to land a hit on him without much practice. Something about experience being the best way to learn. I can't tell if he's holding back and moving slower than he normally would, but I still can't land anything. I'm impressed, Cyrus, though you could still stand for improvement. Your stance looked good, but your execution needs work. While standing, holding the knife, I put my hands on my knees to take a few breaths. My chest feels a little warm, particularly around my heart. Silver walks over to check up on me. I know we just started, but do you want to take a break? No, I'm good. Just give me a second to catch my breath. Take your time. We don't have to rush. With a solid step and thrust, I barely managed to graze Silver's arm, leaving a blue streak on it. Whoa, finally. Clever little sneak you. Oh, is that how we're doing things? Huh? Hey, come on. I'm just thinking like an assassin would. Is that right? How about I show you what one looks like in action? Whoa. Okay. Silver gets into his own stance, holding the knife upside down in his paw. He got good instincts, I'm sure. And you're right. An assassin takes an opportunity to land the kill. That includes taking advantage of someone who's down on their luck. I think I understand what he's getting at. I'm still tired, but I try to figure out a defensive stance. My gaze is centered on the knife in his hand, thinking of the way he'll try to attack. Ready? Yeah, I think so. Silver quickly sprints for me, way faster than I thought. It takes every ounce of my being to dodge his blade. Out of instinct, I try to jump back. That's about half as fast as I can go when I'm serious. Even so, you were still able to dodge, even while winded. That's impressive. Silver walks up closer to me, just a couple feet away. Well, we definitely want to work on your reflexes. I'm sure you'll get wiped out if we only focus on the dodge, the full assault. Silver gets in a stance that almost reminds me of a fencer. Stand right there. Straight up. You can try to strike back if you want, but I want you to try to move back and forth to avoid me. You don't let up, do you? You want to see how good of a teacher I am, don't you? Yeah. I swallow my spit and try hard to focus on Silver. There's something I want to try. I'm not sure if it'll work. I've never tried it like this before. With one final breath, I get into a defensive stance once again. Focus. I start to feel a sensation I haven't felt in a while. I'm not sure exactly when I figured out how to do this, and the specifics are still a bit of a mystery to me, but I learned how to artificially slow down my perception of time. While trapped in Resume, I do it so often to try to tune out ongoing surgeries around me. Being sedated wasn't an option, so as long as I had long grown immune to it. Instead, I tried falling asleep, while slowing everything else around me down. My heart starts beating in a particular rhythm, and my senses kick into overdrive. It's more like I'm thinking faster than my body can keep up with, rather than actually slowing time. In this situation, it might actually prove useful. Ready? I try to nod while in this strange state of mind. Sure enough, Silver starts his offense. My eyes are the only part of my body that can keep up with my thoughts. I watch his knife slowly get closer and closer. He's aiming for my left side. Moving feels like I'm trudging through gelatin. With enough effort, I'm able to force myself to a sidestep, although I almost lose my balance. I start to feel dizzy, but it's manageable. I can see the surprise slowly creep up on Silver's face before transitioning into focus. Without speaking, he tries to get me again. This time he's going for the center of my chest. I jump back to gain some distance. I'm slowly getting used to this sensation. Breathing like this is awkward, and I can't tell if I'm taking enough breaths. It's like I have to do it manually. Silver continues his onslaught of strikes. Whether or not he's trying his absolute hardest, I'm able to dodge most of what he tries to dish out. For a moment, I think I see a confused expression on the silver fox's muzzle. In the end, he does manage to leave a streak of red paint on my right forearm, but that's only because I was just about to give up. I'm panting. I feel like I could pass out at any second. Silver must be able to pick up on it. He tosses his knife to the ground, and he faces his palms to me in surrender. Alright, that's enough, Cyrus. If I didn't have a headache before, hearing his slurred speech definitely will give me one. Calm down. Get back to normal. I force my heart back into a steadier rhythm. After 10 seconds, I'm back to the present. That was oddly impressive. Gee, thanks. I'm not trying to be insulting, it's just he looks over to me with a confused look on his face. What the hell were you doing with your heart? It's complicated. Well, in any case, you definitely got a good foundation for defense. Learn to throw some learn to throw in some of your attacks of your own in the middle of it, and you'll be able to take down any random thug you come across. I'll take it. God, I'm exhausted. Sorry, I might have went a little bit overboard. I was trying my best to hit you, but honestly, it was like you read my mind. What can I say? I guess I got good instincts. Right. I contemplate filling in silver on my little talent. It's not really something I need to hide, right? Over dinner. I'll let you know how I did it. Oh? Yeah, but could you help me back to camp? Sure thing. You deserve a good rest, oh star pupil of mine. Thanks. Silver puts one of my arms around his shoulder. He's a little shorter than me, but he's strong enough to help me back to camp. In order to not worry Aaron, though, I try to walk on my own once we get closer. Judging by the amazing smell wafting through the air, I'd say we're right on time for dinner. White Tiger waves to us over the makeshift campsite. He sets out a couple of logs around the campfire he made, which is cooking the pot of stew he mentioned earlier. Evening, fellas. How'd the training go? A lot better than I thought. Silver proudly presents the streak of fur I colored on his arm. Cyrus did that? Did you let him? No, I didn't let him. That would ruin the point. He got me too, to be fair. Only once, though. I didn't want to be too extreme with it. I'm still huffing and puffing too much for my liking. You went overboard, didn't you? Maybe. Who can say? Aaron chuckles as he moves to the side of the log he's sitting on, providing the spare space. You look like you could use some rest. Come here. Dinner's almost ready. Can't wait. Without hesitation, I walk over and plant myself next to him, still panting. Here, have some water, Cyrus. Aaron holds out a small canister. I graciously accept it and start slowly drinking. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I really needed that. Of course. I think it's good you're working on yourself, but remember to take it easy, all right? That feels like all I've been doing as of late. Rehab isn't easy, Cyrus. You're working hard these past few weeks. Don't sell yourself short. He's right. Give yourself the credit you deserve. I try to hide my sheepish expression by drinking more water. In any case, feel free to rest next to me. I've been told I make a good pillow. Bonk. Bonk. Huh? Aaron slowly pulls on my shoulders to rest my head against his arm. No buts. You need to rest. The stew will be ready in a little while. Why don't you take a nap? But trust me, Sai. You need to rest that body as well as your mind. Just a tip from one assassin to another. Alright, fine. Just a short one. We'll wake you. Don't worry. My mind already starts to fade as I turn my head comfortably, resting against Aaron. I don't know if it's my imagination or not, but I think I can hear him purring ever so slightly. What do you mean we wouldn't want to organize a raid? Do you really think I'm the only one who's left? They've set the bases to be evacuated and explode should someone leak information. That sounds ridiculous to me. I know they're stupid, but not so stupid to waste resources like that. Believe what you want. I don't really care. You should at least try to be more convincing of that. All that I'm hearing is an excuse to keep us away from where your little pals live. I thought information gathering was your forte. Why do you even want to keep me around if you're not going to believe me? That call wasn't up to me. It was up to Dario. I'm sure you're aware of him. I've heard of him, yeah. He's a descendant of Darius something or whoever, the guy whose company you sold your soul to. At least I got some kind of profit. You're quite literally in debt to us. Artemis laughs, despite how morbid the situation is. He wants to meet you in person. You should feel honored. Like Darius all those years ago, he's seldom about making public appearances. Cool. By the way, where is the space you used to work at? I still find it hard to believe they'd rig it up what little they have to blow up. I would like to investigate. I sigh, knowing that ignoring this prodding will only lead to more problems. That's tricky. When I was employed, our group was still considered rookie and not to be trusted. They hardly told us anything worth it for a while. That was smart of them. You haven't proven to be very loyal. Are you going to interrupt me every time I speak? I just might. Your reactions are quite entertaining. Whatever. My point is, while I worked and lived there, I don't know where it is. We mainly worked in a remote area that they gave us coordinates to. You could try there, maybe. Was this before or after you had your axiom? What difference does that make? If you use that little brain of yours, you could have just opened a map to pinpoint your location. I laugh. For once I have an opportunity to look smart. You think they're that stupid? They have frequencies that screw up most axioms' location functions. Artemis drops his jovial facade and looks quite serious. Is that right? Uh-huh. Unless you had clearance, they would limit the functions while you're in the main base. That is very good to know. The weasel switches back to his annoyingly sarcastic self soon at the drop of a hat. I was worried at first, but it seems like you're going to be good for something after all. Oh yeah? Enlighten me. I've had my suspicions for a while, but it looks like I'm going to need a personal chat with Director Steiner, the creator of the Axiom. He's always been so proud about his encryption and neutrality policies. What you just told me leads to believe that they haven't been playing fair with us. I'm sure you're aware how that makes me feel. See, selling at your former comrades isn't as hard as you think it is. You're implying I'm going to get paid for it. Well, just disregard your hospital bill and call it even. How does that sound? Whatever. How much longer do we have to drive? Doesn't Tensia just have gates to port us? What's the fun in that? I didn't save up for this car just to barely use it. We'll be there in an hour. I assume there is... Resume. Yes. The main location and all. I'm sure with your line of work as of late, you're familiar. I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me when we get there. Sleep well. Maybe when you wake, your cranky attitude will be gone. Don't count on it. Oh, trust me, I won't. As usual, the meal Aaron made for us is absolutely amazing. The warm stew paired with the cold breeze from the forest makes a relaxing experience. Later that evening, Scylla and I start chatting about training ideas. By the way, Cyrus, what's with that axiom? I noticed earlier, but doesn't it weigh your arm down? Kinda. It's not very heavy, but it does make it a bit awkward to swing a knife. Maybe we should get you a more compact model like the ones we use. Come to think of it, I've never seen that type before. Aaron's the one who gave it to me. Apparently it wasn't released to the public. That's right. Despite the fact it's more advanced than most models, it has a lot of limitations. Mainly because it has to connect with the host through their nerves. I hold up my arm so Silver can get a better look at it. It has an AI in it that's been helping me figure out how to use it, but I'm still learning. I see. It's just so bulky. You can maybe use it as armor in a pinch, but that's stretching it. Maybe you're right. The only issue is I wouldn't want to damage it. Well, you should be able to change its shape. Oh, wait. Well, You should be able to change his shape. At least a little bit. Huh? What do you mean? Aaron thinks for a moment. I've only seen one other person use it, but yours looks a lot different than when he had it. It's supposed to be able to change shape. Aaron tugs at his green bandana as he tries to remember. He used it while fighting a lot, but he couldn't do much without hurting himself. Wasn't able to do anything crazy with it, although I remember he was able to fire some sort of blast from it once. Aaron sighs. Nearly burned his arm off in the process. Can Axiom really do that? Now that you mention it, it was weird how it was. I remember how weird it was when you put it on me. It was like a blank slate for a moment before it started to change. Even the screen ports look different than I remember. I have to wonder if the AI adjusts the form based on the user. Let me try something. I calm my mind to use the mental link with my Axiom. Ahem. Kai? Yes, operator. I assume you've been listening in on the conversation. Are you able to change your shape at all? Certainly. What form would you like me to take? Offensive? Defensive? How about efficient? A little lighter would be helpful. One moment, please. Okay. Just like that, the Axiom covers itself in that verdant green light. It doesn't last for a long time. Maybe 10 seconds. I barely have time to register what happens before Kai speaks to me again. Reduced physical surface area by 45%. Any less would impede functionality. Is this to your liking? Stunned at what just happened, I start to rotate my arm around. I could feel it sucking out some of the metal underneath the skin when it changed shape. Instead, now it looks like a large metal armband, and the Axiom now looks like a brace attached to my arm. It only covers the top of my arm now. The underneath is replaced by 2 metal straps to keep it in place. It's still embedded in my skin, but it's not nearly as suffocating as before. My arm definitely feels a lot lighter. Wow. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? How did you get it to do that? I can kind of talk to it with my mind. It can hear my thoughts and communicate without anyone knowing. That's crazy. I never knew something like that existed. Like I said, they didn't make many. I wonder what else I can make change too. Just be careful. It's still inside of you after all. That's true. It felt a little weird, I'll admit. I could feel it sucking some of the metal underneath my skin when it changed shape. Grody. All through telepathy, huh? Yeah, pretty much. It actually gives me an idea. Sorry to get off topic, Silver, but I'd wanted to tell you something while we were training. Oh, what's that? It's hard to explain to both of them about my weird ability. I'll leave out the part about me feeling dizzy and fatigued so Aaron doesn't worry. Interesting. That explains why your heart was acting up before. Yep. While you're gone, I'm gonna try to practice it, mainly on how to use it with my Axiom. Sounds like there's a lot of potential with an ability like that. I doubt many people can do it. You said your chest feels warm while you're in that state, right? I hope your artificial heart isn't overheating or worse. That caught my attention too. When we're back home, let's have Vita take a look. I hope it's not too confusing for them. I could definitely use some maintenance though. It's been a while. I could still slice you open so we could take a peek at it. Thanks, but I don't trust you to put me back together again. Fair enough. Aaron coughs. Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to ask you something, Cyrus. I'm gonna call it witch time. Yeah, what's up? I hope this isn't rude to ask. What's gotten you so fired up lately? Don't get me wrong, I'm happy you're feeling passionate. I guess I'm just surprised. I didn't peg you for a fighter. I don't really know how to explain it. I mean, I never really thought about fighting until recently. I think back to my times at university with Damien and Diana. I don't think I've told you, but I didn't really want to become a doctor when I went to grad school. My folks were the ones who pushed me toward it. I hated blood and gore. Looking at diagrams and pictures in the textbooks was more than enough to make me feel ill. And and I'm stumped. I guess even now I shouldn't expect to remember everything clearly. It was centuries ago after all. I'm sorry. Not sure where I was going with this. I think I just learned that I wanted to help people. I don't know. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Don't push yourself. Aaron places a comforting paw on my shoulder. Thanks, Aaron. I really don't know why I'm this amped up, though. You could just be fighting for your survival. We do it all the time. Maybe. Sometimes I wish I wasn't so forgetful. I stared down at my reflection against Kai's new appearance. My brow was furrowed. I want to fight, but what do I want to fight for? Obviously for my new friends, but I know there's something much more to do than that. This is gonna bug me for a while. I can feel it. It isn't until Silver claps his paw I snap my attention back to the conversation at hand. You've still got plenty of time to do soul searching, Cyrus. But speaking of time, I should probably get going. What? Already? Yeah, I just got a message about a new potential base we're investigating. Looks like there's something to it. I guess it was only a matter of time before they started looking for new opportunities all the way out here. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna be annoying as I possibly can. And I guess I have nothing to worry about. Just be careful, okay? If worst comes to worst, text me. We can try to help. I appreciate it, but what kind of assassin calls for backup? The kind that has friends, that's what. Silver blinks before he smiles. Hope you find what you're looking for, Cyrus. Be sure to show me what's in that time capsule when we're back home. You got it. Do your best. I always do. Good look out there, Silver. Silver nods, and then gets up from the log, putting his hoodie back on. After a deep breath, he speeds off towards his bike. He must have been taking it easy on me earlier. That level of agility is insane. It isn't long before we hear the roar of the bike echo through the empty forest, only to slowly fade away in the distance. It's just the two of us again. I'm very aware about that. Did you get enough to eat, Cyrus? Absolutely. It was delicious as always. Oh, you flatter me. Nothing like a good campfire meal. You said it. Here, let me clean up. You don't have to do that. I know, but I want to. No buts. Guess I can't argue with you, though there's not much to clean up. Aaron passes me the lid that goes over the pot the cooked stew is in. If you want, you can just take it off the campfire and then pack it up. That'd be great. You got it, boss. Aaron chuckles while I start cleaning everything up. Thankfully, it really isn't that much. I grab all the bowls we use and rinse them out with the water the best I can. Are you nervous about tomorrow? It's been a while since you were last home, right? That's putting it lightly. I stack all the dishes before putting them away in a nearby crate. Last time I saw my parents was before the fall was announced. At that time, Curtin kept me at the facility to make sure I stayed sanitary. I was supposed to fly home at some point to catch up with them. Obviously, that didn't happen. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. Don't be. I want to talk about them. I'm trying to be as open as I can about everything that happened, you know? In that case, why don't you tell me about them? Boy, where I even begin? Why not a rousing game of 20 questions? I think I'll take you up on that. Aaron and I get comfortable around a dying campfire. For the next hour or so, he asks me random facts from my previous life. He eventually takes his axiom out and starts typing in it, saying he's researching how the old world used to be. Aaron's very quite attentive throughout my ramblings. He's picking up on things I wouldn't consider abnormal, but are wildly different than how he grew up. Your parents sound wonderful, Cyrus. I can only imagine how hard it must have been to go through school like that. It wasn't the worst. I had a lot of help along the way. Definitely couldn't have done it without them. A proper support system is all you need. Aaron sheds his axiom before he leans back. I hope your old way of life becomes more commonplace in the future. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. The world was still pretty shitty back in the day. Just a different kind of shitty. Things seemed a lot more simple back then. That's probably because I can't properly explain how complicated it all was. The government was pretty shitty most of the time, and healthcare was way too expensive. My folks weren't super well off in life. We made do, but it was rough. Part of the reason I went to go work for Current was to help my parents pay for my college expenses. That's very admirable of you, Cyrus. I'm sure they're proud of you. I'd like to think so. They did a good job raising me. I miss them a lot, to be honest. I can imagine. Aaron sits straight to face me. Well, it's not very fair of me to ask you about your past without telling you about mine. What? You want to tell me about how you grew up? Sure. As you know, I have lots of stories. I'm all ears. I've been curious about a few things, to be honest. Oh yeah? Like what? I'm curious how you met everyone. You told me that you and Lance and Reggie... You told me you met Lance and Reggie at the orphanage. What was it like growing up? Ah, the orphanage. Obviously, it wasn't an ideal situation to be in, but we made it work the best we could. Despite how strict the staff were, they tried to make sure we were well fed and comfortable. It was a poor establishment, however. We didn't have many luxuries. Lance, Reggie, and I shared a small room together. I had a bit of a growth spurt when I was young. I remember having to sleep on the floor a little while until they replaced my bed. Every now and then, I tried to anonymously donate plumes to help out. I nod along as Aaron recollects his childhood, not wanting to interrupt. When Reggie turned 18, he got accepted for a scholarship and was able to travel to go to school. We only saw him a few times a year after that. Aaron's voice starts to get a little somber. It was just me and Lance in that little room for a while. I think I was about 14 at the time. We played and talked a lot, but it was still lonely. At the time, it wasn't very common for kids to get adopted. Those who did usually showed some sort of promise. Basically, if you weren't useful in any way, shape, or form, you didn't get to leave. Reggie actually got asked a few times, but he said he'd only go if we were able to go with him. In the end, it never worked out. Then I turned 18. I was finally old enough to work. A factory that had a strange hold on the orphanage. A nearby factory had a strange hold on the orphanage. They exploited the small staff at the orphanage to get free laborers. I didn't want to cause a fuss, so I decided to go willingly. I remember how teary-eyed everyone was, especially Lance. Lance wasn't of age yet, but he wouldn't let me leave alone and insisted to come with me. Aaron managed to chuckle while reminiscing. He was a needy guy, I'll tell you that. Always needed reassurance. Reggie graduated from an intermediate level of education and was on his way to university. After hearing about us leaving, he decided to drop it all and come back to us. Factory life, well, it didn't work out for me to say the least. They didn't pay us much and would often delay paying us altogether. They kept pushing us to work. Oftentimes, it led to more violent outcomes. I still remember the time they threw a wrench at Lance's face and the beating I gave the supervisor who did it. After a few months, I got the courage to get us all to run away. We ran as fast and as far as possible as we could. I was bitter. Very bitter. My folks abandoned me. I couldn't find a job, and I barely knew anything. I had to take my anger out on something. Hey, what's wrong? Cyrus, I did a lot of awful things that I'm ashamed to admit. I was angry at the world around me and hurt a lot of people. At first, I made it a point not to attack anyone for no reason, so we only targeted rival gangs. The code of honor didn't last long, though. Raid any camps we come across in the desert. There was a lot of bloodshed. Even now, I can hear the sound of the bat smacking against the sleeping man's skull. It was efficient and easy. It felt good to get all my anger out on someone, on anybody. We worked as a team for a while, but I knew deep down I just wanted to raise hell. Eventually, our small band of 3 grew bigger and bigger. We take in people over time that suited our interest, eventually becoming a respectable desert gang. That's actually how we ended up meeting Karen. We ran into her during one of our raids. Apparently, we had our eyes set on the same target. It turned into a competition, more or less, to see who could do the most damage. After everything went down, everyone was pretty much spent for the night. In the end, there was no clear winner. But she stuck around after that, and eventually we merged our gangs together. I can't deny that it was an exhilarating time in my life. Aaron sighs louder than I've ever heard. I won't make any excuses for myself. I won't even try to sugarcoat it, saying we did what we had to do. We were a band of thieves who did what we wanted when we wanted. I'm ashamed to admit it, but that's what we were. Sorry, I prattled on for a while, didn't I? It was eating at me. I wanted you to know who I really am. He's shaking again, just like when we were with Vita and I got my memories back. It takes me a moment to say anything. It's a lot of information to take in all at once. I don't want to disregard everything he's told me, though. So, what changed? What do you mean? You've been the nicest person I've met since I got out of Current. Something must have happened for you to end up like this. Life dealt you a bad hand. I think you have the right to be angry about it. Granted, some things you told me were not good. I put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He flinches. Do you feel bad about what you've done? More than you could know. I wish I could just forget it all. But that'd be cowardly. Yes, it would be. But you know what isn't? Admitting what you're doing is wrong, and growing to be a better person. I mean, for fuck's sakes, you were scraping by after the apocalypse, Aaron. That's not something a lot of people can handle. You say that, but I can still remember it clear as day. I can't sleep some nights. I just think about it. You've been keeping this to yourself all this time? Yeah, for the most part. That's only because everyone else knew where I came from. I was worried the most about you finding out. I couldn't live with myself if you started seeing me as some kind of monster. Why would I think that? Because I did. You did bad things, Aaron. You fucked up. But you're trying to atone for that, right? Yes, I am. I don't think it'll ever be enough. It might not be. But you're trying. That's better for some people I know who have done a lot less. He starts to tremble, and I take that as my cue to give him the best side hug I can. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, Aaron. I hope you know how happy you've made me. I can't see his face, but I can hear him whimper as he tries to return my hug. We sit quietly for a while. Eventually, the fire goes out, almost leaving us in the dark. The moon is bright tonight, which gives us just enough light to look around. I can see Aaron wiping his face with his bandana after we separate. Man, I thought I couldn't get more pathetic. Don't say that. You're not pathetic at all. You say that, but sometimes I'm not so sure. When push comes to shove, I'll be there to pick you back up. Cyrus. You remind me a lot of Xavier in a way. That catches me off guard. What do you mean? You asked me earlier that something. You asked me earlier that something had to have changed, right? I nod, letting Aaron know that I'm going to keep listening. It was a few years after we left the orphanage. We were a bit notorious, I'll tell you what. Sometimes we got a little too brave for our own good. Part of part of that was leading raids into more developed cities. There was a town to the east of Tensia called Steen. Steen? It wasn't as advanced as Tensia, but it was pretty close. We decided to raise hell in the place we had never seen before, and no reason to prove. We decided to raise hell in a place that had never seen it before for no other reason than to prove a point. During our first raid, however, something happened that changed our lives forever. Hey, you. Can you hear me? Please, help me. Huh? I grunted in the direction of the soft voice. A small white-haired human jogged up to me. He was gasping for breath. They were absolutely filthy with completely tattered clothes. He must have been desperate if he came to me for help. You shouldn't be here. Don't you know there's a raid going on? That's how I was able to escape. Can you help me out here? After that, I won't bother you ever again. When they lifted their head to look at me, I thought they were winking at me. One of their eyes was closed. Please, I don't have any money or valuables, but I can pay you back in time. I promise. The more I looked over at him, the more I realized just how beat up he was. Hey, Aaron! What the hell are you doing? We got shit to beat in! My second in command yelled at me from the other side of the street, pipe in hand. Wait, did you start all this? You have to get out of here. And why is that? Because Razuma's stationed here. What? I look around at all the damage we've done and just how much shit we were in. A small human grabs my paw to try to direct me away. If you don't get out of here, they're gonna kill you. Please. I'm 6'8". I'm 6'8" tall, and this human couldn't be any taller than 5 feet 10 inches. He was scared of the situation at hand, but fearless of me. I'd never been more confused in my life. Sirens wailed in the distance. The human tried pulling me even harder. Oh, damn it. Karen, round everyone up. We're getting out of here. We were back at our desert camp for the night, a good few miles south of Steen. We could still see the cloud of smoke coming over the horizon, but I was pretty sure we ran far enough away that they wouldn't be able to find us. I tried to do a head count. I was disappointed when I came up short. 5 of us didn't make it out. Their deaths were on my selfish hands. I don't know anything about this character, so I'm scared to voice him. So, do you mind telling me who you are? Where you came from? I've never seen such human with white hair before. They were both treating the person we wound up taking care of. We didn't have a lot of medical supplies, but thankfully, most of his wounds seemed to be old. After he took a swig of water, he finally answered. Yes, of course. Thank you for taking me in, by the way. My name's Xavier. Xavier Soul. I was a resident in Resume. I actually escaped just a couple days ago. Escaped from a hospital? How much time do you all have? Reggie and Lance look at each other before looking towards me. I grunted before I got up and sat next to them. Just how much shit have we gotten into? You don't know the half of it. Oh, shit. Human explained all of his experiences over the past 100 or so years. I didn't believe him at first. Given his appearance, however, I eventually gave in. Reggie held his chin in thought. So, the saviors of the land are just a public black market. Reggie sighed before he shook his head. But I didn't end up working for them after all. You believe me? It's hard not to, particularly with your eye. Xavier held his hand over his closed eye. You seem to be pretty committed to pretend to having your eye harvested. My blood starts to boil. Yet another aspect of the world who takes advantage of the vulnerable. I appreciate you looking at it. I hadn't been able to clean it since I left. I didn't do much. Honestly, we should get you to a professional if we can. Reggie turned towards me. What do you think? We can't take care of him with what we have currently. We barely get by as it is. You don't have to tell me that. I'm well aware. Oh, you don't have to take care of me. I'll be fine. Xavier got up and patted his dusty clothes. I'm glad you took me in this direction. I have a contact I've been meaning to meet. He sets his sight on the desert wasteland to the east. I just hope they're still waiting for me. With all the commotion, I wouldn't be surprised if they left. Xavier turns back to me and then gave me a small smile. Thank you for rescuing me back there. I'll forever be in your debt. We didn't do anything. Don't get it twisted. If you say so. When they started walking, I immediately got up and grabbed his hand. Where the fuck are you going? Hey, don't scare me like that. Xavier tried to free their puny hand from my grasp, so I let them go. You're not seriously going out into the desert by yourself, are you? I mean, yeah. I don't want to cause y'all any more trouble than I already have. I just know that Resume will catch up soon. You don't want me around. I pinched the bridge of my snout. No. You're not just gonna wander around aimlessly in the desert. You're gonna freeze to death before you find anyone. I'm pretty tough, I'll have you know. Don't worry. Don't be stupid. I sighed loudly as I rubbed my eyes. Just stay with us for the night. We can try to find the people you're looking for tomorrow. You really don't have to. Do not make me repeat myself, understand? I could tell that struck fear in the human as intended, but I couldn't help feeling a little bad about it. Who are you even looking for? The human looks at the three of us before he looked at the rest of the camp. What I'm gonna tell you is extremely confidential, understand? And the info about Resume wasn't? Yeah, but fuck Resume. Xavier sat back down. Xavier sat back down with Reggie, Lance, and me. You see, I'm trying to meet up with the resistance group. Xavier explained the gravity of the situation at hand to us, along with who broke him out of Resume. He told us for the past 2 years, he'd been secretly in contact with a spy who managed to climb his way up and try to break him out. There was a mishap right at the end, however. The spy got himself killed while Xavier tried to get away. He couldn't make it out of the city without getting caught, so he'd been hiding in there, waiting for the opportunity to escape. We just happened to be at the right place at the right time. The human started to unravel a bit now that he's had a chance to breathe. If my body let me move right, Grant would still be alive. I'm so damn slow now. He shook his head. My life wasn't worth his. Don't diminish his sacrifice by making yourself feel bad. You're disrespecting him. You say that, but I'm sure he just wanted to help you. I mean, he wouldn't have gone through all that if he didn't, right? I know. But Xavier's gaze towards me. Their one eye widening. Their one eye widening and surprised. Oh shit! Were you shot? He said in a panic, which confused me. What are you going on about? They pointed to my calf. Sure enough, there was a tear in my pants and some blood. Oh, something must have grazed me on the way out. Didn't even notice. Mr. Reginald, do you have any rubbing alcohol? You don't have to be so formal about it. What's got you so worked up? It could get infected. Hey, come on. Aaron's the toughest guy I know. Right, Aaron? My boyfriend looked up at me earnestly. It made me smile bashfully. They were dating! Shut up, Lance. He's right. I'll be fine. Without being prompted, Xavier tried tearing up the little that was left of his clothes to make a makeshift bandage. Xavier's the kind of guy who put others over himself, even when he was in a bad state. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was the reason I started to believe in hope again. Hope that there's at least some good out there, and it's worth trying to find it. He opens his eyes at me and looks with compassion. It's thanks to him I was able to meet you after all. He got us in the No, I think I'm actually going to use this as a good point to take a little bit of a water break. Because I feel like this is too good to let the ads take over. He got us to meet the resistance, and we eventually got employed by them. It was a good time, all in all. Aaron's expression turned sour. Well, I thought it was. Guess the others thought differently. Aaron takes a deep breath after talking for so long. I hope that learning more about me doesn't scare you or anything. Aaron, you don't have to worry about that. You're like my best friend. The fact that you felt comfortable enough to tell me everything means a lot to me. It was mainly out of fear, if anything. And that itself takes courage. Trust me, you're fine. Thank you, Cyrus. Don't mention it. Need a hug? I wouldn't turn one down. Come here, big guy. To reassure him, I stand up so I can give him as big a hug as I can manage. Like before, he's shaking as we embrace. Now more than ever, I want to tell him that there's a possibility that Xavier is alive and well. But I just can't. I need more information before I let him know. Maybe Silver can do something about that one day. Aaron eventually breaks from the hug and starts to rub his eyes. Ooh, I don't know what got over me. Man, it's got late. It sure did. I'm about ready for bed. What about you? You're here. Without hesitating, he takes a pill bottle out of his axiom. He pops a couple in his mouth before swallowing. Feel free to wake me in the morning if I oversleep, but I'll try to set an alarm for us. Sounds good to me. I'm excited to sleep in a tent. I haven't gone camping in a long time. Then let's stop procrastinating and go to bed. Since the moon is the only source of light we have, Aaron tries to lead me into the tents. He gently takes my hand to guide me over everything. I wish I had good night vision. Once I make it inside, he zips my tent closed, then heads to his, which is right next to mine. Good night, Cyrus, and thank you for listening. Thank you for telling me, Aaron. Good night, you big softy. Good night, Cyrus. Even from the tent, I can definitely hear him purring. Listening to that easily puts me to sleep. We eventually roll into town. I'm met with an existential dread I've never felt before. Almost everything's in ruin. Vegetation taking over the sidewalks and roads. I can still picture scenes of this town in its heyday, with bustling streets and communities. Now, at this point, the buildings are showing their age, with many of them falling into disrepair. It's a small miracle that there's still any buildings standing left. There aren't any windows left in the buildings, and the ones that are still absolutely covered with faded graffiti. I guess mass looting makes sense. I stand over a group of makeshift graves. It takes me time to process it all. There aren't many names on the gravestones. I have no idea who these people are. No one has, for centuries. At the very least, I can pay my respects, if only to make myself feel just a bit better. Everything is just about how I expected it, or rather how I should have expected. It's been about 300 years after all. Still, this does make me a little sad to see the town I grew up in falling apart like this. When I glance at Aaron, he looks worried. It's my idea to begin with. I don't want Aaron to think this was a bad one. With no more hesitation, I take my helmet before getting out of the sidecar. I take in the deep breath of crisp, what used to be Vermont air. I'm happy to see that the pine trees are still alive and well. It makes us feel just a little bit like home. Despite how barren everything is, I'm starting to feel nostalgic. How are you feeling? It's been so long since I was last here. I wouldn't be surprised if I forgot how to get to my house. Well, we've got a lot of time on our hands to find it. We sure do. I think I've got a better idea. Want to take a trip with me down memory lane? Of course, Cyrus. Lead the way. I try shaking my uneasiness off. Who knows? Maybe it'll be fun giving a good friend a tour of the place. After we walk a couple blocks, I point to the building at the top of the hill. Even from here, I can see just how dilapidated it really is. That was my old elementary school. It wasn't very big, so it only went up to 5th grade. The middle school was a separate building in town. Oh, wow. Can we go inside? I don't see why not. How come? I've never been inside a school before. I'm just kind of curious. As good a reason as any. Who knows? Maybe we'll find some ghosts. Do you believe in them? If this world has taught me anything, it's that nothing is impossible. Well said. It doesn't take long for us to break into the school. Doors have been rusted shut for so long that even I could push them open. I let Aaron lead the way inside, answering questions as he asks. These chairs are really small. This is a kindergarten room. Kids are pretty young when they start. Hard to imagine anyone could fit in them. My hands are bigger than some of these chairs. To be fair, you are a rather large lad. Another fair point. You make make our way through the various classrooms. There's a lot of stuff people left behind that pique Aaron's interest. Would it be disrespectful to take anything here? I don't think so. Beats leaving it here for no one to use. I guess you're right. These are crayons, right? Yeah. I bet you might be able to use them. Doubt the markers would work, though. Oh. His childlike wonder makes him look right at home here. I look around eventually, finding the desk I used to sit at all those years ago. I try my best to sit in it, but it's apparent that even I'm too big for these. Still, looking at the faded electronic whiteboard from this angle brings back memories. Like Diana helping me with homework, or telling me about a new cartoon she was into. Times really were a lot simpler back then. Huh? What'd you say? Aaron is scribbling in a notebook on the teacher's desk, trying his best to not accidentally tear the paper. Nothing. What you doing? I don't have a lot of pens and pencils that still work, so I'm trying out these crayons. I get up from the tiny desk to watch him. My paws are too big for these things, though. My penmanship is already atrocious as it is. It just takes practice. Keep it up, and I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. Mind showing me how you write? Sure, although it's been a while. I take out an orange crayon as I try to write my signature. Cyrus G. Cantwell. Oh, wow! You didn't even hesitate. Guess my muscle memory is still there. We are in the room where I learned cursive after all. You promised to teach me sometime, remember? Of course. Maybe when we get home. Sounds like a deal. That's the sandwich shop I used to go at a lot. It eventually became my first summer job. Summer job? Like, only working during the summer? Yeah, back then, while you were in school, you really only had time to work in the summer. Oh, huh. I figured people did both. That was common too, but I couldn't hack it. I just wanted to help my folks out with the bills when I could, was all. Guess some things never change, huh? Guess not. Glad to know some things have stayed consistent over the years. As I look around the streets, more and more nostalgia floods in. Most of the unease has long since melted away. Despite how barren everything is, I'm glad we came. I direct us to the road my old house is on, letting the memories guide me. We eventually make it to a local park. It was old even when I lived here. It's a little sad that almost everything has either toppled over or has rusted too much to be safe. Even the rope swings seem to have rotted away after years. Oh, I'm sorry, Gallows. You need me to... Don't worry. I'll be wrapping up soon, okay? What is this place? It's an old park for kids to play in. You've never seen one? No. Back in Aquila, the most we had was the ocean, but the orphanage was too far to walk to it. I see. Well, maybe one day we can make a park back home. Oh, do you really want to? I don't know. It just feels like a park is a must for a town to be cozy. Maybe you should take up architecture. I'm sure you have ideas no one would think of. Maybe. After that, I'll start recreating stories that no one read in centuries for profit. That could be extremely lucrative now that I think about it. Better let me read them too. You'll be the first I go to when I need an editor. I'd be honored. It took no time at all to find my house once we started walking. Not sure how long it's been standing like this, just staring. If Aaron's been trying to talk to me, I can't hear him. Like the previous buildings in town, there are no windows to be seen. What's most concerning to me is the front door is nowhere in sight. The feeling of uneasiness washes over me again. The fact that my home has been violated like this, for knows how long, isn't a comforting thought. I don't even think about looking for the time capsule. I just want to see what the damage that's been done. Okay, this is probably where I'm going to start crying. There's trash littered about. The glass from the windows all over the floor. The only furniture left in the living room has either been torn to shreds or flipped. All I can hope for is that the scuffle didn't include my parents. Their room is next. I make my way into it. The door was clearly kicked in. I hesitate to explore, not wanting to accidentally stumble upon their corpses. Eventually, curiosity gets the better of me. I let out a shudder of relief. There's no one inside. Everything in here is so dusty. I know my mom would throw a fit if she was there. All the drawers are open. I doubt there's anything sentimental left behind. When I turn to make my way out, I see Aaron standing in the doorframe. He's staring at me with a worried look. I give him a shrug to put him at ease. I'm not really in the mood to talk. The kitchen is definitely in worse shape. Makes sense, I guess. People looking for food would naturally ransack the kitchen. Even the fridge is gone. Don't know what they would do with it, though. Nothing in the cupboards anymore. I can still see a picture of sugary cereal my dad used to get us when Mom was on business trips. Heading out into the kitchen, my muscle memory kicks in, and I try to turn on the non-existing lights. I shake my head and chuckle to myself before walking down the hall to my room. Compared to the rest of the house, it's not nearly as damaged. There's stuff all over the place, and my bed is completely overturned, but it's still recognizable. I guess I didn't have much stuff after I moved out. As if it was my fault, I try to turn over the bed. After considerable straining, it suddenly moves easy. Aaron lifts it up effortlessly, placing it against the wall. How was that? I nod before going to sit on it. A 3-century-old mattress is not as comfortable as I thought it would be. Looking around my decaying room, I still feel like it still feels just a little bit like home. Here, wanna sit? I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure it'll survive with me on it. He instead opts to sit on the ground, leaning his back against the bed. I promise, I'm not trying to bug you by repeating this, but are you okay? I don't really know, honestly. I glance around my room again. God only knows what's taken place since I've been gone. Part of me knows it's home, but after everything that's happened, it's so foreign to me. It's like I remember everything, but the land itself has left me behind. It's been a long time, hasn't it? I wouldn't be surprised if it's been over 200 years since anyone poked their heads around here. From our records, most people flocked together to survive. Lone stragglers didn't make it very far. Nothing wrong with that. Everything people did to survive makes sense. Even if it meant breaking into unexpected houses for supplies, I can't blame them. Instinctively, I lean back on my bed. It's very stiff and terribly uncomfortable. Still, I was hoping I'd be able to bring stuff back with me. Well, we still have the time capsule to dig up. Oh, duh. The thing that we came for. Do you remember where you buried it? I think I have a good idea. Oh, man. I'm happy to see that the backyard was left relatively unscathed. There's some toppled furnitures and long dead plants, but it's pretty similar to what I remembered. I remember helping Mom set up her new patio. She said a metal table and chairs would last longer. Guess she wasn't wrong. Vegetation is overgrown, like the rest of the town. Sadly, the big tree must have died a long time ago. Now, it's just a big husk. Sliding my fingers against the dry bark confirms that fact to me. Man, I remember climbing this thing when I was little. Mom would give me piggyback rides to help me all the way up to the top, mainly because Dad was too scared. Now it looks like a sneeze could knock it over. I shake my head, getting distracted again. My gaze falls to the ground at the base of the tree. It should be down here. Do you have a shovel? On it. I love this man. Aaron takes out his Axiom inventory spear to materialize a shiny shovel. You remind me to stock mine with useful things like that. It's quite handy. Do you want me to dig? I'd like to try it for a little while, if that's alright. Of course. Here, just be careful. I nod and take the shovel, feeling its weight in my hands. It's heavy enough to where I'm definitely going to need both hands to get anywhere. I've never actually done this before. The time capsule should be sturdy, but let's hope I don't break it. Just take it easy. We're on vacation after all. A well-deserved one at that. I take a deep breath and then pierce the ground with force, ready to get started. While not erratic, my heavy breathing breaks the silence we found ourselves in. It's only been about 10 minutes, and I'm already exhausted. Just how far did we bury it? I hear the shovel clink against something metallic and out of place. The fruits of my labor are starting to show themselves. With an excited smile, I plant the shovel down in the dirt and get on my knees. I frantically push away the surrounding dirt with my hands. Talon has a mission that he is currently on because Resume is reportedly making a base. So it's just me and Aaron for this part. Eventually, I managed to dig out the century's old time capsule. I knew it was meant to last long, but it's definitely showing its age. Oh, you found it! Aaron gets up from the patio furniture and then comes to inspect it with me. It's no bigger than a shoebox. A rusty shoebox. Wow. A part of me doesn't want to open it, just in case the contents didn't survive all this time. I look back at the house and then stand up, deciding to open it at the table. I didn't notice Aaron staying behind. I'm enamored by the capsule. It's weird to think that something concrete from my past would have survived this long. I keep staring at it after putting it on the table. Eventually I place my hand on one of the locks, and we're hesitating. I opened it, just like I remember, reminiscent of a treasure chest. The sound of musty rattle screeching echoes through the air as I open it. I can feel tears swell up in my eyes. As I breathe in, I instantly flash back to my time in elementary school. Inside here, there are 2 letters and 3 stuffed animals that I had. Sadly, they didn't last as long as I would have liked them to. The fur is deteriorated, along with feeling absolutely stiff. Nevertheless, the mere sight makes me happy. Letters are what leaves me confused. One was from me, and the other was from my teacher. They're the biggest letdown that's come out of this. The capsule definitely didn't preserve the letters at all. The paper wasn't well preserved, just laying at the bottom of the capsule. Not even in an envelope. I can barely read any of the accident handwriting. Despite my disappointment, something else starts to trouble me. I could have sworn my parents left me one too. Hey, Cyrus, did you bury another one? Huh? I forgot Aaron was still here. He's holding something I've never seen before. It's a silver box with metal trimmings bordering the edges. What's that? I don't know. It was in the hole you just dug up. Unlike the time capsule I have, this box looks as if it's brand new. I've never seen that before. It was down there? Yeah, I almost didn't see it at first. Oh shit. He comes and places it down on the table. Let's see. There has to be a way to open it. Aaron starts to feel around and jump before the capsule suddenly cracks open, causing the tiger to jump. Air starts to hiss from inside. Unlike my box, which has a hinge, the top of this one starts to slide back to reveal the contents. I try to push the top back as far as I can go. Inside, there are a few envelopes on top, and what look like wrapped gifts. What the hell? You sure you've never seen this before? Never in my life. It reminds me of the treasure chest Dad used to find when we played games. Just waiting for someone to open it. Just waiting for someone to open it. There's a piece of paper out of place that catches my eye. Picking it up, it reveals simple instructions. Open us from left to right, Cyrus. Oh, shit. I look at Aaron with confusion, but he only shrugs. A part of me wonders if this was a trap laid by Resume. But my curiosity gets the better of me. I decide to do what I'm told, then pick up the leftmost package. It's the smallest of the bunch, no bigger than a book. I open the letter attached to the wrapping paper. It's written on very nice stationery. It's from Damien. Oh no, I'm gonna start crying. Hey Cyrus. Sorry about my chicken scratch handwriting. Your folks asked me to write a letter in case you ever make it out of current. I don't want to waste any paper, and I'm not really sure if I can express myself properly with a pen, so I'll just come right out and say it. I love you, Cyrus. You inspired me to keep going, despite it all, even though the world's ending. I hope you can find happiness. I certainly found mine. Your folks asked me to find a gift for you. I didn't have much on me, so I went and stole one of my parents' picture frames and replaced it. It isn't much, but I hope you like it. I don't know the details of what's going on, but if you ever leave current, I hope you can live a long, happy life, even when I'm gone. Fuck. Don't hold yourself back on my account. I'll always love you no matter what. Dead or alive. Stay safe. Stay strong. Cyrus. Love, Damien. Holy shit. My hands are shaking. Is a time capsule from my parents? I hastily grabbed the small wrapped gift. Tearing the paper makes me freeze and gasp. It's a famed portrait of me, Damien and Diana, near the end of our last school year together. We're huddled into the frame. Remember, we had to lean down a little so Diana wouldn't need to be on her tiptoes. I swallowed hard and tried to fight back the burning sensation of my eyes. Years later, Damien wanted me to stay strong. I have to try, at least for him. I pick up the second package. It's a small box with a letter on the top. This one's from Diana. Yo, Cyrus. You didn't think you could get rid of me that easy, did you? I'm going to try my best not to get all sappy about this, mainly because I'm still pissed at you and Dad. But still, I trust your parents not to give these to Current, so I'm going to speak to you as candidly as I can. You're going through hell, Cyrus, and that's okay, because I know you're stronger than you want to admit, and you're going to get through this. My dad filled me in on most of what's going on. I'm not telling anyone about it, though. I think your parents have figured it out, though. When I asked about making a time capsule for you, I'm not sure how long you're gonna live after the apocalypse, but I'm hoping at the very least you make it out in one piece. When you do, try to plant some of these seeds, okay? They're from your favorite flower. Hopefully you don't forget to take care of them. I probably won't be there to tutor you. I don't have I mean, I really don't have much else to say other than keep going on, Cyrus. I hope to see you again soon. Diana. My heart warms as I clutch my shirt. This is all too much to process. I can't tell if I'm reopening old wounds or just overjoyed to have some level of interaction with them. I look toward Aaron. Even for a white tiger, he looks as pale as a ghost. I give a shake. I shake my head, and I give him a smile. Sorry for worrying you. I'm fine. Really. I gesture him closer to look at everything with me. Look, this is Damien. He had just won the last game of the season and got us a photo. Got us together for a group photo. You might not recognize me, but I'm on his right. It's been a while since my hair was that short. That's Diana. She was my best friend growing up. You look very happy, Cyrus. He says that in such a bittersweet tone. I was. And am. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little emotional. Oh, Cyrus. Aaron carefully reaches his arm around me to pull me in close for a side hug. Picture in hand, I reciprocated. I never thought I'd see them again. I resigned myself to that. So I'm just really, really happy right now. You can cry if you want. I won't judge. I really want to, but I won't. Okay, you're back? Right. If Cyrus can avoid crying in this situation, I'll try to be tough too. I really want to, but I won't. I'm gonna try to be strong. For Damien. I say that, but I'm definitely not fooling anyone. I opened the small box Diana left for me. True to her word, there's a small bag of lotus seeds inside. Not sure if these would last that long in there, but they're more seeds for my favorite flower. They kind of look like nuts. I can see that. They're pretty big compared to other seeds, that's for sure. Maybe Vita can help you plant them back home. I'd like that. That leaves one final package. It's bigger than the other two. It has some weight to it. I can only imagine who this is from. Bite my lip. I slowly pull the letter out. Of course they're from Mom and Dad. Hey there, champ. How are you doing? Keeping you well fed in there? They better be, or we're gonna have a problem. Diana came to both your mother and myself. Oh, Diana came to both your mother and me about getting ourselves a time capsule for you. She said she wanted to pitch in as much as she possibly could, but how pricey it was, she asked for our help. No, I still don't understand what you got into with your new job. You're an adult now, and you get to make your own decisions. But judging by how Diana was acting when we bought the thing, I can only imagine what's in store for you. If she thinks you're going to be around long enough to open this here time capsule, then I can only assume I can only assume what you're going through. Do you remember when you had to get the flu shot when you were 6? We kept you home for a long time. Mom was busy working, so I stayed home to take care of you. She suggested I try to play some games with you to distract you. I was a bit skeptical at first. You had never shown interest in them before, even now. I don't remember the last time we played after that. But there was something about that week that you left totally enthralled with what we played. That left you totally enthralled with what we played. I even got you the newest installment for your birthday that year. While you didn't play it often, you would tell me about when you did. I appreciate you humouring your old man the way you did, even when you were little. I want you to know how proud both your mother and I are of you, Cyrus. You've grown up to be a kind and thoughtful man. Don't let them break you, Cyrus. You're better than them. Love, Dad. Fuck. I'm doing my best not to crumple the paper in my hands. I shakily place it on the table. Aaron still has his arms wrapped around my shoulder, and out of instinct, I reach up and hold his hand for a moment. We don't say anything, but he holds my hand tight until I'm ready to keep going. I stroke his paw a few times for comfort. He feels as warm as ever. I let out a sniffle as I grab the fourth and final envelope from Mom. Sorry. Cyrus, I hope this letter finds you well, sweetie. I can't tell you how much we miss you back home. The cats haven't been the same since you left. I think they know somehow. They won't see you for a long time. Don't worry. We'll make sure to take good care of them. You know I'm not going to beat around the bush, and I'm not going to start now. I've already accepted that we're never going to see each other again, even though your dad doesn't want to admit it. Part of me wishes I had stopped you from taking that job at Current, but the more I thought about it, the more I'm glad I didn't. They're going to take care of you for as long as they can. It's in their best interest after all, which means that you're going to live on, even we won't. That's all I can ask for as a parent. I'm starting to reel over the circumstances I had. Trying to let something slip when it was just the two of us, even though I didn't entirely understand what's going on with you. I know you're going to come out better than before. We both know how hard school was for you. They're no fault of your own, though. I could always tell you tried your best, and when you failed, it really hit your confidence. Even so, you kept on going, and now, you're finally a doctor. I'll always be proud of you, Cyrus. I hope you know that. You're gonna inspire change. Like the nights you were named after. You're gonna shine brighter than anyone. Through thick and thin. Stay strong and shine on, Cyrus. Love, Mom. I'm shaking so hard that I'm struggling not to accidentally crumple the letter up. Aaron starts to rub my back. I can't hold it back anymore. I don't want to. Because I'm not breaking my promise to Damien. I'm crying because I'm sad. I'm not crying because I'm sad. I'm happy. So happy that I had the opportunity to hear from them again. Since I don't have any tissues, I have no choice to snort loudly to hold it back. Aaron, thank you so much for bringing me. Aaron doesn't reply. He just keeps rubbing my back as I try to wipe tears from my face. Oh man, it's been a long time since I've had a cry this ugly. A really, really long time. I haven't even opened the package they left me. I know it's only gonna make me turn into a blubbering mess. Aaron, sorry, but if you don't mind, could you open the last one for me? A little, you know. Of course, Cyrus. I'd be happy to. I keep wiping my eyes, hiccuping in between sniffles too. Aaron carefully uses his claws to tear the wrapping paper out of the box. Opening it reveals something I hadn't seen in a very long time. It's a book, and some kind of tech. Here, let me show you. Aaron passes me open the box. There are two portable consoles inside. I grabbed one of the old gaming systems. This is old, even for me. It was something my dad had when he was my age. I tried to turn it on, but there aren't any batteries inside. Looking inside the box, there is indeed a fresh pack, although it's clear they didn't survive the hibernation. It looks like all the batteries have exploded in their package. Oh, that's a shame. It would have been nice to play it again. It was a game my dad and I played when I was younger, but I sort of fell out of it as I got older. I'm sure Rink could look at it. You know he's good with technology. That'd be nice. Thankfully, he didn't put them in the systems. That could have been disastrous. I take the cartridge out of the system and look it over. The sticker has a faded button. That sticker is faded, but I still recognize the logo. The other system seems to be in better shape. It has a chargeable battery, so I'm assuming it only needs a tune-up. The game my dad named after me is the only one that's still sealed up. He must have gotten me a new copy. He didn't need to do that. I know how expensive games were. There were a few extra cartridges inside the box, right next to a book Mom left me. Oh wow, I bet this was her copy. What is it? I pick it up and feel a familiar, warm spine. It's a modern anthology for the legend of King Arthur. Well, I say modern loosely. You get the idea. It's a rather hefty book. I bet it would take me at least a month to read through everything. When I was little, Mom would read me bits and pieces before bed. She was a history junkie, specifically for fiction. You were named after one of the characters here too, right? Yeah, I don't remember much about him, though Sir Gallant, huh? I'm gonna do some research on him. I think so, yeah. I'd like to find out more about him at least. Although these old textbooks are a bit harder to read. English was dumb. Still kind of is. Absolutely. I grabbed my sleeve and used it to wipe my face one last time. The waterworks have stopped, but I'm feeling pretty emotional. Whew, sorry, that came out of nowhere. Wasn't expecting to find something like this. I glide my hand over the quality time capsule. Aaron covers my hand with his own. I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't have to keep apologizing for feeling these things. I'm just glad that you're happy. I am. Thank you. I really can't thank you enough for bringing me all the way out here. Your happiness is very much worth it to me, Cyrus. Oh, fuck. After I calm down, we make our way back inside my house. Aaron tries to use the space left in the kitchen to make dinner. Sitting at the kitchen table all of these years really brings a lot of buried memories back. I try to tell Aaron everything I can think while we eat. Shortly after dinner, because I'm emotionally spent, Aaron suggests that we hit the hay for the night. I had a strange request though. I want to try to sleep in my old room one last time. The bed isn't obviously comfortable anymore, so we just sleep on the floor together in our sleeping bags. I try to stay up as long as I can, going over more and more happy memories, but eventually I can't take it anymore, and I start to drift off to sleep next to Aaron. You're thinking about doing what? Hey, easy. You don't have to throw dirt at me. I did not tutor you all those years just for you to end up a dumbass, Cyrus. Why on earth would you want to break up with Damien? You look so happy together, she says as she angrily throws some seeds my way. Some end up in my mouth, causing me to spit them out. Let me explain myself. It better be good, otherwise you're going to experience how good I am with Trawl firsthand. I gulp. It's not that I don't want to be with him, Diana. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I think about my orange cuddlebug. He's made me the happiest I've ever been. Then why, Cyrus? Why do you want to? Because I don't think I'm good enough for him. Fuck. There's a permeating silence, only broken by the sound of Diana digging through her tools. Diana? Honestly, Cyrus, I know you're smarter than this. Uh, why do you think you're not good enough for him? I mean, just look at me. I don't have anything going on. I'm a struggling med student, while he's the star of the basketball team. I'm just a mediocre musician with barely any hobbies. Not to mention, my being asexual only limits what we can do together. I don't think you realized how insulting you're being towards Damien. Huh? Cyrus, why on earth do you think Damien is shallow as to. Why do you think. Why on earth do you think Damien is so shallow as to care about any of that? Actually, you know what? He does care. Because he cares about you, Cyrus. More than anything you could ever imagine. You're just self-sabotaging. And that's why you're the biggest dumbass in the room right now. But it's true. Of course it is. What of it? You think you can just conveniently leave out all the good things about yourself to fit this narrative? You're hardworking, you're considerate to a fault, you try to make everyone feel better when they're down. Okay, Diana, you made your point. You fight for what you believe in. You make sure to call out injustices. You put yourself in harm's way for others. Seriously, Diana, I think I get it. I'm gonna keep going, because I don't think you do. I'm no therapist by any means, but I know how hard you work to try and be useful to other people. And my underqualified ass is here to tell you that you're one of the better people out there, even if you yourself don't think so. I don't know what to really say. I know she's stubborn, and maybe I am too. Even so, I don't think I can just accept her words. I guess Diana can see me struggling because she sighs loudly. Do you want me to use a metaphor, Cyrus? You don't need to treat me like a child. I'm not. I'm treating you like a human being. A human being with empathy. Come here, right now. I grumble as I make my way over. Cyrus, how hard do you think it is to take care of plants? Huh? I mean, it's not easy, but it's not hard. You're really something else. I've never seen someone take care of this many types of plants without issue. You're just saying that. I'm really not. Even at the flower shop, I only see veterans make simple mistakes with plants. You want to know why my theory? You want to know my theory as to why? Hit me. Because you care, Cyrus. I've seen you stay up late on social media looking for advice on plant care. I mean, for fuck's sake. Do you know how hard it is to make an indoor lotus garden? I didn't even think it was possible. I just like them is all, and I want to make sure they're okay. Diana starts furiously pointing at me with both her hands. See, you care. Is that such a bad thing? Oh, for the love of... Cyrus, you're allowed to be happy. You know that, right? And I don't just mean for a moment or two. You're allowed to be happy with someone you care about. Believe me, if Damien turned out to be a piece of shit, I would have dropped his ass by now. Diana sighs again. I wasn't going to tell you this, but I think you need to hear it. Just don't tell Damien. I'm sure he understands. He's just a little nervous. Tell me what? You really saved him, Cyrus. When it's just the two of us, you come up all the time. Oftentimes, I just sit back and let him gush about you. Really? Yes, really. He's head over heels for you. You treat him like a person, not the captain of the basketball team, not the breadwinner at home. You treat him like Damian Grayson. I don't think you realize how much that means to him. We both know how shitty his family life is, and you make sure to treat him with the love and respect he deserves and needs. Do you really think I'm good enough for him, though? Obviously, I want to say, what the fuck are you talking about? Duh. But that isn't for me to answer. If you really want to find out, you should ask him yourself. But I'll bet you $1,000 he'll say yes, without a doubt. I just don't know. Do you want to give up? No. Then why are you trying to convince yourself about all this made up bullshit? I don't know. Why? I don't fucking know. Don't ask me. That's something you need to find out for yourself. We're all fighting for our own happiness, Cyrus. Sometimes it's easier said than done. Tell you what, here, open your hand. Uh, uh, okay. I do as I'm told. Diana produces a key from her back pocket and places it in my hand. Been meaning to get you guys a copy for a while. Now's a good time as any, as I'd say. Cyrus, if you ever feel doubtful about yourself, I want you to come to the greenhouse. Even if it's in the middle of the night. Or if you want to skip school, come. Look at all the hard work you've put in here. The greenhouse is concrete proof of just how hardworking and dedicated you are, along with showing just how thoughtful and caring you can be. And for once, you can't talk back to me. I'm just calling it like I see it. Diana interrupts me by holding my hands with both of hers. So please, try to let yourself be happy. You have people who want to help. Take advantage of that, okay? My lip quivers. My eyes start watering. Deep down, I know she's right. I slowly smile, albeit still teary-eyed. Okay, Diana. I will. Thank you. I groan as I start to wake up. Without any curtains, that little sunlight is out, peeks. What little sunlight is out peeks through the window. Even though it's still early, it's enough to wake me up. Thankfully, I'm not as tired as I thought I would be. I guess I did tucker myself out last night. Something does feel strange though. What am I sleeping on? It's not a pillow. It's warm and fluffy and... Oh no, not the song! This song has been on repeat for 3 days. No, since Tuesday for me. Holy shit. Fuck. I don't know if I can keep going. I crack my eyes open to see Aaron right in front of me. He must have brought me close while we were sleeping. I'm practically being hugged against him. My hand is resting on his exposed stomach, pressing into his soft fur. I just stare at him for a while he snores. There's a slight chill in the air. The house is pretty drafty. There's no power for heat anymore, so I probably got cold last night. It's just like Aaron, worrying about me while we sleep. I give the paw resting on his stomach a small squeeze. I don't want to wake him up. That dream, fresh in my mind. But while the memories are repressed, I can't believe that one stayed dormant as long as it did. I rub Aaron's stomach as he sleeps, like I used to do with Damien. Not only because it made him happy, because it made me happy too. He starts to purr. The rumble moves through his throat and chest. It makes me smile. Feeling determined, I slowly try to free myself from the tiger's grasp. I'm only wearing sweatpants, but that should be enough for a small walk. I'm used to this weather. I have a lot to think about. Honestly, guys, the hard part about this is the song for me, because this song does kind of resonate with me on a really deep level. Sure enough, the sun is still inching over the horizon. I've watched the sunrise more in the past couple of months than I did living in the past. It feels warmer than usual. I smile and look around. I look back at my abandoned house. I should be able to take a quick walk without being noticed, right? My walk takes me through my hometown. Unlike yesterday, that nagging feeling of dread is all but washed away. Sure, it's a little depressing to see it like this, but it feels good. I feel too good to let that stop me from enjoying myself. More than ever, I feel like I have a purpose. I want to help take down current. No, resume. I want people like Vita to feel safe enough to walk around without the fear of being kidnapped and experimented on. Despite what Silver might say, I think he deserves more in life than just being an assassin. I hope I can help him and Ash find a stable life. Erin looks like she wants to have a good time. She'd make for an excellent motivational speaker. She seems to be the most content with how things are currently. Even so, I can tell something has been bubbling under the surface for some time. She's not that slick. Well, Kanto can be a prick. I can tell he has good intentions. He genuinely wants Silver to be happy. They're even going through some friction as of late. I'd like to help them work that out if possible. More and more memories of my friends cycle through my mind. The dinners we had together, the long nights in the middle of therapy. These people are very precious to me, especially Aaron. Out of everyone, he's definitely hurting the most. Even if he doesn't end up reciprocating my feelings towards him, I want to make sure I'm here to help him heal. And most of all, I want to get to the bottom of what happened to Xavier. Who knows what they're doing to him, if he's still alive. I know full well what they're capable of, but I don't want Aaron to find that out firsthand. He's been protecting me since we met. The least I can do is try to return the favor. I think I'm finally starting to accept how things are. I thought I had it before, but I was just coping. I don't want to be bound by my past anymore. I want to learn and grow from it. That includes dealing with current. My burning vengeance from when Darius first locked me away swells up within me. I never want to feel like I did in the containment unit ever again. Not only that, but I know exactly what I want to feel. I want to feel happy. I want to meet new people and try new things. Maybe fall in love again. And to do that, I have to fight for it. Before I knew it, I had already walked a few blocks away from home. The town is completely silent, with the occasional breeze flowing through my hair. With a smile, I turn on my heel and walk myself back. By the time I get home, a familiar tiger is pacing around in the front yard. Oops, I guess I scared him a bit. Oh, hey Aaron, good morning. Cyrus, there you are. He jogs up to me while still in his PJs, carefully inspecting me over. Sorry about that. I woke up a little while ago and decided to clear my head. Did you sleep well? Aaron lets out a sigh of relief before smiling at me. All things considered, yeah. What about you? Everything okay? Absolutely. Just had some things to think about. Oh yeah? Anything I can help with? Actually, yes, there is. I clear my throat and look directly into Aaron's eyes, resolute. Aaron, I have a very important request for you. I've never felt so focused in my life. Aaron must feel my determination as he straightens himself up to give me his full attention. Alright then, what is it? I want you to get me in contact with Titania. We finished another arc, guys. Holy hell. Oh, I definitely think this is where I'm gonna go ahead and end, if there even is any more. I don't know if there is, but all I gotta say is, damn, these writers really know how to get you, right? Had me bawling like a baby. Even if Cyrus wasn't crying, at first, I couldn't help myself from crying. Honestly, the message that it gave is pretty good, even for someone like me. I know that there's another update coming out in September, so of course you can bet that I'll be on it as soon as it comes out. But guys, come on, really, we gotta take this message to heart. Even if we don't believe it, we all deserve to be happy, no matter what happens. And I'm someone who can attest to that. After everything that happened this year, I've decided too that I gotta start being happy for myself, not just trying to please others. So, I hope every one of you guys does the same. I hope that you guys all know people are there for you, and people want you to be happy. People know you deserve to be happy. And so, yeah, let's just keep going, even when life gets tough, right? We can do this. Trust me, I definitely feel like my heart's a little hurting right now, but it's a happy kind of hurt. But yeah, guess that really is it. Oh, no, there's not. There's more. Hold on. Alright, Lance. It's time to get up. I felt a jolt run through my neck, making me slam my head against the window. I'm so dazed that it takes me a moment to remember where I am. It's a dark car. It's dark in the car. I must be going through a tunnel. Artemis smiles as he stuffs something back in his coat pocket. Sorry about that. You wouldn't ruse, no matter what I tried, so I decided to put that collar to good use. I make my animosity clear with a loud growl. I find that hard to believe. Come on now. No harm, no foul. That hurt like a bitch. I rub my neck. Perhaps my intel on you was wrong yet again. That was a relatively weak current. It's not very smart to mess with someone who's got nothing to lose. Oh please, we both know that's not true. Is that right? I know you're just as petty as the rest of us. If you work with us, you can get back at all the people who screwed you over. Including you. Including you. Artemis laughs. You know what? Sure. Why not? Once we get settled, I give you permission to try me. Just know that I don't play fair. I don't need you to tell me that. Where are we anyway? We're en route to your new home. Besides the brief flashes of light in the ceiling, I can't see anything. The walls look rather cramped, with only 2 lanes to drive on. Underground tunnel, huh? How fitting. And why is that? I just think it's a fitting way to get there. Looks dank and depressing to me. Then you should feel right at home. Look, we're almost through. The weasel slowly pulls us before handing me a pair of sunglasses. Put these on. It's much brighter than you think. His smile can only mean he's toying with me again. I refuse to wear them. It'll hurt my eyes. If I take them, I'll be doing what he says. I really do hope that I get the chance to kill him one day. With a grunt, I decide to put them on. I'm used to playing along to try to survive. I jolt as we suddenly start rising upwards. What the hell? Light starts to pour through an opening above us. Even with the sunglasses, it takes a minute for my vision to adjust to the sunlight. It's bright and sunny today, with very few clouds in the sky. In front of me, there are several buildings that I think are skyscrapers. I see a dome-like structure encasing everything like it was previously told, but it's not as dreary as I envisioned. It's so jarring that I drop my guard enough for Artemis to catch me by surprise. He chuckles lightly, with no hint of malice. See? Not depressing, is it? No, not really, no. This is really resume? It is, yes. Welcome to the business, Lance Krager. He helps me unbuckle my seatbelt so that we can exit the vehicle. The air is fresh, and there's a nice breeze flowing through my fur. What's most surprising is how much grass there is. My, someone's enamored, aren't they? What do you think? Daisy! Give me 1 second, guys. She knocked over my router. Okay, sorry about that. It's weird. It's nothing like I pictured or have been told. Such are the dangers of propaganda. I assure you, we have people's best interest at heart. I'll believe it when I see it. I know enough about this place to be skeptical. If that's your prerogative, then there's nothing I can do. At least try to enjoy yourself, won't you? Life is utterly pointless without entertainment. Whatever you say. Welcome back, sir. Someone from behind the building catches our attention, immediately putting me on edge. Looks like a raccoon. A small one at that. He's carrying a clipboard under his arm and a bag slung around his shoulder. I try to lower my tension. If need be, I could take him in a fight. There you are, Jasper. Sorry to make you come out on your day off. It's no big deal. I wasn't expecting you to be back home soon. It's no big deal. I just wasn't expecting you to come back so soon. Thankfully, our new recruit has been rather cooperative. Isn't that right, Mr. Krager? I grunt and try to ignore them. You'll have to excuse him. He just woke up from a nap, and is rather cranky, it seems. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Krager. I'm the same way. His voice is rather high and mildly irritating to my ears, mainly because he's trying to be so friendly with me. I glance towards the runt, who really expects me to answer. Artemis is smiling, while his eyes remain cold, before gesturing to his coat pocket. In annoyance, I spit on the ground before turning to face them. I just want to get settled in. It's been a long trip. Don't you have a dissection to attend to or something? Jasper tilts his head with a confused look on his face. Artemis actually laughs. What a morbid sense of humor. Again, please forgive him, Jasper. He's got a lot to learn about how we do things. Oh, absolutely. Here, let me get your car parked, sir. Then I can assist you. You're too kind, Jasper. I am, admittedly, a tad worn out after driving so long. It's no trouble at all. Seriously, it's one of the few times I get an excuse to drive after all. You do have a point. As you know, I'll take any excuse to avoid ports just so I can go for a spin. Artemis hands the keys to his car to the excitable raccoon. Take your time. I'll give Mr. Krager a small tour of the premises before we head inside. On it. Be back soon. I can't help but stare at Artemis. Either he's a really good actor, or he's genuinely being nice to this guy. After the raccoon drives away, I decide to speak up. Who the hell was that? Artemis turns his gaze cold at me once again. That is Jasper Sanders, my assistant. Adorable, isn't he? Just peachy. You'll see him from time to time when I'm out on business. He gestures for me to follow him down one of the paths. While you were asleep, I got your credentials verified and approved. You'll be working under me for the time being. Cool. And now's as good a time as any to let you in on something. Artemis turns to me with a very serious look on his face. I'm well aware that you know more than you should about our base of operations. When you're above surface, you're not to mention anything incriminating to anyone, even to your fellow employees, unless told otherwise. If you were a bit less vague, I might have a clue as to what you're talking about. How stupid can one man possibly be? I just roll my eyes. I'm starting to get used to his petty attempts to try to get under my skin. Artemis pulls out the remote collar. I tense up. I'm not a big fan of repeating myself. If you don't listen to me, whatever happens on you. An Arcadia collar can do more than just send electricity through your body. It records and transmits everything you say to the higher-ups. If they find out about your lips are loose, they won't hesitate to kill you right then and there. They can tighten the collar to prevent you from talking, or send enough volts of electricity to fry your brain. It's even possible to detonate it, no matter where you are on this planet. Artemis tucks the remote in his pocket and exhales. If you value your life, you'll learn to keep quiet. Why are you telling me all this? What's the catch? Artemis smirks as he pulls down the turtleneck he's wearing, showing his own Arcadia collar. What's the fun in it? What's the fun in it if I don't give you a fighting chance? In the distance, we can see Jasper jogging to try to catch up with us. We can talk more candidly later. Just not now. Understand? I got it. Artemis smiles. Good. Yeah, seems like they put that on all their people so that way if anyone has loose lips, they can kill them on the spot. Artemis gives me a tour of the main building. It reminds me a lot of Tensia. Very pretentious and sterile. By the way, your roommate will be arriving today. Excuse me? My what? You're excused. You're fucking kidding me. Have I ever lied to you? Yes. Artemis sighs. Honestly, I thought you'd be more open to the idea. You should know I work better alone. Well, it's a good thing you're not alone anymore, new recruit. My snout twitches in irritation. Don't worry, it's more of a front than anything. You're used to lying to others, yes? You'll be doing most of your work down below. However, space has been rather scarce. Can't I just sleep in a storage closet or something? I'm afraid not. As a new recruit, you'll need to familiarize with the more mundane aspects of working here. Such as, for starters, you could remove that stick up your ass and learn to enjoy yourself. I can't imagine working here will be enjoyable in the slightest. You have a poor imagination. Use this as an excuse to broaden your horizons. Attaboy. And here is your new living arrangements. You'll start out small, but if you produce satisfactory results, I could pull some strings for you to get better accommodations. Gee, thanks. Love adding more to the ever-growing list of debts. I do too. We have so much in common. Here's your key card. Be sure not to use it. Wouldn't want to add more to that list after all. I snatch it and push past the weasel. Shut up. I take my rifle off my back and place it against the wall. It's only one room, but it's pretty big. The bunk beds are built into the wall to save space. That's a good question. I don't actually know, Gallows. The common area on the other side is circular, with a curved couch and a coffee table. You're not. Across from our bunk beds and is a serviceable kitchen. Everything is obnoxiously white. It's almost blinding. It smells too clean. And if you want to cook anything, there's a tablet for you to order ingredients from. A serviceman will personally deliver them to you. The showers on this floor are communal, but you'll have your own toilet past the door on the right. And don't worry, your collar doesn't care about getting wet. Artemis rambles without letting me get a word in. Eventually, I resort to interrupting him. Am I allowed to leave whenever I want? Oh, absolutely. You're not a prisoner. Just remember, that Arcadia collar will track each and every step you take. It would be in your best interest not to wander too far without giving prior notice. Artemis flashes a stupid smile. I get it. I won't pull on my leash too much. See? You're learning. Artemis's axiom beeps. He swipes a few screens with a serious look on his face. Well, I was hoping to at least get a shower before getting back to work. Oh no. Does that mean you're leaving already? I'm heartbroken. Don't worry. I'll be back later tonight to give you your first mission. Jesus. Already? Welcome to Resume. That's Krager. We work tirelessly to make the world a better place. Fantastic. Better hurry up and zip that collar. Better hurry up before that collar zaps you or something. You really think they need to pull that with me? Unlike some people, I know my place. I'm willing to do my job correctly. Then you should be a good example and get the fuck out. My, someone's impatient. Need some alone time? You can find quality lotion in the water closet. Whoa, okay. Hold up. Gallows, please tell me you just heard what I read without the ad. Out, I growl. Artemis bows pretentiously. Of course, Your Highness. With that, the weasel makes his way out of the room. The door slides shut automatically. Out of frustration, I spit on the floor. Then I look around the room for any potential candidates. I wouldn't be surprised if they bugged this place. Although, I guess there's not much point while I'm wearing the collar. My eyes immediately veer towards the bathroom. Where the fuck is that lotion? Hey, yo! Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pause here, because y'all in the ads need to... Okay. I think you guys are back now, right? Okay. Where the fuck is that lotion? Running water makes it difficult to hear. Before I get in, I tested how loud the door was with the shower on. I should be able to pick up if someone enters. I technically work here now, so I shouldn't be as tense as I am. Still, you never know what these freaks would stoop to. It's been a while since I've had a decent shower. I decide if I can't do anything outward rebellious, I'll at least take advantage of the amenities when I can. Despite being communal, each of the showers has their own separate stall and locking door. I made sure no one else was in here. I needed some time alone. I take the opportunity to give myself as good a rinse as I can. I'll need to get my own shampoo. None of these are particularly appeal to me. Gets the job done, I guess. I've heard the door open twice, making me freeze each time. Both times, it was just them taking a piss, washing their paws, and leaving. The stall's locked, but I can't be too careful. I feel like I'm on an infiltration mission again. Doubt anyone made it this far. Lucky me. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm way too tense right now. I eyed the bottle of lotion Artemis teased me about. The thought of doing something like that that he suggests makes me bite my lip. With a grunt, I lean down and pick it up, at least to smell it. Smells like vanilla. I'm really fucking pent up, and I don't need his advice. I've been fine until now, without his fancy bullshit. I'll just rinse it off anyway. I'll save it for when I'm done here. I set the bottle down and realize I've gotten hard thinking about how to blow off some stress. I sigh before getting down to business. Oh, please don't show it. Okay, whew. I got scared. I was like, I did not prep this for that type of stream. I spent longer than normal in the bathroom. My axiom hasn't made any noises, so I guess I'm not needed quite yet. On my way back to my room, I pass a few people who look at me curiously before they whisper to each other. It takes effort not to growl at them from staring. I just scoff and try to ignore them. I'm walking around the hall in just towels. I'll need to make it a habit of showering late at night. While carrying my clothes, I rummage through my pants pocket for the keycard Artemis gave me. Why is every single canine in this damn game cute? The second the door slides open, I met with yet another person I've never seen before. He's crouched down and has his back to the door. He's inspecting the room. His ears perk up in the direction at the sound of the door opening. Oh, hello there. Aw, fuck. Don't tell me. You must be Lance Krager. It's nice to meet you. I groan. Yes, that's me. I assume you're my roommate then? That I am. He gets up to greet me enthusiastically. I thought he might be a wolf at first. Upon closer inspection, I'd say he's a Shiba Inu. Fur pattern checks out. Never seen a blue one though. Looks like we're about the same height, but he's definitely wider than I am. My name's Benjamin. Benjamin Amos. Though most people just call me Benji. A Shiba Inu named fucking Benji. How original. Okay, that's a fucking groan from me, cause it's nice to meet you. You already said that. Look, I'm kinda... Without even hesitating, Benjamin gives me a bear hug. My instincts go into overdrive. My arms are free from the sudden embrace, so I prepare to use them. I hope we can get along well. This is only my first day, but if you need anything, let me know. Get off me! I roar at this man and his sudden intrusiveness. He's startled and loosens his grasp, giving me the chance to slip away. With a swift moment, I knee him in the gut. While he's about to fall to his knees, I grab him aggressively by the arm and whip him around until he's in a chokehold. If you want to see the end next week, you're going to stay as far away from me as you can from me. I have no interest in getting close to you or anyone who works here. Not if you understand. Don't speak. I can feel both of our heartbeats. Mine is fast, but stable. His is completely erratic. He nods weakly. He's shaking. After a moment, I can smell the fresh scent of blood coming from somewhere. I snap back to my senses. I spot the bright red liquid running down his arm as he's struggling to escape. Fuck. So much for being discreet. It hasn't even been my first day and I'm being I'm being reckless. He could easily reported me. And I can only imagine how well that'd go. I don't have time to be pulling stunts like this. I gotta figure out how to get this collar off me and get out of here. I need to rein in myself and think through carefully. As I am now, I have little to no autonomy. I forget that I'm stuck in his shitty... I forget that I'm stuck in this shitty game Artemis has me set up in. I click my tongue. At this rate, I can already tell I'm gonna die working for these assholes. I loosen my grip on the neck and let him go. The Shiba Inu drops to his knees, catches his breath, and scampers a few feet away from me. Taking a closer look, I can see just how much blood is dripping on the floor. If this new guy wanted to harm me, he could have done so. As he is now, he just looked like a harmless dog fearing for his life. The slash marks on his arm begin staining a deeper red the more blood spills out. Okay, I need you to stand up. Can you do that? He weakly nods. Good, here, let me help you. Upon seeing my paw, I see some of his fur. I scrape some of the fur off as well. I don't think he's in a lot of pain, but he's definitely scared. Uh, Sorry about that. Sorry. His ears are laid back, and he's avoiding looking at me. I can't believe how much of a fuck up I am. Angry at myself, I shake my head. Look, you don't need to apologize. If anything, I'm the one that should be saying sorry. Let me take a look at your arm. He nods before turning back to me. I think there's a first aid kit in here somewhere. Hang on. Okay. I'm just improvising in an attempt to defuse the situation I forced upon myself. It's a goddamn hospital. It makes sense they'd have those lying around, right? I exhale in relief as I find one in the cabinet. Alright, now hold still. I'll clean it up and wrap it up. Benjamin doesn't say anything as I patch him up. I have enough experience with external injuries like this. The perks of trying to survive as a mercenary. To be fair, in all due respect, I kind of see where Lance is coming from. When I went to Anthrocon, there was a specific person I almost flipped for trying to hug me when I didn't recognize them. So yeah, even with close friends, I still don't like to be touched like that. It doesn't take me very long to finish. That should be good. Thank you. He's still shaking. Okay, look, I'm really sorry about earlier. It's been a while since I felt guilty over something. He came at me so fast, I didn't have time to register what was going on. I panicked and lashed out. It's not an excuse. I am sorry. Benjamin turns his head to look at me, still hanging low. It wouldn't have happened if I didn't surprise you like that. Again, it's not your fault. Do you know anything about me? No, nothing. No, I mean like literally, I almost flipped this person. Like, flipped them when they tried to hug me. Then I'll tell you a little. I've been a mercenary for the better part of a decade. In order to survive, I had to develop certain instincts. Still not an excuse, but I thought you should know that I don't take surprises well. If you need to, you can report me or whatever. Maybe they'll transfer me to another facility or something. Oh no, don't worry. I mean, you kind of did scare me. But hearing your explanation, I can see how a surprise bear hug could spook you. Benjamin knocks on his head. My wife's always said I jump without thinking. I should have asked you before doing that. Hell, you were completely naked. Bisexual? Speaking of, now that the situation has calmed down, Benjamin covers his eye with his paw. Sorry, but could you put some clothes on? Oh, I'm completely naked. I must have lost my towel in the commotion. Sure, just give me a second. I grunt before heading to my belongings. What a great first impression. Once we clean up and make ourselves presentable, we make our way to the cafeteria. Benjamin swore that he wouldn't try to report me. To make up for everything, I offer to treat Benjamin to a meal. I owe him this much at least. He comes up with a different excuse each time someone asks what happened to him. He's a terrible liar. Benjamin doesn't know the area any better than I do, which doesn't help. It takes a bit of looking around, but eventually we find the cafeteria that Artemis mentioned during our short tour. It's rather big with lots of people in line. It makes me a little nervous seeing resumed soldiers in uniform again. I guess I'm on their side now. Funny how things work. Sure you're not in pain or anything? Oh, yes, I'm fine. Being tough is one of my few strengths. I see. As we get closer to the front of the line, I take a look at the menu only to realize I don't recognize the currency that's being used. Benjamin? Seriously, Benji is fine. Right. Listen, Benji, Do they not take plumes here? That's all I have. Oh, did you not get your welcome package yet? Welcome package? Yeah, they send it to your Axiom, I think. Benji awkwardly turns his Axiom on. I just got mine after orientation today, so I'm not the best at using it. But, there it is. Benji tries to show me his screen. I don't mention that I can't see clearly yet, though. We pay for our meals with credits instead of plumes. I already got a month's worth of pay to start with. After that, we gotta earn them. I see. I take out my Axiom and sift through my messages. I sneer and see a notification from Artemis I apparently got a month ago. I didn't bother reading the whole thing, but looks like he sent me some stuff. I open the attachment, adding the contents to my Axiom. What's wrong? You look angry. It's 'cause I am. Anyway, order what you want. Like I said, it's my treat. Benji's stomach growls and he starts to drool. Don't gotta tell me twice. I wince before glancing at my credits. Maybe I just made another mistake. Oh, he probably didn't give him shit for credits. So, you were a farmer before getting recruited, huh? Benji brings the bowl of soup to his mouth and he slurps the rest of the contents before answering me. Yeah, that's right. After my wife died, I didn't really have much of a choice. No, dead wife too, not Benji. She was the breadwinner after all. I didn't have an education like her. Farming seemed like an okay solution at the time. I see. Sorry to hear about your wife. It's okay. I do miss her quite a lot though. Here, I have a picture. Benji takes out a locket that was hidden under his shirt, showing me a fuzzy photo of his family, which makes it hard to see the details. I guess it makes sense. Not many people can afford a proper camera. That was my wife, Sky. We're holding up Jean and Lisa. He points at them with enthusiasm. They're beautiful. They're what keeps me going. My partner, Aiden, is taking care. God fucking damn it, he's a bisexual king. I hate this. They're what keeps me going. My partner, Aiden, is taking care of them right now. They live in the middle of the country while I try to work in the big city. He's about as well as off as I am. That is to say, not at all. So landing this job is really going to help out. I sympathize with him, but I don't know. I know he doesn't realize how much shit he's gotten into. What about you? Do you have any family? That catches me off guard. I think back to the crew for a moment before I take another bite of food. No, it's just been me for as long as I can remember. Oh, well, maybe we can take a trip to visit Aiden. He's a great cook and wouldn't mind setting up another plate. I appreciate it. I'll think about it. There you are. I was wondering where you'd wandered off to. Just as my mood improves, it sours again. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. There you are. I was wondering where you'd wandered off to. We look behind and see Artemis walking up. Benji immediately stands up, then bows. Hello, sir. Hope you're doing well this evening. At ease, Benji. Seriously, you needn't be that formal with me. We're all part of the same team, after all. Yes, sir. He rubs the back of his head sheepishly, but the bandage catches Artemis's attention. He gazes. His gauge shifts. Oh my god, tongue twister. His gaze shifts to me. Hello there, Mr. Krager. I mumble as I take another bite of food. My heavens, what happened to your arm, Benji? Despite talking to Benji, he looks at me when he asks that. Oh, I slipped, and I hit my arm on the counter a few times. I grimace at his crappy excuse. At least he's still trying to cover me. Do you need something, sir? I end my sentence with a sarcastic intonation. Intonation? As a matter of fact, I do. Your first assignment has been finalized. If you would be so kind as to follow me. Sorry, Benji. Guess I'll see you later, I guess. Oh, okay. Good luck out there. I'm sure you'll do fine. I nod before getting up to follow Artemis outside of the cafeteria. Artemis directs me to a discreet elevator at the end of the hall. One of the door closes as he speaks up. Glad to see you two are getting along. I'm sure you are. If you wanted to cover his wound up, you should have given him a proper excuse. Ah, if you wanted to cover up his wound, you should have given him a proper excuse yourself. That was painful. Don't have to tell me twice. I panicked. Don't make a habit of attacking your roommate. There's only so much I can do to protect you. Surprised you would even go to the trouble of doing that. I don't fuck around when it comes to furthering our goals. I hope you'll remember that in the future. We'll see. Watching the elevator screen, I notice how far underground we've gone. Where are we going? Dario wants you to try your hand at taking care of someone in the sublevels. I'm not sure if it's a sick joke or not. I'm not much of a caretaker. That's what I said. However, he advised that you have a unique insight and would be perfect for the job. What the hell? That's all the information I have, even if I don't know what the man is thinking half of the time. Oh, that's all the information I have. Even I don't know what the man is thinking half of the time. Well, here, keep your voice down. She might be asleep. Whatever. Good boy. If it's... I fucking swear. If it's anyone who I think it is, I'm gonna fucking scream. I wrinkle my snout as we make our way down the corridors. It's really warm down here. Wait, when you said caretaker, you mean like... Artemis stops us in front of a pair of imposing doors. Yes, you're going to take care of someone on shifts with the other assigned employees. You will be notified ahead when it's your turn, and you are to not tell her anything you wouldn't tell someone like Benji. Artemis enters a complicated code in the number pad. The doors soon open after he finishes. It almost feels as though steam is pouring out of the room. It's so hot. I expect to see a person trapped in a test tube or something. What I'm met with is much more jarring. It's an extremely well-furnished bedroom. There's someone in an electric wheelchair on the side of the room. That looks like the... No! No! She notices us. She stops what she's doing and looks at us. Soon after, she grimaces, going back to watering her plants. Ugh, if I had known you were coming, I would have pretended to be asleep again. Nice to see you. Nice to see you too, Subject 02. What do you want this time? I'm busy. Temperamental as always. Artemis gestures me in order to grab her attention. I want to introduce you to one of our new recruits. He'll be taking care of you from time to time. His name is Lance Krager. I hope you two can get along. I see you're just passing your work off to someone else, yet again. Gallows, you have no idea how much I'm scared for who I think it is. Cut me some slack. I'm a busy man. Speaking of, I really must be going. When you want to leave, Lance, just head back the way you came. With your credentials, Liv will take you to the ground floor. Toodles. And just like that, the weasel leaves me alone with the woman, no context whatsoever. If you have no business here, you can be on your way. I'll be fine. I literally don't know what my business is. What am I supposed to even do? Don't ask me. I'm usually asleep when y'all come down here. Why is it so hot in here? For my plants, obviously. They need a good amount of humidity. I start to walk around the room to get a better look at everything. There's bookshelves on the right of the room. All the books look ancient. My heart's sinking. A good size of the bed sits back in the corner, covered in stuffed animals. Looks like no one's used it in a while. I thought Artemis had bad manners. Why are you just walking around a girl's room without permission? Sorry, I just haven't seen stuff like this before is all. I'm not surprised. It took them a while to even find this much. Them? The higher-ups of your god-forsaken organization. Hey, it's not my organization. I do. Are we on the same page? Like, are we on the same page right now, Gallows? I wonder if we are. Hey, it's not my organization. I'm not exactly happy to be working here. The woman stops watering her plants and looks over at me. Her hair immediately catches my attention. It's completely white. I can tell she's old, but she reminds me a lot of Cyrus. They tricked you too, huh? Yeah, no, that's exactly who I'm thinking. More or less, just doing what I can to survive. How noble of you. Nothing noble about me. At least you're honest. Don't get used to it. The woman laughs, not in a mocking way, but in a general laugh. It's been a while since they've sent someone who's somewhat tolerable down here. The bar must be hell. The bar must be in hell if that's the case. That makes sense. We're only a couple of floors above hell after all. Now it's my turn to smirk. What are you in for anyway? Oh no, not gonna tell you that on a first date. Gross. The woman sets the watering can down as she uses her electric wheelchair to cross the room to me. At this distance, I can't see many cables. I can see the many cables attached to the back of her chair. Are they connected to her? I'll make things easy for you at least. I'm not allowed to leave, but I can ask for things to entertain me while I'm stuck here. You want me to run errands for you? More or less. Being trapped in the room for this long, can make you go crazy. That's why I sleep a lot. How long has it been? Not on the first date. I don't want to get you in trouble either. I'm in a load of it already, I can imagine. She chuckles again. Fearless, ain't ya? Kinda have to be. I checked my axiom. It's a little past 3 in the afternoon. I was gonna try to shop before they gave me the mission that takes me off base. Anything you need? The woman claps her hands in excitement. Oh, okay. I've been thinking about a new name for a while now. It's been far too long. Lilith is a cool name and all, but it doesn't really fit me, I think. What? In that case, feel free to call me Vivian. It's nice to meet you, Lance Krager. Likewise, I guess. It's in the same color as Diana. Oh my god. I think it's her. I genuinely think it's her. Chapter 14. Exercise caution. Okay. Unfortunately, I think that's all the excitement my heart can take right now. I've been streaming for over 7 hours, and I do really want to get some food in me. So, yeah. As much as I thought the ending would be the end of Arc 3, I wasn't expecting to get hit by a sudden another chapter. If they have Damien there, I don't think my heart can take it, honestly, Gallows. I'm being honest right now. I think my heart would break. But yeah, I think that's a good place as any to call it. Start of a new chapter. Again, I really did mean what I said, everyone. Please, remember that we all deserve happiness in one way or another. And please, take care of yourselves. If you ever need anyone, make sure you always reach out. That's what friends are for. Even if you feel like you don't have any friends, trust me, you got a friend in me. I may not be the best emotionally, because I'm an emotional wreck myself, but I can be there to listen and provide some tasteful insight, though you might not always like the answer you get from me. I'm pretty fucking blunt if I say so myself. Anyway, I'll be signing off. I hope everyone has a wonderful day, and this video will be going up on YouTube as soon as it downloads and uploads. So, if you want to rewatch it, it'll be there. You can watch me bawling my eyes out for a good, basically hour at this point. Take care, and have a wonderful Sunday.